Chapter 1: The Father's System. New York City. Super criminals in fancy tights and coquettish superheroes swagger through the city and attract attention. The famous superhero is flying/swinging/floating. A little-known superhero fights on the street, ha ha ha. Bayou be a bayou. Even ordinary people are not to be outdone. They go shopping for 0 yuan and have gun battles. From time to time, some people are so imaginative that they fall asleep. But don't be afraid. The strange tales of millennia are as follows. First, shootings are routine and normal, the death toll is less than double digits, and the news media will not pay attention to it. Just relax a little. Just like the above, it will not affect the various associations and people who parade and protest at all. This is also a matter of course. After all, major associations are modern gangs that have been carefully packaged. Only occasionally, because the battle was too strong, the foundations wailed, the buildings swayed and collapsed, and flames shot into the sky. People will be like NPCs who are programmed to escape. Screaming, wailing, crying, riddled with holes, physically shattered. This is the heart of New York City. It's also the Marvel world. Very unfortunate. Guanfuyun traveled here. And it's wearing. It has no identity, no background, cannot mutate, and cannot rely on technology. Pure passerby. The old man on the subway looked at his cell phone and his face was almost broken. He stayed in the corner and observed first. Then he saw it. I saw people panicking and running away like headless flies. Behind them, the fire continued to spread, the buildings continued to collapse, and the streets swayed from side to side, and the walls were cracked. There were stray bullets and corpses everywhere, and billboards stained red with blood read about the presidential campaign. Fat and Cokes. Tanks, helicopters, and armored vehicles were driven into the city. The soldiers twisted their waists and put on makeup while shouting and killing, and poured out firepower crazily towards a certain scourge in the center of the sea of fire. However, there are no eggs. HMMHHHHHHHH. Accompanied by a foul-smelling cry, a gray-green, hateful giant that looked like a human and sister-in-law and seafood complex, mutated by super serum and gamma radiation, crashed out. The flame fan became its fashionable cloak, and it stepped on the hot corpses and bullet casings everywhere. It showed New Yorkers what it meant to tear apart a tank. This is a shocking picture. People don't know what kind of monster this is, they only know that its birth is related to the warlords of millennia, who dug up demons from hell. It looked hideous, as savage as a gorilla. But the strength and speed are far beyond the limits of human beings. It can easily jump hundreds of meters high and smash helicopters to pieces like flies. With such power and speed, its body is also extremely terrifying. Bullets hitting it are like fleas itching, AK gargles, methane passes through the lungs, missiles bathe. Even the tank's heavy artillery or depleted uranium bombs cannot stop it. Its footsteps. Those thick armors can be torn apart with bare hands, making hot weapons a cold joke. Boom! The airwaves lifted Guanfuyun's windbreaker. He stayed quietly in his corner. Although there was still a distance, he could be considered as brushing against the wild hatred. They looked at each other. Because there's no point in panicking. So he didn't panic. This scene surprised many passers-by. Some second and third-tier street heroes were also buying it occasionally, and they also wanted to show off. But the result was that he shrank back again. Like a wild beast patrolling only its own territory. It's also like their strength and popularity don't allow them to show off. Bite. The father's sorrow system is activated. As the name suggests, the main function of this system is to allow the host to have father's sorrow. You can get points as rewards for adopting children and raising them as adults. Points can be used for shopping in the system store and extracting nurturing entries. Nurturing terms can be given to children, and they will grow stronger. When the little boy is successfully raised into an adult and possesses the ability to survive in the Marvel world, the system will award an exclusive concept entry opportunity. Byte. We are now offering newbie benefits and exclusive concept entries, True Immortality. From now on, the host is the true immortal, the only individual in the multi-universe. No one, no ability, no disaster can cause any harm to the host or imprison or seal it. And the host can cause real harm to anyone. The damage value depends on the attack power of the host body. Good. Concept level, invincible. Guanfuan was really calm now. Immortality means true immortality and no calamity. This is the most important and best ability in Marvel, which destroys cities in 3 days and destroys the world in 5 days. Real injury means that although he is still an ordinary person, but he took a big step and went down. Abomination must also feel the pain of being hurt like ordinary people, and be stunned for 3 seconds. Certainly. The gap in strength and speed between the two sides still exists. Then it's up to each individual. Byte. Please host spread the Father's love as soon as possible and enter the harvest season. The system prompted. This is also what should and must be. After all, although Guanfuan is invincible at the conceptual level, he is still an ordinary person and can still get hungry. Still have to eat. And $1 fried chicken, $1 wild chicken, etc. are all international jokes. It is real to eat human blood in hamburgers, and it is real to have all kinds of polluted water that residents have become accustomed to and have to deal with on their own. It is true that homeless people will occupy the house at any time, and then call the police and kick you out of your home. In the current version of Marvel Life, it would be better for him to check out more system stores, or plant 2 acres of land, raise some chickens and ducks, and stay away from the hustle and bustle. The premise of all this: just being a dad. This is easy to handle. After all, with hatred like this, aren't there orphans everywhere? Just pick it up casually. At a glance, Guanfuan saw a little boy standing dazedly with his face covered in blood, as if he was holding the broken limbs of his parents. Blonde, blue eyes, lackluster face, pouty mouth. At first glance, he is very smart and easy to fool. It's you. God Hydra Shield Bureau, floating carrier. Do. Ever since he became mad with hatred, One-Eyed Braised Egg's phone was about to be filled with calls. They were all here to scold him. He was so angry that his face turned black. He kept saying "Mom, fake," and he was so angry that he took out his BB machine and rubbed it repeatedly, wondering whether to shake him or not. No way. In this short period of less than half a month, too many things have happened. First, Dr. Pym went crazy and killed all the first-generation Avengers, causing the Avengers project to be stopped and the files sealed. It also left him short-handed. Then there's Tony Shit, who misplaced the good billionaire and playboy and turned into Iron Man. Then because of his short life, he began to spend time, drink, indulge himself, and behave randomly. Then there was the Captain of the United States during World War II who was actually dug out. 2 more were dug out. One is named Steve Rogers, and the other is called Boy. There's something wrong with this. It's very embarrassing to offend fake. Something must have changed. Similar world integrate. And there was nothing he could do. Not to mention the above series of problems, just in front of my eyes, under the mothership satellite live broadcast, there was unbridled hatred. I can't even deal with braised eggs. You can only pretend to be dead. Commander Fury, the President is calling. But there are always people he can't avoid. Hello, Mr. President. Commander Fury, you should have seen the situation in New York City, right? Yes. So what's your plan? S.H.I.E.L.D. will continue to arrange agents to deal with abominations and arrange rescues, if necessary. That's not the answer I wanted. So, the plan of the presidential palace is that you just pretend to have fought, you have to be handsome in the photo, you have to have a loud voice, and then you have a bad show in the media, so that the people will be angry with the warlords and hate the opposing parties, so as not to affect my votes this term. Do you understand? What about rescue? Rescue is something that only superheroes can do. Don't America have enough superheroes? This is not what the presidential office should consider. We do not have this obligation. As if he was worried that Fury wouldn't understand, the president added, maybe this is life, everyone has to die. Fury, Fury. The president is calling. But Luo Dan didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to make progress, but the content shown in the live broadcast at this moment was really amazing. Not only Luo Dan saw it, but the whole world saw it. The news reporters who took aerial photos from the helicopter captured the scene that was destined to shock the planet. Boom. 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 The mad hatred is infinitely rampant, tearing apart a building and smashing it like a big stick. The streets are riddled with holes and people are torn apart. Screaming and wailing, like a drawing of hell, gradually approached a dull little boy. He seemed completely stunned and motionless. It seemed like he would be crushed in the next second. At this time, wearing a black windbreaker, rolled up into a black robe, he ran over. The night was already dark. In the grey fog and blood everywhere, his face was a little blurry, but it could be seen that he was an ordinary person. Because he ran very hard and was out of breath. Caught up. Guan Fuiyun ran to the little boy, faced him, and hugged him. Then, with his back to everyone and the hateful giant, he withstood all the blood and screams with his thin body. Hateful collisions, roars. His clothes were torn and sticky blood was stained on them, all of which made Guan Fuiyun uncomfortable. In the eyes of everyone, the ugly and arrogant demon that shattered the streets and disintegrated the buildings, and the bright red carpet paved with blood under its feet. In this moment there is an end. The bright red shattered, as if turning into crumbs of red light spots, flying one after another. The hateful giant rolls over. Guan Fuiyun's body was trembling slightly and shaking, as if he would fall down at any time, but he just wouldn't fall down. His straight spine was bent just for the hug. A beam of street light fell, illuminating his delighted face and the boy's astonishment. Even in the deepest laboratory, in the most delusional dream, the boy never thought that someone would come towards him with a smile, and that someone would give him a hug regardless of life or death. This made his dark and twisted psychology feel a great and insurmountable shock and satisfaction. "Hello, boy," Guan Fuiyun said, "where are your parents?" "I don't have parents." "Where are you from?" "I don't know. I was in the laboratory a second ago, and suddenly I'm here. It's like a dream." "Where are you going?" "I don't know, I have nowhere to go." "Then will you be my son?" "Father." So familiar? Guan Fuiyun was stunned for a moment, this little brat. So coaxing. Guan Fuiyun smiled, "Well, you can call me godfather or adoptive father." "Father." "Okay, as long as you're happy." "What's your name?" "Dad, are you asking about my personal name or the name of my product?" "What's the meaning?" "My personal name is John, which was given by the scientists who used me for experiments and threw me into a high-temperature furnace. My product name is from the motherland, which was given by the company and will be sold for profit in the future." Guan Fuiyun, grass, a plant, ... Chapter 2 From now on you will be called Azu. Who in the family understands? I'm in Marvel, and I just picked up a man from my motherland, and he wants to follow me. The corners of Guan Fuiyun's mouth twitched. No wonder he is so familiar. If you give him some sunshine, he will shine. If you give him some emotional value, he will call you daddy. It turns out there is a real lack of love. The gold content of this dad can be filled to the fullest. Xiaobizaza means it sincerely. To this, Guan Fuiyun can only say, Blanche. The world was more abstract than he imagined. Actually integrated the character in black robe. As the well-deserved protagonist of the Black Robe series, the Motherland Man is a low-profile Superman without a biological force field. Possess many super abilities, such as super 5 senses, super strength, super speed, clairvoyance, heat vision, and lie detection. And most importantly, the super physical body. He should be 8 years old now, and his mental age is estimated to be only 3 years old, or even 2 years old. But a gentle hug can already crush a woman's spine. The flight speed exceeds the speed of sound. The force can throw a baseball from New York to Boston. Including nuclear bombs, all weapons known to normal humans cannot kill him. The main thing is to make the world explode. And although this little brat has Superman's equipment, he doesn't have Superman's mentality. He grew up in a laboratory and was artificially implanted with the personality of a giant baby. Is a product. Just. If he hadn't hugged Azu, the hatred giant would have really PD'd off this little brat, and they started a fight. It's hard to say who would win. But Azu will not kill fewer people than the hatred giant, that's for sure. Well. How could he be a father? Others could pick up Clark, but he could only pick up Azu? Wrong. To be Superman's father, you must have high moral character and sacrifice yourself for others. Even if you are in danger, you must not expose your son. And if he does something bad, he will be killed by Superman and his friends sooner or later. Being Azu's father. If you encounter any danger or trouble, he can kill the entire presidential palace. After that, he will ask you if you want a hand-ground coffee? How wonderful! How human-like! This is the kind of big boy he wants. In this abstract world, Guanfuyun did as the Romans did, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with killing people. Especially those super criminals who only catch but don't kill them every day, escape from prison and commit crimes over and over again. It's simply funny. The problem is that Azu kills people too casually and crudely, but it doesn't matter. This can be corrected through acquired education. All he needs to do is to be sincere and teach him well, so that he can know that he can't just kill people, but also set fires, and destroy the corpses and eliminate traces. Say it again. Now Azu, with this kind of strength and speed, is definitely a good farmer. Daily cleaning and cleaning. He can do the work of 100 people by himself, so it saves a lot of worry. It doesn't matter if you call me John or a native of the country. These are just part of your past life. Judging from the way you lower your head and are ashamed to talk about it, this past should not be glorious. So, if you don't want to dwell on the past, just treat yourself as a new student now. From now on, I'll call you Azu. The corner of Guanfuyun's mouth rose, a little amused by himself. If you absolutely need a nickname, just call me fellow countryman, which sounds more friendly. Hearing this, Azu suddenly raised his head, his face serious, a little shocked and happy, like a primitive savage caught on fire. Now, the streets were still broken, the flames were still burning, the sky was filled with smoke, and many people were screaming. His super hearing is turned up to maximum. But the whole world is not noisy. Because he could only hear Guanfuyun's voice, which sounded really happy, sincere, and not fake. This made Azu feel particularly at ease. This is the emotion called having a father, which grew in his heart and turned into a moment of happiness. Azu, fellow countryman. This is the name given by my father. Bite. Congratulations to the host for adopting baby number 1, Azu. Reward, a farm. It is located in the outskirts of New York City and covers an area of 200 acres. It has all the necessary documents and can be inspected at any time. Okay. This reward is much needed. Let's go and see our home. Boom. 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 On the side, Hulk arrived belatedly and struggled with Abomination. It's getting lively again. America, a country of agents and spies, has more and more agents. Guanfuyun held Azu's hand and left following the system's guidance. The moment when big hands hold little hands. Azu's body trembled. My eyes were so bright that I almost used laser light. But he fought hard to hold it back. The long-awaited father has arrived, which makes him ecstatic but also makes him worry about gains and losses. His cognition and brain power are beyond ordinary people, so he can't help but think too much, but his mental age is lower than ordinary people, so he always makes mistakes. Worried that I might dissatisfy my father. Azu was full of lust and asked proactively, "Many people here are injured, do we want to save them?" When rescuing people, there must be media and reporters nearby. To laugh. Say with a righteous face, "And you, my friend, you are the real hero." These are the lessons he will learn in the company. Now, it seems that there is a chance to perform and be praised by Dad? No need. Guanfuyun denied. I am very powerful. Dad, I have super ability. I can fight that ugly person. As long as it is your wish, I will do anything. Azu was a little anxious, so he spoke directly to Baolang, his eyes red and warm. In this world, having super ability is a good thing. Guanfuyun touched Azu's dog head, thought for a moment and said, "This means you are a genius. You might have the power to be a superhero. But as your father, I don't want you to be a thankless hero. Being a hero will ruin your life. On the contrary, your super ability and your talent can be used to help you live a better life. The most important thing is that you live a happy life. I don't care about the life or death of others. On the contrary, if you get hurt and get into trouble because you are a hero, I will be very unhappy. After all, no one calls him Dad." Guanfuyun thought so in his heart and said so in his mouth. Bite. Child number 1 Azu's gratitude to the host has skyrocketed. 70%, 80%, 90%. Reward, 10,000 points. Bite. System store is opened. Seeds, breeding pigs, agricultural tools, weapons, super serum. Infinite gloves. You can buy all items here. Good guy. This is TRUE6. For daily needs, you can buy a lot of products with just a few points, which is super convenient and cost-effective. What if it was the Infinity Gauntlet? One costs 500,000 points. Further up, there are various divine tools, infinite gems, gods' bodies, etc. A dazzling array of items. But these are like luxury goods. If you want them, there is no need to buy them. When the time comes, just buy it for 0 yuan, and it will be replaced if it is fake. The bulk of daily points consumption. It has to be a 20,000 time entry extraction activity. Byte. Gratitude degree 90%, additional rewards will be drawn once to develop the entry. Do you want to use it? Yes. Guanfuyun said in his heart. Byte. Congratulations on getting the development entry Sunshine. Sunshine, can become stronger by basking in the sun, but easily thirsty, must drink dairy products to quench thirst. Chapter 3 Teach Azu the Principles of Life. Guanfuyun had a question mark on his face. What is the Gaoba entry? It's a bit strange. I'm not sure. Let's take another look. Never mind. Just give it to Azu. It's not a big deal if you like to drink milk, it's fine. Although he has something, he is not really powerful in the Marvel world where demons are raging. After giving the entry Sunshine, only then does he have the potential to evolve towards the real Superman. Unfortunately, it's still dark now, so I can't see the effect. Guanfuyun first spent some points to buy a black windbreaker that was bulletproof, high temperature resistant, and anti-corrosion in the system store. Shows successful purchase. The clothes were loaded directly onto his body, just like Balala Little Demon Fairy's whole body transformation, which was very convenient. Is it magic? This scene shocked Azu. That's right. Guan said. Can I learn? Azu wanted to express himself again. Look, I'm in a hurry. Guan said, everyone's talents are different. You have your own direction of progress. Your potential is endless, but it's just been delayed by mediocrity. I will help you develop it, Xiaodeng said. He reached out and touched Azu's golden retriever head, and at the same time gave him the word sunshine. Moment. Even at night, with the sunlight reflected by the moon, Azu still felt warm and comfortable all over his body, and every cell was jumping and cheering. A power that was so powerful that it could not be controlled by oneself, and would go berserk when excited. At this moment, it actually works like an arm. And there is a stronger trend. It's Dad. My potential is endless, but only he can help me develop it. Those in the company are all mediocre. Stupid people. Dad is stronger and better. Whatever he says is right. Azu's red eyes gradually disappeared, and he kept roaring in his heart, calling for Daddy. He smiled and asked, Dad, what is Xiaodeng? Well, it's a term of endearment for children in my hometown. Guan said without changing his expression and his heart not beating. Then can I call you Lao Deng? Azu said happily and excitedly. Guan. This little brat. Downtown, fighting is fun. After a fierce battle, explosive memories, and passionate counterattack, the Hulk defeated the abomination, which put a perfect question mark on this chaos between monsters. But people remember Guan more. That ordinary man, with his mortal body, defeated the monster and also shook people's hearts. Even the Hulk needs to be beaten up. Even depleted uranium bombs can only scratch it. Even such a monster would stop and turn over because of a man's back. This adds so much mystery to him. Until now, people may not have accepted the fact that there are monsters like Abomination and Hulk in the world, but they have accepted the setting of the most handsome man. Although few people saw Guan face. But there are already people remembering him. Hulk, may I ask? After fighting life and death for a long time, the supporting role turned out to be myself? 6. On the suburban farm, the moon and stars are sparse. So big! Azu exclaimed. 1 acre is 4,047 square meters, and the area of 200 acres is really large. Especially compared to the narrow laboratory where he used to live, it can be described as vast. When I think of it, this is my father's home and nest. Azu felt unprecedented joy and satisfaction. Guan needs to look more carefully. But when he saw the circle of big trees and barbed wire fence surrounding the farm, there is also a large field in the middle of the farm, as well as supporting water and electricity facilities. The water can be drawn from the well and is clear and sweet. You can generate electricity yourself, including diesel, gasoline, and human power generation. He couldn't help but smile. Very good. For a while, the two of them couldn't sleep at all. I can't take any time off either. Azu, I'll give you a hoe. Go and plow the land. The weeds will cover the ground and fertilize the soil. Azu, come here to generate electricity. Azu, dig deeper into the ground. Yes, 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 and then dig a well and make a fish pond. I'll throw the fry in. Azu, I'll give you the materials to build a pigsty. Azu, use thermal vision to weld the barbed wire here. Azu, plant these vegetable seedlings and let the cattle and sheep pasture. Azu, come and drink some milk. Don't be shy. Drink more. Yes, it's not enough. Azu just needs to be a cow and work hard, while Guan has to think about what to buy and what to arrange, and he is exhausted from talking. But the results are remarkable. The sky is bright. The two of them were sitting on the ridge of the farm, looking at the fish ponds full of fish, the fields full of vegetables, and the noisy cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, and chickens in the fence. There are also bottles and jars in the kitchen, with rice in the rice vat and water in the water vat. I felt comfortable immediately. There is a kind of joy in being able to live here peacefully for a long time and live well. Gudong, gudong. Azu drank the milk transformed by Guanfuyun in big gulps, and Azu felt heartily. Compared to the beauty of this moment, his little blanket seemed irrelevant and insignificant. When he thought that all this was the result of his busy work and that he had helped his father a lot, Azu felt a sense of accomplishment. He was so happy. Azu. At this time, Guanfuyun yawned and said, "You have to remember." Azu pricked up his ears. Guanfuyun continued, "From now on, whoever steps on our land and damages our crops will be killed and buried in the soil. The most important thing in life is to be clean. Don't get it all over your face, don't leave fingerprints and traces everywhere. Thermal vision is good, but destroying corpses and removing traces is even better. Only in this way can we preserve the beauty of this moment, do you understand?" Azu looked serious, and thoughtful, and nodded. He remembered every word Guanfuyun said. "Then emphasize in your mind. Dad is right." Finished. Guanfuyun was really hungry, so he went to the kitchen, slaughtered an old hen, shredded the chicken berries, added dried bamboo shoots, and made a pot of fresh soup. Then scalded 2 bowls of rice noodles. "Bring it to Azu." "Thank you, Dad." Azu was so flattered that he took a sip and his eyes widened immediately. For a moment, I doubted my life. Is this something people eat? This is obviously God's delicacy. Take another bite. Still so delicious. It was so delicious that his whole body was physically floating, and he completely forgot to clean the blanket. Suck, suck. He was eating like a wild boar, smacking his lips crazily and making rude sounds. Guanfuyun. This little brat. I haven't had a good temperament since I was a child. Bite. Child number 1 Azu, the level of gratitude has increased. 90%, 95%. There is also the blessing of not eating the face. Guanfuyun smiled. Chapter 4 Snake and Shield comes to visit. 1 month passed in a hurry. It seems that because of the integration of Black Robe and Marvel World, the timeline has also changed. In this month, not many people died in New York City. No big deal. But Guanfuyun and Azu didn't go out, they just stayed at the farm. One knows everything and feels it is not new, and then becomes lazy and only wants to have a half day of leisure. One is a giant baby who only wants to listen to his father's words and perform hard. Whenever he is praised a word or two, he will be happy to heaven. It's true that inner 8 go to heaven. Now Azu can fly outside the blue star, be in the space environment, and absorb the rising eastern twilight crazily. And therefore, his body is completely in the rhythm of abnormal development. It's only been a month. It was as if several years had passed and the person had evolved into a youth form, revealing a face that was slightly immature, but was indeed Anthony's face. This change made him uneasy. But when Guanfuyun said, "It looks more pleasing to the eye this way, very handsome, your talent has been realized, Dad is proud of you," Xiaobao immediately became happy again and smiled. He likes to play ball with Guanfuyun with all his strength, use his heat vision to perform scraping and cupping on Guanfuyun, and take his father who is a little afraid of heights to the sky. I prefer plowing the land, growing vegetables, watering, and taking care of the cattle and sheep every day. And listening to my father tell me stories and the principles of life. For example, the guy who said, "Hey, it's worth dying to see this scene." The Bruce Wayne in another world is the same as the Tony shit in this world. They are equally conceited and self-righteous. They are just like Millikan now, trying hard to package and be a superhero, but the result is to cause greater trouble to the world. Another example is the Xavier Academy for the Gifted reported on TV. The bald guy Professor X is the most hypocritical mutant in the world. He was very busy throughout his life, but he didn't know what he was busy with. When he was old, he had nothing to do, and he was miserable and miserable. Another example is that he and Guanfuyun are not biological father and son. But according to the rules of my father's hometown, if a child is not raised before he is born, he can be compensated for it by cutting off his finger, but if he is not born and raised, he will never be able to repay it for a lifetime. In other words, he and his father still have a fate that lasts forever. This made him feel fulfilled and happy. At the same time, he is also working hard, constantly training his ability, and seriously learning the skills of being a human being. Try to impress the young dad. Faster speed and strength, coupled with super 5 senses and perspective, allow me to perform more precise operations, such as ejecting a coin/stone/needle to kill someone. Thermal vision can be used to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. If you want to better hide fingerprints, smells and other biological information, you need a uniform. The most important thing in life is to be clean. Azu exercised his body and used his brain. The more he thought about his father's teachings, the more reasonable he felt. How could there be such a handsome father with such amazing wisdom in the world? It really makes people envious and jealous. Oh! It turns out to be his father. That's okay. Azu thought about it and felt so beautiful that he let out a silly smile. Suddenly, his ears twitched and his nose twitched. Stopped exercising. The breathing in the room is even and long. Dad is still taking a lunch break. Azu came to a conclusion. Although Guanfuyun is invincible, no one can hurt him even a hair. But he is indeed an ordinary person. You will be tired and need to rest. Especially after playing with yourself, you need to be more lazy. Besides Dad, there are 2 other people approaching the farm. Their smell is unfamiliar, and their footsteps are very light, as if they are deliberately suppressed. Who is it? For what? Azu frowned, a little irritated. If they come in and step on our vegetable patch, they will bury it immediately. This way you won't disturb Dad's lunch break. Azu thought so. He couldn't help but think this way, because his father was in pain and he was unhappy. Then, he just held his breath and stopped breathing. The whole figure seemed to have disappeared, without making any movement, observing secretly from a distance, looking at the open door. Hello? Is anyone there? 2 men in black suits walked in. They looked around and were a little confused when they found no one. Are you kidding me? Such a big farm, so many cattle and sheep. Just leave it open like this? No one is watching? Not to mention setting up a sniper, at least someone needs to be walking around with a spray gun, right? Otherwise, it would be like buying it for 0 yuan. Is the atmosphere in America so good? The black suit on the left opens. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a scam, maybe there are landmines ahead. The man in the black suit on the right said firmly. He already felt chills running down his spine and sweat dripping down his back. As a result, the 2 of them did not even dare to take a step forward, let alone investigation. He just stood there as if he was petrified. Until Guanfuyun wakes up from sleep. Dad, someone is looking for you outside. Azu was serving tea and water. Who? Guanfuyun yawned. He's Milliken's agent. The official signature on the certificate seems to be called S.H.I.E.L.D. Their names are Phil Cowlson and Grant Ward. Azu had already seen it through perspective. Guanfuyun waved his hand, let them come in. He was not surprised that the Snake Shield Bureau came to visit. What these so-called secret agents like most is to dig out, control, and expose other people's secrets. And he is not afraid. The first is combat power, he is true immortal. Even if all the soldiers, weapons, and superheroes from all over the United States are brought in, he can't break his defense. It can't even imprison or seal him. It may take some time and be a bit troublesome. But he is destined to kill anyone if he wants to. Secondly, as a time traveler, his only relatives, friends, and concerns now are the sunshine in front of him, Azu. Except for the absence of the biological force field, Azu is completely Superman. A great Azu. Not to mention Snake and Shield, most supervillains who want to use Azu to threaten him will be crushed by Azu first. So he can do whatever he wants. Hello, Mr. Guan. A middle-aged uncle with a sky-high hairline and a kind face was led into the living room by Azu. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Coulson. At the same time, he turned sideways, pointed at the unsmiling man behind him, and said, "This is Ward. We are agents of SHIELD." Hearing this, Guan Fuan looked pitiful. No way. Now on the stage, what appears in front of him is Funny, a well-known good guy among agents. Big fan of Captain America. Fighting cows and horses among cows and horses. He has to work on the set of Iron Man, go to New Mexico to pick up the Thor hammer, and be responsible for related work on the Tesseract. It was even said that the superheroes were losing their temper and fighting on their own, so they had to die once to use his head so that the Avengers could assemble. It's not over even after death. He also has to be RD and RD by alien-loving aliens, resurrected with braised eggs, and then beaten to death and treated like a beast. It can be said to be a lifetime. The other one, Ward, is even more heavyweight. He is only loyal to Hydra's agent, his adoptive father Garrett. In other words, he can be ABD for both Hydra and SHIELD. Mission: impossible. Now, seeing the two men showing their IDs, Guan Fuan suddenly said, "What is SHIELD? I don't understand. Please spell out the full English name of your department, including every letter." Coulson, Ward. No, man. They have been walking around the streets for so many years, and all they have encountered are simpler way of speaking. This is the first time that someone is curious about the whole story. What's more terrible is, they themselves have forgotten to work hard. For example, Ward just froze on the spot, and it would be enough if he didn't shout "Long live Hydra." It had to be Coulson, who shook off his baggage and said, "Strategic Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, or SHIELD. So hard? No wonder you are a cow and a horse." Guan Fuan was amused and said to Azu, "Bring him some melon seeds." Chapter 5: Azu, showing his domineering attitude and seeking death. Hearing this, Azu grinned and made a pig noise. He knows about melon seeds. Basically equal to "this is a fool." But the two seemingly well-trained agents looked confused and politely thanked them. This is a joke that only belongs to him and his father. Thinking of this, Azu smiled even more happily. The boss was grinning like a naughty kid who got his beloved toy, which was quite inexplicable. This exaggerated and mentally retarded performance made the two agents look at Guan Fuan with a hint of admiration. After all, looking at the information and files, we can see that he is a Hyuxia who worked hard in New York and also adopted a mentally retarded person who was completely unrelated to him. This is amazing. Seeing that Coulson was still addicted to melon seeds, Guan Fuan couldn't help it anymore and pointed at his head. "The work of S.H.I.E.L.D. must be very stressful, right? With such thin hair, someone who didn't know better would have thought he was 20 years old." Programmer. You are so funny. Coulson smiled awkwardly but politely. Heart. Can you speak? What does it mean to be a 20-year-old programmer? As a 20-year-old programmer, can my hair be as vibrant as mine? He was complaining madly in his heart. Ah ha 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 ha. On the side, Azu, who can pass the Super 5-sense lie detection and evaluate psychological activities, burst into laughter and rolled on the ground. Coulson. Ward, what is he laughing at? It's funny to laugh at you. Guan Fuan said, "I'm a grown-up, that's all I have. If you don't like what you hear, just get out. This is a big deal." As soon as he said this, Azu looked proud, elated and happy again. Ward. Coulson, well, actually, Mr. Officer, we have business to do. Let it go. Guan said. 1 month ago, hatred caused bloodshed in Brooklyn, New York City. Someone blocked it. The reporter took a photo that is destined to shock the world. Is this photo of you? Coulson spoke, or rather asked. The Marvel world is very abstract. On the one hand, there are high-tech explosions, such as laser guns, floating carriers, starships, and Iron Man armors, all emerging one after another. On the other hand, supplies are poor, and the slums have been buying for 0 yuan, beating their heads to pieces for a piece of bread. On the one hand, satellite technology and eavesdropping technology are developed. On the other hand, there is basically no household registration or registration. All you need to do is change a city and apply for a fake certificate, and you are a new person. Under such circumstances, the Snake and Shield Bureau actually came to visit. There is a bit of bad luck on him. It's me. Guan said. Is it you? Coulson frowned, wanting to confirm, then you saved a little boy. It's him. Guan pointed at Azu. Is it him? Coulson felt like he was being teased again. He shook his head and pointed at the photo. It doesn't look like it. At that time, Azu was still very thin. Guan. It still doesn't look like it. This is not the same person at all. Coulson pointed to the photo. He is only 8 years old. Azu is also 8 years old. Guan. What the hell is this 8 years old? Coulson shook his head and said nothing. Not only was he certain that Azu was not a little boy. I am even more certain that the man in front of me is not the hate blocker in the photo. Guan was just making fun of him. These Hyuxia are like this, they are not afraid of anything, they dare to say anything, and they dare to joke about anything. It's not like the Hyuxia Americans who have been beautified, they just dress themselves up like buffoons, get beaten up, and then play Joker on the street with a plaque that says Americans don't beat up Americans. Sorry to bother you, farewell. The 2 agents left in a hurry and turned into silhouettes. Azu witnessed the whole process and suddenly said, Dad, that man named Ward has malicious intentions towards us. He is showing his domineering attitude and is looking for death. Guan affirmed, very good, very detailed observation. Ward is the Hydra agent I told you. He made Dad unhappy. Azu began to frown. A little. Guan nodded, because once the peaceful life is broken, life will become more and more abstract. Then I'll kill them. Azu's eyes turned red. Guan looked at him quietly. It won't leave any traces. I don't even need to use too many abilities to cause a car accident. Azu argued. Not enough. Guan shook his head and said, I told you it was a Hydra. What problem can be solved by killing one of the minions? Either don't kill or kill them all. There is an old saying in my hometown, which is that if the grass is cut without removing the root, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Besides, Azu, my dear son, you are the real king. You were born to do great things. Why don't you think about controlling Hydra yourself once and for all? Hearing this, Azu was immediately shocked. He is only 8 years old. Is it too early to study world domination now? He was a little at a loss and said nervously, Is this really okay? I'm afraid I'll screw up, Dad. It doesn't matter. Guan said, If things go well, you will be my best friend. If things go wrong, you will still be my best friend. What matters is not other people or other things, but your feelings, Azu. And if you really want to succeed, I will help you, Xiao Deng. After listening to this, Azu felt that the corpse was warm and the spots on the corpse were faded. He nodded solemnly, I understand, Lao Deng said. He planned to go out to do great things, etc. Guanfuyun stopped and said, I have prepared some gifts for you. People at marvel. How can you show off without a uniform? He waved his hand, and a set of uniforms that could be exchanged for 100 points, had outstanding performance, and could withstand most battles and impacts, was thrown out. The style is similar to the original Azu's battlesuit in black robe. But the paint is black. Also, Superman's black-rimmed glasses, after wearing them, others will most likely not be able to recognize your face. Go out and show off your power. Just show up and show off your power. This is just for daily wear. Guanfuyun explained, this is also 100 points. Since adopting Azu, he can be rewarded with 100 points every day, and he can make money by sitting on the land, and he lacks nothing. And after a month of getting along, he also understood what it means to systematically cultivate adults. For example, Tony Shit, he is the boss of Stark Industries, a billionaire, and a playboy. He is not an adult like this. Only when he becomes Iron Man can he be considered a person and have the ability to survive in the Marvel world. Likewise, Guanfuyun also needs to arrange a career and life plan for Azu and truly realize it. It also brings the role of an old father into full play. Now, I wish you happy killing. Guanfuyun looked forward to it, gave Azu a large bucket of milk and said, you must be a good person. Chapter 6 Azu's Life Goal. Don't worry, Dad. In the name of my father, I must be a good person. I have the uniform I longed for, as well as disguise glasses and breasts. Azu was so happy that he did the splits. He held the milk pail in his arms, flew into the sky in a dark and twisted posture, and whizzed away. Straight up to the sky. Yes. Dad is right, he doesn't need to care about the ants, he can just go and fight the floating carrier. Strengthened by sunlight and milk, Azu's physical strength was endless and his heat vision was extremely strong. He flew faster and faster, and even in the Aegis probe, it was just a blurry afterimage. Snap! On board the floating carrier, Azu's perspective and Super 5 senses are fully opened, and the surrounding space, people, and facilities are all three-dimensionally presented, giving you an unobstructed view. He easily calculated the best infiltration route. Well, dive in. Despite all the steel and weapons, this floating carrier, in Azu's eyes, was no more than a plastic toy. As long as he exerts a little force, he can make it fall with a glare. But that doesn't make sense. First, he came to conquer. Second, as my father said, the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind. With his current strength, he can become a very good mantis. If he is good enough and knows how to behave, he can hunt even an oriole. But if you act arrogantly, you may become a cicada. The world is big and dangerous. Azu couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but he would not and would never question his father's words. Everything Dad said is right. He just needs to obey. Shield, in a corridor of the helicarrier, an agent saw a guy in strange clothes, drinking milk, walking silently, as if he was floating at low altitude. He only glanced at it and had no time to react. Boom! The scarlet heat vision penetrated him directly. Like a flashlight. When the heat vision was first emitted, it was only the size of the pupil, but after a certain distance, it actually expanded to half a meter thick. Direct exposure to high temperature vaporizes the agent. Evaporated. To be a good person, you cannot do without warmth. Azu nodded. His father said that his heat vision was a magic weapon for killing vegetables, and it was indeed true. After being strengthened and developed by absorbing sunlight, it's even more fun for him to abuse food. Go all the way. Simply invincible. Who can stop Go de Olius Shenyang Superman? His actions were too fast and too efficient. So much so that Luoden, who had no idea where he was, had no idea that someone on the mothership had disappeared. Certainly. It's okay for him to know. Just like the warlords of America, if braised eggs cannot do anything else, it will need funds. A bag of parts costing $90,000, 3 trolleys costing $170,000. Under the nourishment of these tools, the American aircraft carrier was about to burst. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. be an exception? Many of the equipment on the floating carrier are out of action. Let's talk about the soldiers. Diversity and legality are popular in America today. Diversity allows soldiers to change gender and makeup, and legality allows soldiers to take drugs. Sometimes people disappear, probably just to relax. What's all the fuss about? Right. This also explains why S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra and became mentally retarded. And often performs operations that make people mentally retarded. The missing parts in comics and movies can easily be supplemented by reality. Even this ethos has influenced Hydra. Let this terrorist organization, which was supposed to sweep the world and be everywhere, slowly transform into an international resource-sharing platform. There are quite a few smugglers who eat and drink around every day. During meetings, they would shout the slogan "Conquer the world" twice to express the meaning of "I want to make progress and make money," but then it becomes boring. So they couldn't stop Azu. At this time, in the Hydra branch, SHIELD, the respected S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran minister Alexander Pierce was elegantly shaking a red wine glass. He walked into the secret room. I saw a guy wearing a black combat uniform and a metal prosthetic leg looked like a dead thing, standing still. He is Bucky Barnes, Hydra's legendary killer ace, the Winter Soldier. Steve Rogers is alive and he's back. Like an old ghost abandoned by the times, bumping into the streets recklessly. Nick Fury went to pay attention to another boy who was dug out. This is our opportunity. Insight Project launched. Steve, Falcon, Natasha Romanoff are all targets. Pierce told of his plan, a mass assassination. He knows this. Assassinate other countries' political figures, create chaos and crisis, then resell arms, and finally use the media to portray the resistors as terrorists and call on allies to fight, bite, and carve up the country. Not smart, shameless but effective. While talking, Pierce called his subordinate, Hydra agent, Garrett, codenamed Acute Eyes, and was about to give orders. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly I heard a careless exclamation. Then I saw a blond man in a cloak holding a wooden bucket of milk in both hands and sucking it. His feet were off the ground, his eyes were filled with scarlet destructive heat, and he said in an innocent but unquestionable tone, "Who is the leader of the snake here? Come out and kneel down, I have something to tell you." Pierce gave the Winter Soldier an order. Whoosh! The next moment, the well-trained, murderous, and terrifying Winter Soldier rushed forward, brandishing his iron arm and knife. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the countless sharp blades that cut throats shattered the moment they touched Azu's skin. Yo yo yo, isn't this Winter Soldier? The killer who caused such a fuss and was reported on by TV stations, is actually in S.H.I.E.L.D. Like Walt, do you also raise supervillains? Then your packaging of superheroes is too amateurish. TV, movies, peripherals, how can you make money if you don't have anything? A pig's brain. Walter's courses and Guan Fuan's words and deeds were combined in a wonderful way. Azu suddenly had an idea and came up with the idea of opening a vodka company in Marvel. It's called Daddy's Got It All Company. When the time comes, I will be responsible for drinking milk and making money to support the family, and Dad just needs to lie down. If Dad has nothing to do, you can give him some beauties, but you can't let him have an empty nest. Bite. Child number 1, Azu, determines his life goal, to open a company similar to Walt's at Marvel. Reward, 10,000 points. In the farm, Guan Fuan sat up in shock as he was dying of illness. He never expected such a divine unfolding. Zhubeo is just different. He smiled inexplicably, and then said, "System, draw a cultivation entry." Byte. 20,000 points are consumed, and the remaining points are 2,600 points. Get development entry, spiritual support. Spiritual support, the father is the spiritual support of the child. As long as he thinks of you, the child will have no worries at all. By the way, it can resist the mental ability effect. This is pretty good. Guanfuyun directly gave Azu the entry remotely. Chapter 7 Azu, the God of Hydra. Weak, too weak. You don't even have the strength to hit someone, but you still say you are a Hydra. This iron arm is really handsome. Take it off and take it home as a figurine for Dad. Serpent Shield Bureau, floating carrier. With childlike movements, Azu dismantled the Winter Soldier, punched Bucky's head open, and then burned the remains with his heat vision. This scene made Pierce's eyelids twitch. Oh my god! This is the Winter Soldier. He's a cyborg, a super soldier, and a world-class killer. Even if the American captain comes, we can only fight him 50-50, right? Who is this person? At this moment, Pierce finally panicked, but just like Milligan, the more he panicked, the more he wanted to show his teeth and claws. He said fiercely, "Are you going to make an enemy of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D? I admit that you have some strength and can sit at the dining table, but your family may not necessarily become food." Boom! Before he finished speaking, his heat vision came out. Pierce's head exploded and shattered into pieces. Azu, with red eyes, turned his head and looked at Garrett. He smiled brightly and said like a sunny and cheerful boy, "Can you understand human speech?" "Of course, sir." Garrett kowtowed directly, "I am your dog. I will do whatever you ask me to do." He joined Hydra and pursued fame and fortune all his life. In the end, he became terminally ill and now relies on the serum developed by his Centipede project to survive. In other words, he really wants to live. The desire to survive makes him aware of current affairs. Azu asked again, "Can you accept and take over the power of this Hydra branch?" "Okay." Garrett nodded wildly. His Hydra power in S.H.I.E.L.D is already inferior to that of one person and more than 10,000 people. Now just inherit directly. Very good. Azu nodded. If he wanted to open a Chowing company, he would need Hydra's media influence. Nothing else matters. Azu drank the milk, smacked his lips, and said intoxicatedly, "You are insects, weak and pitiful. I don't need you to do anything, but I need you not to do anything. Understand?" Garrett, "Got it. You understand, I'm very happy." Azu said wildly as if he was drunk while drinking milk, "But some Hydras don't understand, and I'm not happy. Convene a meeting of smugglers. I want to see who agrees and who opposes." The nth Hydra high-level virtual projection conference was held at SHIELD. The seats were packed. Garrett took Pierce's place and explained the situation. The snakeheads who were just waiting to die and lacked professionalism also bowed before their heads and shouted, "Welcome the return of the God of Hydra." The only one who dissents is the smuggler at the Sokovia base, Baron Strucker. Unlike most people who mess around. Although this guy was knocked unconscious by Steve in Avengers 2, he can really jump. He sneered, "A bunch of insects. You have long forgotten the goal of Hydra. How can we conquer the world with you?" After saying that, he hung up. "Mr. Fellow Countryman." Garrett broke into a cold sweat and his lips were trembling. Unlike Serpent Shield, the Hydra in the Sokovia base is very pure, has strong soldiers and horses, and has always listened to instructions but not propaganda. Now the fellow villagers can't sneak in and behead them. You won't make him angry, right? I will only feel sorry for you. Azu said nonchalantly, "Go and arrange some manpower. Are you going to gather troops and start a war with the Sokovia base?" Garrett wiped his sweat and spoke like a eunuch. No, they are mainly responsible for confusing the audience, cleaning up the scene, and filming me. Remember to look cool. I want to show my dad how handsome I am, and he will be proud of me. A few hours later. Sokovia Base. All forces, especially reporters and media, have been prepared in advance, but they have all become deaf and dumb. Then Garrett, who led a small team of photographers and agents, came to Azu and reported, "It's ready. Check again." Azu stood in the sun, still drinking milk, his whole body was shining, like an energy cannon charging up. Be clean and be cautious. This is also my father's teaching. He took it to heart. It's checked. Garrett came again after a while, everything is perfect. The constant review and confirmation gave him some confidence. I was about to ask where to sneak in and how to behead someone. Then Azu put down the milk and his eyes turned red. Boom! The hot sight, as scarlet as blood, came out of the eyes. It spanned hundreds of meters in an instant. When it landed on the gate of the Sokovia base, the laser was already several meters thick. Carrying a destructive power that seemed to destroy the world, it directly penetrated the Sokovia base and the mountain behind it. Then, Azu tilted his head and shifted his heat vision, tearing apart the mountain and its base like a cake. Boom! 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 Various explosions were heard, and ammunition depots were ignited and exploded, exacerbating the destruction. Enemy attack. Damn it, could it be S.H.I.E.L.D. calling? No. There is only one goal. Only then did the peripheral agents react. Da-da-da. Biu-biu. The cannon rotated, the tank pressed down on the ground, and countless bullets and lasers hit Azu. The scene was spectacular, but the effect was like child's play. The yellow bullets smashed into pieces of iron, and the laser shattered like flying flowers. Azu's clothes didn't even wrinkle. Whoosh! Just by flying and landing, the wind pressure brought by him can crush the human body. Appearing like ghosts behind the two mutants. Azu stretched out his hands, made fists, and hit them all. Boom! The violent force penetrated the air and made an explosion. This force first fell on the heads of the two mutants and then spread. Bang bang! The two mutant agents had their heads punched into their chests, then their chests exploded, and their spines and internal organs flew out. Where is Baron Strucker? Azu came to a frightened agent, and after he showed him the way, he shot a double peek into his ears and made a person into a whole person. Where is Baron Strucker? Boom! Strucker! Bang! Asking for directions while killing, like on an outing, Azu jumped to Baron Strucker. At this time, this once arrogant and rebellious man was already waving the white flag. Today, the supreme god of Hydra comes to Sokovia, which will always be loyal to him. Baron Strucker is singing the praises. Bah! When Azu saw that he was talking so much, he was afraid that it would delay him from sending a pretentious video to his father, so he immediately trampled him to death. After being out for a long time, I missed my dad. And deep inside this base, there is actually a scarlet life form that even my own clairvoyant eyes cannot see through. He didn't make his own decision, but just called Daddy. Call your father over and show him your achievements and subordinates. If you show them off, you will definitely be praised. Don't mess around, do things carefully, and get praise +1. He earns twice. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 8 Azu breaks the defense Professor X. Video sent. Well done. The official floating cloud replied in seconds. Azu smiled stupidly. Do. Immediately afterwards, Guanfuyun called, "Ask your men to come and pick me up. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you for being such a noob." Azu giggled crazily, almost smiling. At the same time, inside Xavier Academy for the Gifted, the bald man, Professor. He put a condom on himself, and then the spiritual power was as wide as the sea, but only as deep as a stream. It instantly enveloped the world. In the sea of consciousness as vast as stars, the old Professor X accurately located Azu. This new, immature individual just now destroyed Hydra's base and released many mutants. He was delighted. However, when the spiritual power really touched it, I saw corpses and killings everywhere. Why? Professor X couldn't help but sigh. Is it Eric again? He went astray. Professor. Just because an individual is extraordinary or mutated does not mean that the spirit is equally powerful. Rarely do both. Just like his old friend Magneto. For decades, he never took off his helmet, and he didn't know how oily his head was. Professor. But. Roll. The moment he was about to see Azu's soul window, a handsome man in a black trench coat appeared and scolded Professor X. This scene directly affects reality. Father. Azu was surprised, and then realized that it was not a real person, but a projection of Dad's mind. Someone is attacking his soul. It was his father's power that protected him. Dad is here, Dad is always here. Realize this. Azweel was very worried. He was confident and looked around, seeing those agents who seemed to have been suspended in time. Think again about Dad's teachings. Azu suddenly understood and said politely, Charles, is that you? Fake squid. Get out. My child, you are very talented, but your temper is not very good. Hearing this, a Hydra agent beside Azu suddenly spoke. The words are full of vicissitudes of life. Like a man of amazing wisdom. But it's just a likeness. Recalling his father's evaluation of Professor Charles, you are so hypocritical. With that said, Azu used his heat vision and shot the possessed agent to death. I just want to help you. Another person continued to speak, admonishing, stop killing. Help me. Are you helping me kill, helping me become stronger, or helping me live? You can't just restrict me, discipline me, castrate my emotions, and turn me into your shape, right? Azu's mind is not mature. But he instinctively compared Guanfuan and Charles and could easily draw a conclusion. One is to trust him, fulfill him, and protect him wholeheartedly. One who wants to spy on him and control him without saying a word. This is not a question of which one is better or worse. But there is no one in the world who can compare with Guanfuan. Azu sneered, you want me not to kill people? It's simple, just don't let the ghost take over. He punched the agent to death. Why? Soon, another person came over and said seriously, please trust me, child. I have seen too many talented mutants sink into the sea of hatred. They were not happy. So annoying. Azu killed another person and said loudly, do you really want to help me? Or rather, help the mutants in your eyes? Certainly. Can you really control the world with your mind? Certainly. So, may I ask? Did you know this place before I appeared here? Did you help them? Okay, why don't you pretend to be an expert if you don't say anything? Azu threw out a document and said, William Stryker, this man has been conducting experiments on mutants. This is the address of his current base. Now that you know it, what will you do? The words fell. Another Hydra agent, possessed by a ghost, came out and sighed, I have an agreement with Millie Kean. They allowed Xavier's Academy for the Gifted to exist and gave the X-Men some law enforcement powers. Accordingly, I cannot use my super ability to influence or interfere with the official. Azu trampled the agent to death and crushed him, and said, then why are you pretending to be crazy now? You idiot! Azu was so annoyed that he complained crazily, speaking of Xavier Academy for Geniuses, it's even more hilarious. You take them in, you give them an education, and then what? After graduation? Where do they go to work? How are they going to live? Has their position in society changed? The resources you use to support them come from the capital and family behind you. They come from exploitation, so how can you not make people hate you? Say no more. Even if you treat them as a product, if this product doesn't even have a place to sell it in the end, isn't it a waste product? The force called Magneto is getting bigger and bigger. You don't think those are wild mutants, do you? There was silence for a long time. This time no one appeared, but a voice came from the speaker, but even so, I am a hero. My child, you can also be a hero. Azu tore open the wall, came to the control room, killed another person with his heat vision, and then said, my father said, you must first be a human being, and then be a hero for fun. You might be a shining superhero. But more often than not, you are more like a product, a funny product, an awkward and inconsistent product. You are not human, Charles. This time, Azu didn't hold back any longer. He looked at everyone he saw and killed them all, and I am a person, a living and consistent person. I don't need to be a superhero, I just need to be a super son. So, you can continue your super English game. When you shine, I will applaud you like a circus performer. If you are my enemy, I will also try to kill you, or start with a dog or a bug, until I destroy Xavier Academy for Geniuses and make you howl like a wild dog whose tail has been stepped on. I'm Daddy's son, I can do whatever I want. This time, there was no response. Because I can't respond. Xavier Academy for Geniuses, Professor. As Professor X, Charles has a strong mind. But it doesn't mean it won't break the defense. For example, when Deadpool told him that the entire Marvel world was just a comic book, Charles was furious. The same is true now. Compared to Marvel, anyone in the black robe world is closer to a normal person. Chapter 9 Baby Number 2, Wanda. Before coming, Guanfuyun had thought that Azu would do great things. But I didn't expect him to be so capable. Not only did he completely subdue Hydra and become the god of Hydra, he also actually controlled most of SHIELD. Professor X was so angry that he vomited blood. When all this was served, the trembling Hydra agent was served. He was really shocked and couldn't help but taste it over and over again. As he walked along the way, he was given green lights, respected, and given gifts. He was really happy too. It's great to have a son. You don't have to pretend to be awesome, just enjoy it now, it's so nice. Especially. Official Fuyun made no secret of the pleasure brought by Azu. He enjoyed it all the way and came to the base laughing. Seeing this scene, Azu was even more relieved and happier than him. I felt elated on the spot. Well done. Azu, I'm proud of you. Guanfuyun pulled the cloak off of Azu, who was so happy that he flew up, and then rewarded him with a bucket of milk. Thank you, Dad. Azu, the god of Hydra, drinks milk happily as if there is no one around. Dad gave it to me, a good thing. Just eat and enjoy. If anyone looks at him strangely, it's not his problem. If you watch too much and get upset, just kill it. But you still have to be a clean person, killing people, setting fires, breaking bones and scattering ashes all at once, otherwise Dad will be unhappy. Guan, Mr. Guan. Because Azu killed many Hydras, Agent Ward was also transferred. Less than a day later, he watched as the mentally retarded person he knew transformed into the god of Hydra, stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He saw Guanfuyun lying down and becoming the Supreme Emperor. The worldview is really in continual collapse. Think again. Compared to the children's channel and the moody fellow villagers, Mr. Guan, as the leading brother, is obviously more reassuring. This is the information you want. Ward was almost like a child, nodding and bowing at 90 degrees. Guanfuyun glanced at it. The truth is true. The scarlet that Azu couldn't see through was the one. It's still some time before Avengers 2, so she shouldn't be too old. Guanfuyun told the agents to stay away. Wanda Maximoff? Is that guy's name? Dad, do you know her? Azu asked. Yes. Guanfuyun affirmed. Who is she? Azu turned into a curious baby and asked while drinking milk. Do you remember the future I told you about? Guanfuyun confessed, she is the future Scarlet Witch, one of the most powerful people on this planet. And there's a good chance she'll be adopted by me. Hearing this, Azu was a little surprised and a little jealous, and whispered softly, Are you the same as me? No, the same. I only fought tooth and nail for you. Guanfuyun continued and sighed, Only with you can I feel like a father. There are only two of us who need each other the most. With you, I can unscrupulously reveal the future, trust and entrust you without any reservation, because you are so virtuous. Not anyone else. If I talk to them too much, I'm afraid that if they shout about bondage or justice, they will rush up and sacrifice me to heaven. Azu was puzzled and aggrieved. If this is the case, why do you still adopt others? Similar job. Guanfuyun said seriously, in an ordinary family. The father must work very hard and make money in order to pay tuition and living expenses for his children. And we are different. Azu, you are very powerful. Even my father is envious of your strength. But there are always people in this world who are stronger. In order to prevent those people and those disasters from harming you, I must carry out adoption work and save money. Only in this way can I conjure milk, uniforms, and props out of thin air, and protect you from being controlled by others. Do you understand? This is easy to understand. Azu's eyes suddenly widened. There was a shock like an enlightenment in his eyes, the joy of disappearing doubts and grievances, and also empathy and guilt for his old father's hard work. There is also a trace of little animal-like pride and joy. Azu said happily, in other words, others are work, and we are life. It's father and son. Azu was almost crazy with joy, and his mouth was twisted into a smile. Azu said sensibly, Then, let's go see Wanda. Deep in the base that cannot be discovered by any detector, this is where Wanda is. Oh. A girl wearing a white prison uniform with big dark circles under her eyes, like a red panda. He was hugging his knees, squatting and leaning in the dark corner of the cell, his little head shaking and dozing off. Although the Scarlet Witch in the future can tear apart Thanos, the purple sweet potato spirit who looks like a drugged swimmer who can't win. But now Wanda is just an unfortunate mutant girl. Her poor, inconstant mutant ability, modifies probability. It can neither restore her lost family and relatives, nor save herself. He could only stay in a dark cage every day, continue high-intensity and boring training, and be scolded by researchers. Such a life is like a nightmare, bleak and dull. But today, the situation seems to have changed. First there was a noisy, sensational explosion, then a scream. After a moment of silence, there were footsteps approaching. None of this cheered up the dazed little girl. Until there was a bang. The prison door was kicked open by someone, and the door panel hit the ground, stirring up dust particles as happy as elves. The unrestrained light from the incandescent lamp in the corridor made the girl unable to open her eyes for a while. She could only see the silhouette of a certain human being standing at the door. His figure seemed to be swallowed up by the white light, tall and mysterious. She was left with only an abstract silhouette. But fortunately, the silhouette became clearer and clearer. It was a handsome young man wearing a black trench coat, black hair, and black eyes. The man knelt down, touched her head, and said softly, "Hello, Wanda." Hello. Where's your family? Died in an accident. Where is your brother? He was adopted by kind-hearted people. So, are you alone now? Wanda. Then will you come with me? Guanfuyun stretched out his hand towards the freak. My name is Guanfuyun. Of course, you can also call me Godfather. I can afford it. The girl was stunned for a moment. But something went wrong. She also put her hand on it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for adopting baby number 2, Wanda. Reward: the farm area is expanded by 50 acres. The villa is expanded and rooms are added. Wanda's house is decorated with zinc. Chapter 10 Azu, I want foreigners to die. Outside the prison. Azu, the little brat, pricked up his ears and eavesdropped the whole time. Of course the perspective is also turned on. But in his eyes, Wanda is not a cute little girl with red hair, but a ball of scarlet unknown gas. She wants to call her godfather. Only I can call you daddy. I won. He seemed to have confirmed something and breathed a sigh of relief. Her ability is to modify the probability. And can't control it perfectly. Too weak. I win again. The corners of Azu's mouth rose. Dad only told her about Hydra, nothing about Marvel, Vought, and the future. Sure enough, only I am special. Hey hey hey. Azu laughed out loud. There is no happiness without contrast. He is very happy now, contented, and happy again. When Wanda, who was dirty and had dark circles under her eyes, followed Guanfuyun out, she saw a handsome blonde guy laughing like a maggot outside. This is a heavyweight, my great eldest son, Azu. Guanfuyun said. Sworn brother. Wanda was as angry as a gossamer and her voice was soft. This time, Azu felt happy again. Now he has a young father, a cute girl, and a career outside. He is at the peak of his life. Who invented the official cloud? What a great invention! Explain. Who do you hate the most in this base? I can put them in red bean paste. They're all chug. Azu patted his chest as a sign of goodwill. Wanda. She was stunned again. But the future Scarlet Witch was originally a sweet-tempered person, but now she is only in her teens, and she does not insist on kindness or justice. Her. Him. It. Start ordering troops and generals directly. Whoever he clicked on, Azu's heat vision would pass by in the next second, and he would be burned. Thank you bro. Wanda is so cute. It was okay that she didn't speak, but when she spoke, she was so cute and full of emotional value that Azu almost killed her. He likes this feeling of being useful the most. After a bloodbath, Garrett and Ward were ordered to integrate Hydra, mainly to purify the power in the media field. Azu took Guanfuyun with him, and Guanfuyun held Xiao Wanda in his arms. The three flew back to New York. And once again entered the city. It's different from Azu, who is okay and relieved to have him by his side. At Wanda's age, she should still be sent to school to be nurtured and nurtured. But the schools in Millikan are very particular. The first is admission. The main focus is a system of filial piety and integrity and a recommendation letter system. If you don't know someone, I'm sorry, but my phone is out of gas and there are not enough places. Do you want to know more about American human relations? The police station has violation exemption cards sold directly, and officials can openly collect money. Even Hawking has to go to the island, and even 1,500-year-old Thor has to pour wine for Steve. What a genius! Then there are the quality of teachers and school atmosphere. The teacher's background and experience must be investigated. If there is a Democratic Party resume, they will be eliminated directly. For example, Musk's eldest son, because he was bewitched by his teacher, performed surgery on himself, took drugs, and changed his gender. According to the laws of the United States. Similar to multiple transformations and gender breakthroughs. Children can operate by themselves without the consent of a guardian. On the contrary, if the guardian objects or obstructs, the official can deprive the guardianship of the guardianship. The main thing is an abstraction. There is only one indicator of campus atmosphere, and that is the frequency of shootings. The less shooting, the better the atmosphere. Pretty intuitive, right? As for what textbooks are expensive, tuition fees are sky high, bulletproof school bags, they are all trivial matters. Guanfuyun can't even handle these small things. At this moment, he was like an embarrassed father in the village who turned into a country bumpkin in the city. He encountered obstacles everywhere and became stupid. Dad, don't worry, I'll call Hydra right away. Dad, don't worry, I will arrange for the best school. Customized teachers and the best teaching materials will be ordered. Special cars will be sent to you and bodyguards will accompany you. Dad, please wait here while I go and kill the person who just scolded you. I want foreigners to die. So, Azu started to show off again. Guanfuyun nodded at his son with a look of relief on his face. Wanda looked at him with admiration. The expressions, psychology, and eyes of the two people were like a supremely delicious feast to Azu. He was busy, and his heart was filled with a kind of happiness called fulfillment and solidity. Guanfuyun is just enjoying it. He took Wanda in hand and bought some school bags and stationery. At this time, on the street, a joker came pushing a small truck filled with shiny rag dolls. It just looks cute. Guanfuyun looked at little Wanda. The joker toy car was coming from the left, but Wanda stubbornly looked straight to the right. But there is only one gun shop on the right. How could a teenage girl not be interested in those bling toys even though she has been detained and imprisoned? But she is stubborn. This kind of stubbornness belongs to children from poor families and also to children who are not loved. Its name is inferiority and self-consciousness. But people often like to use a complimentary tone and say that it is sensible. Azu. Guanfuyun stopped. Father. Azu was always on call, with an excited face that said, "Command me quickly, rely on me, and then praise me. Buy that cart of toys, I want to play with them." Guanfuyun said naturally. Wanda. Her eyes widened in shock and she looked at Azu quietly. But I saw that Azu, who was the most enthusiastic about swordsmanship in the family, didn't feel strange at all. He happily paid and carried the truck over. Dad, what else do you want to play? He wasn't even done yet. Seeing the anticipation, envy, and adoration in Wanda's eyes, Azu pinched a doll and gave it to her. Let's play with it. Thank you, brother. Wanda smiled broadly and said, Thank you, Godfather. As if she had found a treasure, she hugged the doll and murmured in a low voice. But Azu has super hearing. If I have a family, I won't be arrested again. I can go to school, make friends, and play with dolls. I also have super abilities. When I become more powerful, no one will dare to arrest me, nor can I arrest my godfather or Azu. I don't want to be locked up and beaten and scolded without training. Azu edited what he heard into text and sent it to Guanfuyun. Then asked, Dad, are we pitiful? Is it a mistake to be different? Guanfuyun replied. It's not you who are wrong, it's the world. This world was originally a ridiculous and hopeless huge entertainment industry. No need to have expectations for it. Just please yourself. Whoever thinks you are pitiful, or laughs at you, uses you, or deceives you, just kill him, no need to worry. Seeing these replies, Azu was stunned, and then laughed happily. Guanfuyun smiled. Wanda didn't know what they were laughing at, but she smiled gregariously. She thought this scene was beautiful. Bite. Baby number 2 Wanda, her gratitude level has increased. 60%, 80%. Chapter 11 Fungus Poisoning Incident. The superheroes are busy fighting monsters and showing off, while Guanfuyun is busy making firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. School arrangements were made and a lot of toys and stationery were purchased with Dale. He led Azu and Wanda back to the farm, then plunged into the kitchen and started cooking on the fire, with smoke curling up. Crack! At the position of the stove hole, Wanda sat with a small one, transforming into a girl adding firewood. She put her chin with one hand, as if she was in a daze. It's unbelievable, surprised that I can live such a daily life. Sometimes she really suspected that she was in a dream. But those books, school bags, stationery, those registration documents, those toys, and the busy official clouds in front of me. And the delicious aroma that hits your face. They are all like bastards. Wanda's dream was tightly tied and bitten to death, preventing her current satisfaction and happiness from being shattered. Good. Looking at the mushroom chicken soup gurgling in the pot, there are also steaming rice, shiny fried bacon, sweet and sour pork ribs, fried potatoes, dipped in water, and a plate of green vegetables that are already on the table. Guanfuyun smiled. Anything to eat. He has to breed and plant them himself, or buy them from the system store. This way we can ensure that we won't be disgusted by mealy Kian. Super serums like these can be easily obtained now. For example, Azu offered him a treasure. But Guanfuyun refused. It is true that comics and movies have shown countless times that this thing is useful and harmless. But I really live in America. Learn about biochemical experiments, nuclear pollution, blood pollution, lead water pipe pollution, medical pollution. He really didn't want to give himself a needle. Genes are at odds. Dad, look at this, it's a bright square. But Azu's filial piety goes beyond the super serum and the tesseract. After integrating the power of Hydra and learning that there is such a treasure, Azu didn't even think about it and brought it directly to Guanfuyun. Don't tell me yet. This official Fuyun really needs it. After all, he is invincible, but he is just an old father who cannot fly. Now with Tesseract, you can teleport anytime and anywhere, and it is much more convenient to take Wanda to and from school. As for the braised eggs, leave it alone. Luo Dan's greatest ability is that he can work undercover in the Snake and Shield Bureau and become the director. Except, to comment politely, braised egg is a blind person, a deaf person, a waste, a burden, and a scourge. If there is no Chow-Ying point related to the incident, he would never find out that the Tesseract was gone. Say it again. So what if I discovered it? Even if Lu Dan calls out Aunt Surprise in anger, Guanfuyun can reduce Aunt Surprise to the level of an ordinary person and beat her to tears. His true immortality is the strongest and most invincible shield. And Azu will become the sharpest spear. The two can even combine their skills and let Azu carry him to hit people, and whoever comes will die. It's just that this move is too shocking. Not easy to use. As for Wanda. Wanda is so cute. But speaking of Tesseract, it is also a space gem. As one of the 6 singularities that contained infinite energy before the Big Bang. It is not only part of the rules of the universe, but also the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Also exposed to Tesseract, Loki could only open and close doors, while Aunt Marvel, with the help of the Lightspeed engine, almost had an epiphany and directly mastered part of the power of the rules of the universe. This is why she can defeat Thanos with a single gem or no gems. It's a pity. In this regard, Guanfuyun doesn't have much talent, and is only a little better than Loki. Speaking of which, Azu is the most suitable for the power gem. Wanda fits the reality stone. However, the reality gem is the most buggy. It is too powerful and needs the assistance of other gems. The mind gem and soul gem are very good. As an old father, Guanfuyun can't help but think about and plan for his children's future. He knows the plot and it is not difficult to capture the gems. But before that, we need to train the children more and add a few more entries. For example, Azu, who has sunshine and spiritual support, is no worse than Thanos. Not to mention Wanda. If she was pushed too hard, Thanos' skull would be split open and his scalp would be torn off and turned into shoes. But this is not stable enough. Guanfuyun browsed the system store and soon had a goal. He spent a huge sum of 1,800 points to buy special bracelets for himself, Azu, and Wanda. The bracelets can communicate and connect with each other, and are not affected by the network, signals, or even space and dimensions. The bracelets can position each other. The bracelet also has a 50 square meter space for storage. For Guanfuan, this way he doesn't have to hold the tesseract. You can teleport as you please. Protect the children. Thank you, Dad. Azu was pleasantly surprised. With his father's magic props, the first thing he considered was to put a nuclear bomb, an ignition device, and milk in the bracelet. The old sixth-rate wretched Azu is so terrifying. Thank you, Godfather. Wanda happily filled the bracelet with toys and books. Let's eat. Today is also a day of progress, and Guanfuan is in a beautiful mood. But pick up the bowls and chopsticks. Only then did he discover a problem, that is, he was different from himself and Azu. The new Wanda doesn't know how to use chopsticks yet. But the girl from Tianchai is very stubborn and doesn't speak much. Her eyes widened, and she watched blankly as Guanfuan skillfully picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the food. She was thoughtful, and soon entered a state where her mind thought that I knew it. Then I mustered up the courage, picked up the chopsticks, and tried to pick up the vegetables. Picked up a fungus and dropped it. Picked up another piece of chicken and dropped it again. She didn't speak, and Guanfuan didn't speak either. He was happy to watch her trying hard while eating. He saw Wanda staring at the chopsticks with her big brown-gray eyes, unblinking, and started doing it again slowly. Then, like the claw machine, it got up and fell again. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. On the side, Azu smiled so much that he rolled on the ground. Guanfuan was also suppressing a smile, but suddenly the light in front of his eyes began to distort. The Winter Soldier's iron arm he placed in the kitchen actually turned into Bucky. Then Steve Rogers also appeared. He hugged Bucky's body and cried, "Bucky, Bucky! How can I live without you? Why did you just keep one hand?" Guanfuan. He got up and saw a will-o-wisp parked outside the house. The robot vision had yellow hair and said, "Lao Deng, I'll take Wanda away." Guanfuan. He even saw Azu doing Subject 3. Oh shit! This is not against the law at all, it seems like something Azu can do. Guanfuan came to the stove and took a closer look. Sure enough, he had eaten the wrong mushroom. Longevity. It's all Azu's fault for distracting him with the tesseract. These two people, one is compound number 5 and the other is a mutant, both have Superman-like physiques. Of course there will be no problem eating it. But he is an ordinary person. There are many solutions, the simplest one is as long as he subjectively believes that fungus poisoning is an attack and injury. Naturally, it can trigger true immortality. But there's nothing wrong with the fungus. It was my fault, I just didn't cook it well enough. Guanfuan said decisively, because his expression was so resolute, and even his back standing in front of the stove looked arbitrary. Wanda whispered, "What is the Godfather talking about?" Azu smiled and pulled away, "I don't know, hurry up and eat. As long as we act more naturally, Dad won't be too embarrassed." "No, Dad, why did you run out? Don't talk to pigs. Chickens can't dance or play basketball. Stop playing." Chapter 12 Azu plus Adamantium Sword equals? Human beings are destined to die in society, either today or tomorrow. After fungus poisoning, Guanfuan was stunned. He called Beiji to the pigs, Brother Kun to the chickens, and when he caught a passing owl-headed cat, he said, "Hey, isn't this a blue lion spirit? Are you back from Paris?" This unrestrained scene. But Azu was so happy that he tried his best to take advantage of the situation and also followed behind to record the video. At this moment, Wanda seemed to be the only adult in the family, continuing her career. Continue to practice eating with chopsticks. The next day, Guanfuan opened his eyes, as if he had had a dream, and he was still very embarrassed after waking up a long time ago. Think of visions and hallucinations. He went directly to blast Azu's DOLE, asked for a black card, handed it to Wanda, and said, "Spend it as you like. Buy whatever doll you want. Girls just have to be cute, don't like robots or anything like that." Repeatedly exhorted and emphasized back and forth. Make sure Wanda remembers. He just sent the little witch to campus, a very prestigious private university, and it was full of ordinary people. There was no Peter Parker, no Green Goblin, and no other mess. The purity is very high. Done. Guanfuyun went to steal Azu's video recorder memory card again. Discovered by Azu. The two of them just had a scuffle, and both of them were laughing. "Dad, stop making trouble." Azu looked serious, and said, "I have been thinking about life recently and came to a conclusion." "Tell me about it." Guanfuyun rolled his eyes, and when Azu thought about it, God laughed. Azu said with a straight face, "I found out. The mission of the American soldiers is to grab oil, bomb the weak, embezzle military expenditures, and pretend to be awesome. Doctors are experimenting on patients. A president is practicing walking upright, and a president is practicing dodging bullets. Every profession has its own reason for existence and value. But there are no superheroes. All superheroes in New York City are amateurs. They became heroes because of interest, hatred, chance. But no one told them what they should do or how to do it. No one is paying them either. A superhero is as poor and homeless as a homeless man, and is even slandered and hated. This is simply unbelievable. A true knight and punisher would be restricted and stretched everywhere. This also goes against common sense." Guanfuyun. He fell into silence, never expecting that Azu actually had a brain and possessed astonishing wisdom. He said, "So, you want to give superheroes value?" "No, Dad." Azu shook his head, like a naughty child, and said nonchalantly, "Superheroes are still themselves, and their value is determined by themselves. I just want to make a platform, similar to VOT. And the purpose of what I do is not to save the world, love, and justice. I just want to prove myself in front of Dad, and I also want to make Dad less boring. After all, for an omniscient being like Dad, if he encounters something unexpected, he should find it interesting, right? Dad is a fun person, right?" Guanfuyun smiled. Azu continued, "As a platform, my company should not have good or evil attributes. Whether it's a superhero or a super criminal. If you can cooperate, I welcome it. If you can't cooperate, it doesn't matter to me. If they are enemies, kill them. I can do whatever I want. Anyway, even if the company goes bankrupt or fails, Dad will always be there, right?" Guanfuyun affirmed, "It is necessary." Azu giggled, took out the milk from his bracelet, drank the milk and said, "It's a deal. It's a deal." Guanfuyun was extremely pleased. "I will always be your strongest support." In a sense, VOT and the Marvel world are really complementary. Azu's slightly naive thoughts. For those brainless superheroes, this is already very advanced. Fast forward to Brother Thanos works really hard. Hey, you are not allowed to say bad things about him, you just turned into ashes. Thanos lost his daughter. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Guanfuyun thought, although your company is just a blueprint now, I believe it will shock the whole world. Before this, I want to prepare a gift for you, a real trump card and a killer weapon. There is a very classic case of debate. Wolverine vs Homelander. What is the outcome? Hard to say. But there is no doubt that adamantium is sharp and powerful. In Guanfuyun's eyes, adamantium is far more useful than vibranium after being weaponized, and it is a marvel equipment that can truly be used for a lifetime. So, what if Azu, who is able to hide and attack secretly, is equipped with an adamantium sword? This time it's not just as simple as abusing food. Xiaobao is carrying a knife, which can cut over the couplets and open a ladle of purple sweet potato essence. After Azu became the god of Hydra, in fact, the entire Hydra also served Guanfuan, and begging to serve him. Therefore, he specifically learned about mutants. It was discovered that the mutant system was a mess to begin with, and the plot and timeline were extremely confusing as the mutant system was constantly restarting. For example, Wanda was imprisoned in the base, but Quicksilver appeared in Xavier Academy for Geniuses. Very mixed. It is no longer possible to connect them using the timeline. It can only be said that the Sentry Crisis has not yet appeared, the Apocalypse has not yet been unearthed, and the Phoenix Girl has not yet blackened. Likewise, Wolverine is still living in seclusion in the deep mountains and forests of Canada, and he has not gone to Little Japan. Doesn't this give Azu a chance? After decades of accumulation, Yashida Industrial's adamantium, especially the cutting technology that heats alloys. Guanfuan has already made a reservation for his eldest son. Big killer weapon. What is it, Dad? I want it now. Azu couldn't bear it any longer and immediately became excited. Look, I'm in a hurry. Guanfuan stood up, and the Tesseract's light lit up on his bracelet, opening the space portal. A step away from the opposite side. It is the Kingdom of Little Japan, the core area of influence of the Yashida family. This time, we act together. Guanfuan warmed up, played with the firearm, and said, "Have fun, Xiaobao." "Okay, Dad." Azu smiled ferociously and floated into the air, with his feet on the ground and his eyes filled with scarlet light. It's the long-awaited father and son fighting side by side. He is very happy. Chapter 13, Why do you think I am Azu's father? Marvel World, Little Japan. The Yashida family. Magnificent. The things that live here almost represent the pinnacle of power in the Little Japan Kingdom. After experiencing World War II and the two-level hegemony. From the beginning, I was plundering from the front, and later I was stuffed by Milikian. In the small country of Japan, I have developed myself into a fat and white blood bag. Although Milikian keeps sucking blood and breaking bones and extracting marrow, it can only affect ordinary people. For the Yashida family, it owns 70 to 80% of the industries of Little Japan, owns almost all the media, and controls most of the gangs. They are at their peak. The head of the Yashida family, the criminal who escaped the war trial, is the son in their minds. Now, this son is old. It will burn out in a few years. In the Yashida family, the fight for power and profit is almost breaking out, and everyone's nerves are tense. Whenever there is any disturbance, they will immediately become stressed. Such as now. The illusory portal, as deep as the starry sky, suddenly opened, and a man wearing a black windbreaker walked out. And a floating, wild Hydra god. Also in the underground world. The Yashida family naturally knows about Hydra. In fact, among the famous people in the world, only Lu Dan does not know about it. The god of Hydra was originally a legend within Hydra and was said to be an alien. But now, this title is well deserved and belongs to fellow countrymen. Why is he here? At this moment, every warrior and gunman in the Yashida family raised their heads, their eyes swaying, and they were panicked. The feeling of suffocation spreads. Don't move. The head of the Yashida family, Ichiro Yashida, appeared in a wheelchair, like an old dog with a hoarse voice and spots. "Hey, I hate it when people point a gun at my head." Azu put his hands on his hips and spoke, with a bright and cheerful smile on his face. Like a big kid going for a walk with his parents. Boom. But his heat vision was ferocious and savage. Every time he flashed it, a row of people were cut open, and cut in half. Boom. 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 As if to show off in front of Guanfuan, Azu deliberately slowed down his movements and restrained the power of the laser. Let those people crack, but not die directly. Can still climb a little longer. Finish these. Azu turned to look at Guanfuan, as if a little kid had torn off the wings of a butterfly, and then looked at his parents with a proud look on his face. Usually this kind of person deserves a slap in the face. Well done. But the current situation is obviously unusual, and Guanfuan only finds it pleasing to the eye. His pleasant expression, his gaze, his words of praise. It made Azu feel so happy that he was electrocuted all over. Hello, Lord God of Hydra, or I may call you Mr. Fellow Countryman. There were people crawling on the ground, including his own son. Yoshida Ichiro seemed to be invisible, and he tried his best to force out a fairly anthropomorphic smile. He fawned desperately, did the Yoshida family do something wrong? We can change it. You can fly, you are almost a god, give me a chance, we just want to be your dog. Facing Wolverine, Yoshida Ichiro can calculate and capture. Because Wolverine's skin can be broken with bullets, and because Wolverine himself can be anesthetized with drugs. Because he also has mutants under his command. He has carefully studied Wolverine, the almost immortal monster, and experienced the Civil War. At that time, it had been proven that Wolverine could be suppressed by numbers. So Yoshida Ichiro is not afraid of Wolverine. But fellow countrymen are different. Very different. His skin is harder than diamond, his flying speed is exactly Mach movement, and his heat sight can directly evaporate people. During the battle at the Sokovia base, Hydra used all their means and equipped themselves with all weapons except nuclear weapons. As a result, even the fellow villagers' clothes were not broken. This is the result of him standing still, pretending to be cool with a very neutral posture, and embracing all the bullets and firepower. If it were a real fight, what would the Yoshida family use to attack a man of steel who could move at high speed and kill people like chickens? Yoshida Ichiro's lifelong research and hope, those adamantium, that silver warrior, are only half-finished products now. He can't stand up to fellow countrymen at all. So, even if so many people were killed for no reason, Yoshida Ichiro could only laugh, act like a dog, and be a slave. No. 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 There has never been any god. The only one standing in the sky is me. Azu's eyes were red, and he drank milk drunk alone, the only one who can make me obedient is Dad. Said. Azu looked at Guanfuan. Biu. Guanfuan was shooting and shooting, but it was obvious that he was not an American who had been fighting guns since he was a child. His marksmanship is terrible. Whoosh. So Azu flew back and forth at low altitude, catching 1 or 2 people each time, and then slipped under Guanfuan's gun. I don't know if this counts as self-aiming? Bang! Guanfuan finally made a perfect shot. He blew on the hot barrel. This feeling was really unpleasant. Azu, my treasure, you are the best. Of course, Dad, I am a great boy born of your hard work. The more they looked at each other, the more they liked each other, and the more they chatted, the happier they became. A fellow countryman's, Dad. It wasn't until this moment that Yoshida Ichiro noticed Guanfuan, who looked like an ordinary person. He was surprised, he was shocked, and his eyes lit up. There is a father and family ties. It can be used and controlled. Looking at it this way, it seems that the fellow villagers are not invincible. Yoshida Ichiro gave orders with a look, and someone immediately grabbed Mariko. He smiled apologetically and said, Father of fellow countrymen, this is our gift to you. The captured Mariko was still struggling and her eyes were red. I felt pity for him and begged like a puppy, let us go. This scene was full of positive words. Many samurai of the Yoshida family could not accept it, but they did not dare to raise their guns. Can only go crazy and commit seppuku. You really know how to be a dog, both old and young are the same. Guanfuan stepped forward and patted Mariko on the face with his firearm. Why don't you bark a few times to add to the fun? Yoshida Ichiro quickly apologized and smiled, woof. 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 Mariko, wow. She only barked once, and then she started moving with a sudden movement. Her movements were pleasing to the eye, and her skills were like a ninja and samurai. First, he controlled Guanfuyun with a stranglehold, aimed his shuriken at Guanfuyun's throat. And then ordered Azu, back off. Azu just drank milk and ignored her. At the same time, Guanfuyun chuckled with a calm expression. After being controlled, true immortality was triggered, and his body gradually faded, and each cell was like fine sand in the wind, separating and reorganizing. That's all. Like The Shining, he is performing frame extraction and frame drop operations in the real world. No one can stop it. The handsome figure wearing a black trench coat and a bracelet appeared on the other side. Moment. Everything was silent. Everyone was stunned. Finally knowing why he is the father of a fellow villager, he has sudden realization, despair, loss, shock, all kinds of wonderful expressions, presented in multiple ways. Chapter 14 Bean Paste. Bean Paste. Bang. Killed on the spot. True immortality is pretty good. The good thing is that he can enjoy the bonuses brought by various firearms and thermal weapons as he wishes. Even Gatling and tank main guns can be fired handheld. Have fun outputting. Da-da-da. Biu-biu. One fires, one red eyes. Wherever it passes, it will be bruised and bruised. It is powerful and fierce, and there is no reason for it. If you're not a superhero, why do you need a virgin? Especially in the world of American comics. If a superhero is really a hunk from heaven, the first thing he should do is the editorial department instead of allowing the soil that breeds evil to exist. For example, Thaddeus Ross, the leader of the Hulk capture team. It turns out that he gave birth to the Hulk, an abomination. He is a guy that people hate dogs. But he caused such a big stir that Abomination started killing people randomly in the center of New York City. In the end, he had to borrow Hulk's power to manage it. Even Hulk ran away. It left a raw in everyone's heart. For this kind of thing, 3 days and 3 nights of shooting is too little. As a result, not only did he have nothing to do, but he also rose to prominence. In this context, any superhero who shouts justice, Bond, then cooperates with Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D., signs various agreements, and becomes an Avenger. They all have a sense of nondescript comedy packaged by what company? Fight them. Come together. Even the fellow countryman and his father have their limits. Their physical strength will be exhausted before they kill all of us. Yoshida Ichiro's shouts became louder and louder, and his wheelchair moved further and further back. He is on the run. Escape to his secret factory. Guanfuyun and Azu drove away slowly. Around. Each of the dwarfs howled desperately, cheering themselves up, then tremblingly raised their firearms, held their shurikens, and some were even using crossbows. A wide variety of weapons appeared in a hodgepodge. Thousands of artillery fire, guns fired, roaring into the sky. Yes. These are used to deal with Guanfuyun. According to observation, he does not have a body of steel like Azu. So, can he be defeated? Boom boom boom. The torrent of metal roared, and heavy bullets whirled and hit Guanfuyun. Even a mountain would be flattened by the firepower. But he is not a mountain, he is immortal. Nor was he a newbie when he first arrived. Subjective diffusion and passive triggering, under the effect of true immortality, Guanfuyun is the only eternity present. When bullets hit Azu, one of them would break like an egg or a stone. The bullets hitting Guanfuyun were like a game. All the throwing objects and explosives were set to terminate the moment they approached Guanfuyun. Ding 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 ding. The bullets and cannonballs that had all the beards and tails fell to the ground, just when the dwarfs were wondering whether they had expired. Guanfuyun actually picked up the cannonball and threw it back. Bang 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 boom. Explode. There are explosions everywhere. Among the smoke and ashes that were thick with blood stains, Guanfuyun walked out and slowly changed his firearm. Spotless. Hateful. Don't underestimate the bond between me and the Silver Warrior. 8 duck meats. In the distance, a medical miracle appeared, and Yoshida Ichiro stood up from his wheelchair. He climbed into the half-finished silver warrior made by adamantium, looking crazy, and activated the mecha. The long silver knife vibrated out, trying to kill the god. Then he was caught by Guanfuyun. Like catching a little chicken. What is sharp and sharp, what does not change after it is formed, are all a joke in front of the true immortal. He pushed the silver samurai and Yoshida Ichiro into the factory and came to the place where countless gears meshed and countless molten iron poured. Then he just put himself in it, using his hand as a hammer and knocking. At first it was just a few palm prints. But soon, the silver warrior was knocked flat. Chapter 15. Azu knows martial arts, no one can stop him. 9 hours later. Call. Guanfuyun, sweating profusely and breathing heavily, walked out carrying 2 knives. A knife is as long as Thanos stands, as wide as Thanos' shoulders, and as thick as Thanos' chin. The spine is thick, the blade is thin, and the handle is integrated, indestructible and unstoppable. It seems that it was tempered with the blood of the entire Yoshida family. Although the blade is silvery white and bright in color, there is a line of scarlet on the spine. The other knife is an adamantium kitchen knife made from scraps. The big one is for Azu. Reward yourself with small rewards. The old father is like this, he is always reluctant to give up and wants the best, and has to endure all kinds of hardships in raising children. Dad, drink water and rest. Azu felt sorry for his old father, serving him tea and water, squeezing his shoulders and patting his back. Wait for the official floating cloud to calm down. He just picked up his alloy knife. Well, it was quite heavy. Even with Azu's super strength, he feels that it is not light. You can imagine how much adamantium content is in this knife. The knife was lying flat and nothing happened. But once it stands up, it cuts through the cement, the earth, and the rock formations like tofu, with a beauty that goes straight to the center of the earth. Azu looked so surprised that he even forgot to drink the milk. He immediately understood the importance of this knife, its unparalleled sharpness, coupled with his super strength, mock flight, and despicable sneak attack. Wouldn't that be invincible? Ching Bing and Yacie, I have heat vision. And this knife is specially used to kill strong men and clear obstacles. Marvelous. So precious. Dad's gifts are always so thoughtful and special that he can't put them down, but Wanda doesn't. Azu was crazily moved in his heart. I also took the time to compare them, and then I became even happier. He giggled and wrapped strips of cloth and chains around the handle of the knife to increase the feel, and then he picked up the knife and was eager to try it. Try warming the knife with your heat vision. Guanfuyun said. Buzz. Azu didn't hesitate at all and just obeyed. Then, as the heat vision heated up, the scarlet color on the spine of the knife spread, and the blade were all a hot red. Generally, metal will soften after being heated. But adamantium, on the contrary, does not deform due to temperature. The hotter the knife, the faster it will be. A wolf's claws can be cut off. Wow! Great, Dad, can I go out and play with knives? When Azu sent out the application, little Baize liked to ask this question to show that he was well behaved. As long as you're happy. Guanfuyun agreed to the application. He was reassured. Because it is different from the superheroes in the Marvel series. Azu's lower limit is extremely high and extremely stable. For example, Wolverine would be pierced by arrows and knocked unconscious by anesthesia, but if it were Azu, his skin wouldn't even break. Another example is the alien Thor. Thor is said to be able to stun people with a stun gun. After losing the hammer that no man can do anything about, he becomes worse than a dog. There is also the speedster Quicksilver who can be killed by bullets. They're all weird. But Azu won't have such troubles, after all. There is no Maeve here to pick his ears. He only needs to use heat vision to determine whether the opponent is a soldier. Yes, instant kill. No suddenly took out the alloy knife from the bracelet and chopped off their heads. That's it. This set can take away 99% of the characters on this planet. 100 miles left. Wanda is already one of her own. Although the Ancient One mage is awesome, he only cares about his own affairs. When he gets old, he has already become a fisherman. Then there are the guys who are sealed and in various damaged states. And some protagonists who haven't grown up yet. It is impossible to meet them in Zairiguo. Whoosh! Wearing a battle suit, carrying a knife, and galloping around Tokyo. Azu was excited and happy. He heated the knife with his heat vision, and then slashed hard. The hot blade penetrated the air and advanced layer by layer, forming something like sword energy. Swish, swish, swish. Swords and lights intersected, buildings collapsed, glass fragments fell like snow, cars hit the road, smoke billowed, and people ran away holding their heads. The city, like a steel jungle, has really turned into a crisis-ridden jungle at this moment. What happened? Are you kidding me about special photography? Where's Aotuman? Please help. Chaos is everywhere, and mourning is everywhere. And because the infrastructure was playfully chopped up, looking from the sky, the entire city of Tokyo, from far to near, seemed to be spreading like cancer cells, falling into darkness and chaos. The elevator is stuck, the network is down, and the equipment is shut down. What's even scarier is those inexplicable sword lights are still appearing, like invisible hurricanes, like invisible earthquakes, like volcanic eruptions from different dimensions. Wherever he passed, buildings were shattered, honking cars cracked, street lamps fell smoothly, and people disappeared. Disaster. The world-ending disaster has arrived. Just because of Azu's whim. The city is on the verge of collapse. But that's not surprising at Marvel. After being polished and processed by Hydra, the report submitted to Lu Dan only said, "Earthquake, many people died. It's gone." Luoden didn't care. Nowadays, extraordinary things are rampant. Cities are destroyed every day. Everyone is in dire straits, no one is an exception. He was even a little surprised. S.H.I.E.L.D's work efficiency seemed to be much higher today. If you mess with fake, I can still manage it. Luoden smiled happily. He lowered his head and looked at the other two reports. One is about Guanfuyun. The report written by Coulson said that it was determined that he was not the person to be found. One is a personal letter from Professor X of Xavier Academy for Geniuses, saying that the X-Men are willing to cooperate with SHIELD. The condition is that Lu Dan uses his power to force William Stryker to give up experiments with mutants and release mutants. Okay. The second report made Lu Dan smile. He was already short of manpower, and he had been coveting the X-Men for a long time. It wouldn't be a problem to pressure the warlords for this. After all, William Stryker's tricks are all children's tricks. Milligan's in-depth research and Sentry project are the highlight. If the X-Men are willing to give up their independence and be recruited, it is not a problem that the Sentry project is temporarily shelved. This is really good news. Commander Fury, Tony has analyzed the isotope of Tesseract and solved his short-lived problem. He responded and said he was interested in the Avengers project. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff called with another good news. This one is even more heavyweight. Luoden recognized Tony's intelligence and creativity. The arrival of Iron Man will make his S.H.I.E.L.D even more prosperous. But after the good news is processed, other news will follow. About Captain America. No one could have imagined that there would be two American captains. One of them, Steve Rogers, had already met Lu Dan and successfully calmed the old man's emotions. It can be considered a successful recruitment. He also saw another boy who was wearing his feet. We both use shield, but the difference in strength is so outrageous. Compared to Steve. The SY boy is more like a soldier. Llewellyn had a hunch that the Foot boy would become one of his trump cards. So he personally took part in the whole process, personally made files, deleted records, and hid the Footy boy in his secret base. Compared to Steve, who wants to act with emotion and reason, it's easier to deal with the SY boy. You just need to smoke and drink, have good food and drinks, be well served, and agree to help him get revenge. The reason why it is not exposed. It was because Dan was afraid that the two captains would fight. For now, Iron Man and Steve are enough. Use them to form a new Hulk capture team. Chapter 16 New Hulk Capture Team, Part 1. Iron Man, Steve, Natasha Romanoff, and Professor X, Cyclops, and Storm. These are the members of the new Hulk capture team. Would Natasha Romanoff be too weak in there? Llewellyn muttered to himself. It is true that supernatural beings are everywhere in the world, causing disasters, and accidents happen every day. But the problem is that accidents also have priorities. For example, William Stryker was just a colonel. Dan cut off his resources and stopped his experiments with just one sentence. The mutants were released. Won the recognition of Professor X. Another example is Thaddeus Ross. This is a general, and not an ordinary general. If not for the Abomination vs Hulk brawl in New York, Ross even hopes to become President of America. Even if such a bad incident occurs, leading to reputation 1-1-1-1, Ross still has his default position as Secretary of State. This is already the fourth position of Milliken's supreme authority. It is also the lowest standard that Ross and the interest groups behind him can tolerate. Any lower and it will explode. In order to restore his reputation and strive for progress, the Ross Group, officials, businessmen, and the military, put too much pressure on Dan and gave him a death order. This is why he has been looking for that man. He can block hatred. Naturally, it can also block Hulk. With his help, the capture can be said to be almost certain. Now it can only be regarded as 7 out of 10, or even 6 out of 10. So, Dan plans to ask one by one to see if they are reliable. He called Steve first, and the video call was connected. Steve was remembering Bucky at the cemetery, drinking alone and drunk. Braised egg, Captain. Fury. Do you have any suggestions regarding the operation to capture Hulk? My advice is to act. What are the specifics? I could fight it all day. Dan was silent. Now Steve is still in a very new state that has just been unearthed. He can't even use electronic equipment. In his opinion, Hulk, the mutated Hulk caused by gamma radiation, is probably similar to him who was injected with super serum. Fury. It's okay, Captain, keep crying, Bucky. Braised eggs then contacted Natasha Romanoff. Then no contact was made. Braised egg pain mask, the one-eyed one, almost grew out of anger, and he contacted Professor X, Cyclops, and Storm. Result. Can't be contacted either. Professor Cyclops is busy dating Phoenix. Where Storm is, it's either thundering or raining, and the signal is not good. No, you. Llewellyn covered his chest. He finally figured it out. All of these people were talented and had unique skills. He almost gave up hope and called Tony shit. The video call is connected. You want to ask me about my plan to capture Hulk? Tony looked relaxed and said as he expected, I have already made anti-Hulk armor. Spiced corned egg. Sitting up in shock while dying of illness, Dan almost called him daddy. He smiled and said, it has to be you. Teacher Tony. Stark Industrial Building. Top. Is anti-Hulk armor enough? Tony was thinking. I don't know why, but I feel more and more insecure lately. What's going on? He pulled up a video from a month ago. Repeat top frame. Stare at the man in the picture and the little boy protected by him. I have to say, this photo is very handsome. The light, the angle, the hatred behind him. The screaming crowd around him, and that indestructible back. The composition even somewhat understands the flavor of Wong's assassination. Especially as Hulk continues to appear, heading towards British Columbia, causing more and more sensations. This picture is also spreading more and more widely. The whole world is calling for that man. But the whole world doesn't know who he is or what he looks like. The whole world knows that little boy. But no one can be found in the whole world. This is weird. Full of extraordinary flavor. Hello? Carlson, yes, I am now as.h.i.e.l.d consultant. Please send me the information on the investigation of the man in black. Tony contacted Coulson and asked for the information. He compared them one by one, and was suddenly startled when he saw the combination of Guanfuyun and Azu. Like an apple hitting Newton. The inspiration of genius comes so unreasonably. Jarvis. I am here. Simulate what the little boy in the first photo will look like when he grows up. Okay. A virtual light curtain appears, and data deduction is like archaeological restoration or character generation. A little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, his face covered in blood. Finally, he turned into a sunny and cheerful Azu. He has always been by Guanfuyun's side. Tony's eyes suddenly widened with disbelief on his face. When solving problems and getting different answers from the professor, when putting on the iron shell for the first time, when analyzing the tesseract isotope, he all had similar expressions. But that is often thoughtless, arrogant, and complacent. It's different now. Totally shocked now. Because unlike the enemies of the Hulk, Abomination, and Iron Man, no matter how powerful they are, they still have to learn basic physics. Or develop more powerful steel armor to deal with it. If that doesn't work, Tony can give himself serum, gamma rays, and fight fire with fire. So he is guaranteed to be undefeated. So he is confident. But this guy named Guanfuyun. Make physics disappear. As Iron Man, Tony can understand and analyze more than others. But precisely because of this, he was even more shocked. The existence of Guanfuyun was like a bug that broke through all his logic and knowledge, making him confused like never before. Chapter 17 General Ross seeking death. This time, I'm guaranteed to win. At the same time, in a certain base in America, General Ross, the leader of the new Hulk capture team, felt stable. At the same time, there is help from S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men. It's just a Hulk, hey, isn't it already within reach? And this time Steve Rogers is involved in the action. The well-known captain of the United States. As long as he exists and has a relationship with him, isn't it easy to gain popularity and votes? The little war eagles can just be fascinated by him. With him taking action, even if the plan changes or even fails, the voters will only feel sorry for his brother and be further refined. What's more, it's foolproof. Ross immediately started the next step after capturing Hulk. Build momentum and eliminate competitors. Don't worry about building momentum. When the time comes to show the American captain's shield, the media will go crazy about it. To eliminate competitors, the main thing is to physically eliminate them and make them self-defeating. This includes both his official and military opponents. Including the man in black. No way. His popularity is too high now. If he falls into the hands of his political opponents and casually publicizes and throws out white noise bombs, he will become another national idol. Mealy Kian, popularity is power, popularity is money and lifeline. Let others steal the spotlight. That's something Ross can't accept. So if you can't get it, destroy it. Unable to confirm who the man was, he decided to put all targets on the assassination list. These targets, the S.H.I.E.L.D. files, he now has a copy of. Just like after the Hulk was created, his first reaction was to eliminate it, and it is the same now. This is called path dependence. This approach was not smart, and even Ross himself knew it was stupid. But he's arrogant and he doesn't care. He is a powerful person in America. If he encounters any problem, he can force America, and even the whole world, to pay for it. He can make mistakes as much as he likes, but the consequences of this mistake will never be fed to him. In this case, he just needs to follow his wishes and enjoy the pleasure. Certainly. After all, the hate incident just happened. Ross was also unusually clever. He did not directly use his own soldiers or agents to assassinate. Instead, exports are outsourced. Anyway, the most important thing in New York is black gloves. Like the Kingpin or the Hand, if he wants to contact them, wouldn't it be easy? Otherwise, why can they exist? Soon. Deadman's New York, which was already full of gunfights every day, became a little bloody again. Some men in black died suddenly on the street. Some young boys went to hell to meet the priest. But because too many people die every day, they cannot make waves. Guanfuyun didn't know about all this, Azu didn't know, and Hydra didn't know either. Because Milligan is like a mental patient. The main focus is schizophrenia. It is originally a loose plate of loose sand. Hydra can add some water into it, but to really control it, like using its arms and fingers, is simply impossible. The president has no control over it. Certainly. With Guanfuyun and Azu's character, they wouldn't care if they knew it. Just kill, 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 and that's it. But some people will care. Such as Peter Parker. He is a reporter for the Daily Bugle and the Spider-Man who swings around the city. As a reporter, he was about to be fired by his boss. As Spider-Man, he was worshipped by his girlfriend Mary Jane and kissed upside down. After Spider-Man fell in love with Peter Parker, he saw Mary Jane holding hands with her good friend Harry Osborn. All I can say is that it hurts too much. Wash your black belt. Now Peter Parker just wants to work and numb himself with the salary. The sensitive sense of smell brought about by his dual identity, especially the experience of competing with Kingpin, allowed him to discover a secret operation. A killing of a man in black and a little boy. The killers come from gangs, and there are even ninjas and people with super abilities. Their real target was probably that man. The man who stood in the way of hatred. As a reporter, Peter Parker was envious of that photo. Not to mention him, his boss said that whoever could create such a classic photo would be directly promoted and raised in salary. Peter Parker listened and took a big bite of the pie. Then follow and pursue all the way. When I came to the farm, I found no one there. The killers naturally shifted their target to Wanda. They have no feelings. Not good. Secretly, Peter Parker felt something bad in his heart. He made a quick decision and tore off his suit, revealing the spider suit. Then he rushed out with a swish, biu-biu a few times, and subdued the killer with spider silk. But it was too late. The order to kill the little girl has been issued. Broke in. Peter was smart, and he had a premonition that something bad was going on. Immediately he started swinging around the city again, looking for the killer, wanting to do something good and be a good neighbor. Whoosh! Spider-Man swung over Stark Tower. I can't do this question. I can't do it. Inside, Tony Shidiguo was going crazy. The more he studied Guanfuyun, the more abstract he felt the world was. Saw Spider-Man passing by. Tony also chased him out and gave him a cannon. Sacred gold. Spider-Man counterattacked. These industrial giants, like Tony and Norman, seemed to like to wear iron shells and go crazy. There is also Dr. Otto, although he is not an industrial giant, but he is a science geek who likes to run around with 8 iron claws. Norman was mutated by taking drugs. I really don't know how the other 2 people can control steel with their mortal bodies. Will it really not shatter into canned meat if dropped? Spider-Man complained crazily. After it was over, I still felt uneasy about my conscience, so I said to myself, have a good trip, Dr. Otto. Stop pretending to be a dead body. I will burn incense for you. Other side. The country of Zairi was completely harmed by Azu. Guanfuan also woke up and had a good rest. He opened the system panel and discovered new gains. It's different from Azu, whose gratitude level starts at 80 or 90 points. Wanda is slower to warm up. She is the type with great stamina. For example, when she gets along with Guanfuan, she may not feel anything, but once they are separated, she will miss him immediately. Moreover, the daily life on campus is dull but warm, and I have longed for it. It made her even more grateful to Guanfuan. Baby number 2, Wanda. Gratitude 80%, 81%, 86%, 90%. Vite. Gratitude degree 90%. Additional rewards will be drawn once to develop the entry. Do you want to use it? Yes. Guanfuan thought. Vite. Congratulations on getting the entry, Dadziu Onangu. Dadziu Onangu, the daughter is the godfather's little cotton-padded jacket, and the godfather is the daughter's fur coat. Your image is rooted in Wanda's heart. Like a giant. Cover her from wind and rain, and remove all negative buffs and impurities from her body. Chapter 18 Wanda's Change. Hiss. Guanfuan took a breath of cold air to show his awesomeness. At first glance, this entry was prepared for Wanda. It can be said to be perfect. After all, the biggest uncertainty about Wanda or Scarlet Witch is her origin magic power. This ability originated in Westthorn. This one is really heavyweight. An ancient god and god of the underworld who is extremely evil and extremely powerful. Its strength. To put it simply, what kind of dimensional master does Dormammu claim to be, but if he really bumps into Sithorn? Then Dormammu immediately had to change from the ancestor of Xiuo Feng to the humble little Xiuo Feng who returned to the world of Journey to the West. To expand, the old universe before the Marvel Universe was a complete magical civilization, similar to the Golden Age of Immortality. And Sithorn was the strongest, fastest, and most evil supreme boss of that era. Later, the old universe was destroyed and the Marvel Universe was born. It gradually transformed into a technological side and a supernatural side, and magic was suppressed by the rules. The end of the Dharma era. The more powerful the magic master is, the more he is restricted and suppressed in this world, and can only live in the spiritual dimension of another dimension. But they never gave up their involvement in the material world. For example, Duomu, Mephisto, Mo. are busy every day, busy confusing people's hearts and looking for agents. And their agents often look for the Dark God book. That is Sithorn's work, the instruction manual for origin magic power. But the Book of Darkness has been waiting for Wanda to enlighten. Those things that the little kid couldn't get even if he died, Wanda came to them as soon as he called them, and even stood up and kicked them. But this power comes at a price. In this era, the weird people on the magic side are more and more inclined to be jokers, or they can only draw circles, such as most people in Kamatage. Or they can only stab people with a small knife, such as Loki, the number 1 mage in the 9 realms. The only ones who can still stand up to the mage lineup are the Ancient One, later Doctor Strange, and the Scarlet Witch. The first two are both Supreme Mage. They stood in a position allowed by the rules, similar to the people of Destiny. The rules required them to be strong, so they were strong. They are the few in the Dharma ending age who can cultivate and become powerful apostles. By the way, I want to mention the old Loki in TV. He is also a mage, but that is because he is in the Time Variation Administration and is not in the main world, so he is suppressed by the rules and becomes weak. Over the years, his magic becomes stronger. But Wanda is none of the above. Her Dark Book, and Sithorn, the creator of the Dark Book, are challengers to the rules. The stronger she is, the stronger her destruction of the rules and the stronger the backlash. Therefore, loss of control and seizures have become commonplace. Often when he goes crazy, the Avengers will be broken, or the mutants will disappear. But now, with Daiziu Onangu, all negative buffs are eliminated. The Book of Darkness is just an instruction manual. Sithorn, god of the underworld, can no longer invade the material world with the power of chaos. Leave the good ones to Wanda and throw the bad ones to Sithorn. It has completely turned into a magic extraction warehouse. That's great. Guanfuyun smiled and gave it with one click. With the entries of Spiritual Pillar and Daddy Zonangu, it continued to play a nurturing role. His mental strength seemed to be nourished and strengthened. Although it cannot be used for offense or defense. But I can already communicate telepathically with the babies. This was an unexpected surprise. Azu, you are abusing food again. Closing his eyes, Guanfuyun saw that Azu was still killing anyone related to the Yashida family, even if it was a dog. He would also use his super 5 senses and clairvoyance to find him, and then shoot him to death. A very brutal scene. But in his heart, Azu just thought he was playing the hide-and-seek version of One Life. Father. He heard his father's voice inexplicably, and Azu scratched his head, a little confused. This is my new ability, well, it's the result of working to raise Wanda. Guanfuyun said, don't be too greedy to play with Lan Yu, kill him quickly. It's almost time for Wanda to finish school, and I have to go back to cook. Azu, Dad, what are you going to eat when you go back? What do you want to eat? Can I have mapo tofu? Okay. Guanfuyun agreed wholeheartedly, and then he realized that this little brat was really evil-minded. Wanda has just arrived. Although I have tried hard to learn to use chopsticks, I may be able to pick up vegetables, but that does not mean I can pick up tofu. You can imagine. My sister-in-law Yang is going to play games at the dinner table again. The corner of Guanfuyun's mouth curled up, and he found that he was also looking forward to seeing this scene. Hi. Raising babies is for playing. New York City, a wealthy area, a private aristocratic school. A girl with light burgundy brown hair, wearing a beautiful school uniform, was sitting in a daze by the window with her chin clenched. On the podium, the teacher is emphasizing knowledge points. The classmates around me listened more carefully and took notes one by one. They are all children of powerful families, and they have known from an early age that knowledge is valuable. They are different from the poor who want to receive a happy education and buy for $0 in the future. So they are highly motivated to work hard. Like Musk's good boy, he really believed in the foolish talk of diversity and freedom and then performed surgery on himself. It cannot be said that there are none, but they are in the minority after all, and can even be said to be victims of the struggle. Everyone in this school. Everyone knows a scientific truth that will cause a stir in the United States and may even win the Nobel Prize in biology. A male is a male and a female is a female. This normal atmosphere made Wanda feel comfortable and relaxed. Just like what Guanfuyun taught. Here, she doesn't need to study or research seriously, she just needs to participate in it, feel and absorb the freshness. That's what she did. And it's extremely well done. In just one day, Wanda's whole person became alive, full of vitality, and everything was in full bloom. I'm even in the mood for random thoughts. Girls' feelings are always poetry. On this day, Wanda was even confessed to her once, but she refused. In her picturesque fantasy, the man's figure lingered. That man kicked open the door that day, bringing in generous and brilliant light, illuminating her loneliness. Now, that man is her godfather. She likes her current life very much. Lord Godfather. Wanda murmured. At this moment, she seemed to be able to see her mind and see a giant standing tall in it. The giant looked exactly like Guanfuyun, standing like a god. Protect her from the wind and rain. Teach her by words and deeds. Relaxed, happy, it comes naturally. As if she has enlightened herself, Wanda feels a scarlet energy, flawless, and continuously emerging. It is like telekinesis, but also like a strange and impossible fire of life, burning brightly. It is a die rolled by the caster. A balancing wheel that moves between life and death. And her mutant ability, probability modification, is the organ that throws the dice, turning decay into a magical lever. There is no epilepsy like the first awakening in comics or movies. Wanda's eyes only glowed red and her hair color became darker red, and she perfectly controlled the pure version of chaos magic power. Bang! As soon as she thought about it, the ancient tree on the playground, which was said to be older than Millikan, suddenly exploded and turned into debris. Wow! What's this? The classroom turned into a vegetable market in an instant, and exclamations came one after another. My godfather will be very happy when he knows about my progress, right? Wanda thought. She had so much sustenance in her heart that she couldn't listen to the noise of the people around her. This kind of ability can be used for digging and farming. The efficiency should not be inferior to that of Azu, right? She was so happy. Chapter 19 The Witty Wanda. Jingle Bell. Afternoon, between classes. Wanda was still sitting alone by the window, lazily and elegantly, taking out the bobo milk tea exchanged by Guan Fuyun from her bracelet and drinking it slowly. Why? She really missed her godfather. But it's different from Azu's childlike dependence and clinginess. Wanda felt that she was a bit naughty and her thoughts were not very pure. She was even thinking about what to name the child after giving birth. Just thinking about it makes me blush. This is another beautiful picture. Whoosh! But the next second, this scene was destroyed. Outside the window of the 5-story classroom, a Spider-Man swung over. Dong dong dong. Spider-Man knocked on the window and said, "Hello. Hello, Guliang. You may not believe it when I say it. You are being targeted by a ninja killer, you are a ninja and a killer at the same time. What kind of international joke am I making? But this is the fact. Listen to me. The words have not yet finished." Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens came spinning. Spider-Man felt bad, so he could only turn around and send out spider webs to fight the enemy. He didn't know Wanda at first, so he followed the killer all the way. When he arrived, the killer naturally arrived too. Run! Go call the police! Spider-Man shouted, and then he had S*X with those ninjas who jumped over the wall and appeared out of nowhere. Those ninjas were all masked and silent, with long swords sheathed behind their backs. They stood together, just like the mass-produced soldiers in the game who came out of a factory. The strength and speed of the miscellaneous soldiers are still in the human category, but well trained. First, the shuriken blocked the space, and then he drew his sword, and I slashed randomly. The light of the sword flashed, as if it had been woven into a big net, airtight. Whoa, whoa! Dead pot ant pinch. Spider-Man was shown off and made a sound like a country bumpkin was shocked. Although he doesn't know swordsmanship or martial arts, he can be as clever as Peter, and his reflexes are more Superman-like. His body can also be like a spider, jumping, flipping, climbing, and hanging upside down. In addition, he can also shoot sticky and strong nets and threads. If the ninjas are not careful, they will be entangled in those things and unable to break free. So after a few back and forth, Spider-Man seemed to be winning. A murder against an innocent beautiful girl. He was stopped forcefully. Nice. Inside the spider suit, Peter Parker smiled. With great ability comes great responsibility. Ever since Uncle Ben passed away, this has been his life creed. Every time he succeeds in becoming a hero, the scars and regrets in his heart will be made up to some extent. But the smile only lasted 3 seconds. Whoosh! In the corner, suddenly a beam of silver light shot out, like a flick of the head, faster than a bullet. Spider-Man's hair stood on end. He made a big jump and narrowly avoided the sneak attack. With his superior dynamic vision, he was surprised to find out This is not a special bullet, but a throwing knife. A flying knife, with a long and thin iron chain trailing from its tail, flew past the tip of Spider-Man's nose by a hair's breadth, and then nailed into the ground with a ding sound, reaching a depth of several feet. Crash! Then, the drag chain tightened and made a sound. The flying knife was pulled back, and a masked man wearing a red ninja uniform came out. His eyes are as sharp as a falcon, and his momentum is astonishing. He is constantly spinning chains and flying knives. At first glance, he is an elite monster. Of course, he is indeed an elite monster, Nobu Yoshioka of the Hand. A guy who has mastered the so-called Qigong. General Ross's purpose is to kill all those suspected of being men in black and little boys, as well as people related to them, such as Wanda. But that man had originally blocked hatred. Dare to accept the task of killing him. Naturally, the Hand will not just send ordinary ninjas, but at least some extraordinary strength. How about being prepared? Isn't this just a solo with the nosy Spider-Man? 6. Wanda sat by the window, drinking milk tea and watching the fight between the two sides, while the crowd fled in all directions. She even shouted in her heart, "Come on! I have seen Azu's violent killings, I have seen the Godfather's indifference, and I have experienced the torturous mentality of chopsticks. This scene before my eyes." In Wanda's eyes, it was similar to a street fight between gangsters. It was a bit lower grade, but it was still enjoyable to watch. But the Godfather had warned her to stay away from superheroes, as she would become mentally retarded and unfortunate. So Wanda ignored Spider-Man. It is true that after having super ability, it is respectable to stand up and become a hero. But it's as if the story of Naruto is about a group of ninjas and a group of battlefield hyena mercenaries desperately pursuing peace. There are bright spots, but the core is funny. Superheroes, if they want to uphold Millikan values while being a hero, they are destined to play house. It is even said that superheroes have done more evil and harmed more people than villains. So, Wanda just needs to keep away from the superheroes. You don't need to be one of them. This is good for Godfather, myself, Azu, and the vegetables, fruits, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks on the farm. This was when she was farming with Guanfuyun and Azu on the farm. I realized it myself. When people are hungry, they need to eat. If people cultivate the land, they will have food to eat. If Spider-Man goes to farm and cultivates 100,000 acres a day, the food produced can feed the entire slums of New York. Who has nothing to eat and buy for $0? But he can't farm because there are no farmers in America, and the land only belongs to farmers and capital. In American cities, most people who have lost their jobs have no option of returning to their hometowns to farm. They can only become homeless people, or join gangs, become criminals, and become infinitely ugly in order to survive. That's the problem. This can't be solved by Iron Man or Spider-Man flying around the city twice, or Steve wearing a star-spangled flag and popping his butt. After understanding this, Wanda doesn't need to be like Azu, who has to ask Guanfuyun to constantly bring up points, spoilers, teachings, and follow UPS. She knew how to do it herself. Such as now. She just needs to watch a play, watch the fun, make herself happy, and go home and tell her Godfather. He was also raised on the farm and stayed with Guanfuyun. Azu learned the principles of official life. Wanda learned to have fun. Her face was calm, elegant and indifferent, but her heart was already explaining like crazy. Chapter 20, If you are unhappy, you will call Scarlet Witch. Good. Now is the scene of Spider-Man vs Elite Monster Ninja. I'm Wanda, the farm narrator. Dream and Godfather stickers. We can see that the Elite Monster Ninja in red is looking directly at Spider-Man. His eyes are unruly. Is he trying to show off? Ah, yes, yes. He started to show off. He was naming the dishes and saying that he was Nobu Yoshioka of the Hand. Who is he? He said that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of Spider-Man, but just wanted to kill me, not my buddy. Who the hell are you? Spider-Man rejected him. The two started fighting after a disagreement. In the second round, Spider-Man took the lead and launched a spider web cage. Spider web entangled. This move clears the enemy line very quickly, but obviously it can't deal with elite monsters. What's his name? The elite monster rolled, blocked the invincible frame, and dodged the spider web attack. He throws a knife. Spider-Man twitches and dodges. Is he Parkinson's disease? It can be seen that the two ignored each other's long range, and they could only close the distance. Two figures, one red and one red, are fighting together, indistinguishable. It can be seen that the elite monster ninja is different from the miscellaneous ninja. Not only does his move skills reach the peak, but his strength and speed also surpass humans. Did you get an injection? Did you take drugs? None. It is chi. There is a transparent aura lingering on the body of the elite monster, like a magic matrix, giving him powerful blessings. At the same time, fighting in the aura, Spider-Man seemed to be suppressed, and his operations were somewhat deformed. But Spider-Man is more powerful. Oh ho ho. It turns out that he has been holding back his strength to fight, but now he has started the second stage, releasing more power. The elite monster is sweating profusely. He threw a smoke bomb on the ground and was deducted 2 points for littering. Is he going to escape? No. No, with the cover of the smoke, the elite monster advanced instead of retreating. He tightened his abdomen, raised his anus, gathered energy in his left fist, and struck out with a punch that could break open a monument and crack a stone, carrying an invisible wave of energy. Spider-Man is backing up. What's going on? I can't understand. Everyone, wait a moment. I'll contact the Godfather and ask for an off-site analysis. Okay, I'm back. The Godfather said that this is called the Western mutated version of martial arts style. The Qigong of the elite monsters, according to the adaptation and not the random fabrication, originated from Kunlun and is a kind of chi training technique. Like the head of the hand, he can even slap a car away. The scariest thing about Qigong is not the external enhancement. Instead, it can cause internal injuries, penetrate the skin and muscles, and cause devastating blows to the enemy's internal organs and physiological system. Even Spider-Man has to stay away, otherwise he may be bruised and bruised. No. There is also a reversal. Spider-Man started the prop game. He seemed to be retreating, but in fact he used his webbing to pull the trash can and attack. Bang! The trash can hit the elite monster on the back of the head, and the elite monster jumped into the street. What a piece of garbage! The explanation ends here. Etc. There are experts too. Call. It was a hearty battle. After dealing with Yoshioka Nobu, Spider-Man still couldn't relax and frowned. As a representative of street heroes, Spider-Man's business scope is very wide, ranging from $0 purchases to disasters that destroy cities and the world. He has to take care of them all. So I have a lot of connections. For example, he knows Daredevil and the Hand. In the current New York underground world, Kingpin is stirring up troubles and wants to unify all the gangs, and the Hand is behind him to help. This secret organization has existed in this corner of New York for more than 400 years. It's a terrifying beast. He, Peter Parker, will not be labeled as Peter Parker, right? In the past, Peter Parker would have been confident and fearless. But now is the point of Spider-Man 3. He can't even pay the rent. He has a dual identity, double obstacles, and he hasn't put on the Venom suit yet. Worse than Ashai. It got so bad that he began to doubt himself. Even if I'm in bad luck right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Inside the spider suit, the man inside, Peter Parker, complained about himself. The words have not yet finished. Boom. A transparent chi, similar to Yoshioka Nobu, but more powerful and surging, came out like an invisible hammer. Bang! Spider-Man was directly knocked away, spinning in the air, and then hit the ground. Q bounced a few times. Why did you hit your waist again? My back. Spider-Man said it hurt too much. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt that his internal organs were messy and warm. The mess was caused by some organs being shattered by the anger. It's hot because his resilience is not weak and is working to save himself. Look up. I saw another corner, first a black crutch that looked like a tumor came out, and then a wrinkled old face emerged. Like an old witch in a fairy tale. Mrs. Gao. Spider-Man said coldly. Madame Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the hand, is a traitor who defected from Kunlun. This old bidden has lived for more than 400 years, and his attainments in chi refining are as high as 3 or 4 stories high. Spider-Man knew that Daredevil next door was defeated by her in one move and was no match for him. Now he's on the street too. Run quickly! Spider-Man shouted at the top of his lungs, and when he looked back, Wanda was still sitting by the window. She ate her snacks as if it didn't matter to her. No, Giliang, you. Who knows, family members. Spider-Man was also speechless. He wanted to speak, but was knocked unconscious by Mrs. Gao in the next second. Like Spider-Man knocking out Nobu Yoshioka. These people don't seem to know how to last hit. Wanda complained. Then, she saw Mrs. Gao, who seemed to be in her twilight years, spread her wings like a rock and turn over like a kite, and actually jumped up. She smashed the window, shook off the shards of glass, and walked towards Wanda, saying some pretentious words as she walked. What a little mouse that can hide. There is no one on the farm. Tell me, where did the man in black and the young man with blonde hair go? Say it and it will give you a good time. Hearing this, Wanda frowned. Why did you go to my farm? Didn't I tell you? There is no one on the farm. Mrs. Gao said casually, feeling that she was very humorous. Maybe I stepped on a few acres of vegetable seedlings, maybe I killed some cattle and sheep. Who knows? This made Wanda become serious, with a straight face. Anyone is fine. She would be happy to see them wearing fancy clothes, fighting in the streets and putting on dramas. But it won't do if you step on your family's soil. This has touched the rice noodles. Yoshioka Nobu, Mrs. Gao, hand away. If they dare to step on the vegetable field today, won't they go to heaven tomorrow? There is already a way to take death, we can't bear it. Crushing bones and raising ashes. Must crush bones and raise ashes. She stood up, her hands seemed to have pulled a scarlet ball of light from the void, and her eyes were flushed. Oh! Are you also one of the extraordinary people? It seems that this time the goal is really correct. Haha! When the old witch saw this, her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't take it too seriously. The most indispensable thing in New York was Superman. Who knows if it looks scary but actually only lights up and does special effects? Think so. Mrs. Gao's rickety body suddenly straightened up, she crutched a little, and the full chi pushed forward and spread like waves. He really has the demeanor of a peerless master. But in front of her is Wanda. Wanda tilted her head and used the chaos magic power as telekinesis. Before Mrs. Gao had time to react, she was embedded on the floor and unable to move. Just like Professor X Charles's bald girl fighting Wolverine. Just seconds. This result was completely beyond Mrs. Gao's imagination, and she was shocked. But see! With the sound of ta-ta-ta footsteps, Wanda was wrapped around chaos. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, stained with blush, and her lips were as bright as blood. Wearing a white-brown school uniform and white over-the-knee socks, the whole body seems to be surrounded by scarlet illusory flames, and the JK skirt rises and falls in waves. She looked like a college student who wanted to save the world after class, and like a female devil lurking in the classroom, walking up the scarlet steps step by step. Mrs. Gao panicked. "Hey, can we reconcile?" Chapter 21 Wanda ruined the atmosphere in New York. "I want you to call me Wanda when I'm happy, but what do you call me when you're unhappy?" In front of the Scarlet Witch. "What about Mrs. Gao, Hand Club? They are just trash fish, the spicy chicken among the spicy chickens." She ignored Mrs. Gao's Joker words. He directly used psychokinesis to invade Mrs. Gao's brain, read the memory, and find the secrets of the hand. Psychological power is not equal to mental power. But people with extraordinary talents can transform mental power into telekinesis. For example, Charles's bald girl. Therefore, the functions and effects of the two are similar. Certainly. What Wanda possesses is far from being as simple as mental power and telekinesis, but it lacks the explanation from the Dark God book. Chaos magic power only has the ability to fly big bricks. This alone is enough to deal with 99% of the characters. Such as now. Just because of the rough extraction of information, Mrs. Gao was shattered by Scarlet, and her withered skin and flesh seemed to be cremated and torn into pieces. Turn into ashes. In the Marvel world, sometimes it's really hard to want to die. Whether they are villains or superheroes, they can always win the resurrection game in various ways. Even the Hand, which is like a miscellaneous fish, claims to be immortal and has the means to extend its life and resurrect. But the prerequisite for continued life is to leave a part. Like Wanda, she directly used chaos magic power to nirvana every cell and even spirit of Mrs. Gao. What does she live for? Since then, for the first time since the Hand Association was founded, there will be a real dead ball on the finger. Gao Mrs. Gao. Wanda did not forget to replenish the elite monsters on the ground and crush them into ashes. Then go straight to the ninja base camp. After all, the Godfather said so. To kill, you must kill cleanly, and you must be thorough in your conduct. It is necessary to accurately grasp the pain points and difficulties of the villain, drive the killing through innovation, and eliminate the root of the problem to avoid the villain's updated version and iterative play style, which will cause trouble to daily life. Hurry up, don't delay school. Wanda muttered. At this time, Spider-Man was still fainting. New York City, a financial building. It looks bright on the outside, but in fact the bottom of the building is completely hollowed out and is where the Grand Temple of the Hand is located. Since betraying Kunlun, he came to the American continent and established the Hand. This power, which has been developing for hundreds of years and is still a gangster, has been doing everything in its power and prosperity. Occasionally they will be matched up with a well-matched opponent, such as Daredevil. Occasionally, a few key members will be killed by Daredevil. But it doesn't matter, we can play in the playoffs anyway. But today is different. Mrs. Gao was crippled, completely crippled, and couldn't be resurrected even with their secret weapon, the Dragon Bone. The death of an immortal. This makes the other hands combine the other 4 of the 5 fingers, and the mentality is immediately shattered. After all, these 5 beasts stole a dragon bone and betrayed Kunlun because they were greedy for eternal life and pleasure. Now Mrs. Gao is completely dead. So who's next? Not only Mrs. Gao, but also Xin and the ninja soldiers are also dead and burned to ashes. The other party is extremely vicious. One of the 5 fingers, Alexandra said solemnly, first of all, exclude it from being a superhero. Although superheroes either have this or that ability, or are indestructible, they can always win the resurrection match, which has caused headaches for the Hand for more than a day or 2. But they have an amazing divine synchronicity. Basically there is a no-kill principle. Even the most heinous criminals, such as those who tortured and killed countless people, were only imprisoned. How awesome is this? Especially for an eternal force like the Hand, even if it accidentally fails, if you go in and lock it up for 100 years, maybe the crime will be legalized. So they are confident. But now, someone has broken this unwritten rule. And the kill was particularly successful. This is simply braving the disdain of the world, breaking the laws of our ancestors, and we must punish both black and white. Revenge. Must take revenge severely. This is beyond doubt, so the next question is only one. Who is the enemy? Alexandra said deeply. Have no idea. Squeak. The other three fingers made some noises. Everyone looked at each other, and then realized that there was really no way to lock the target. Because the opponent's attack was too brutal and too clean. There were no witnesses, no soldiers who came back to report, or even like the superheroes, after defeating the evil, they were cheered on the spot wearing fancy clothes, and they posed in a few coquettish ways to boost their popularity. Nothing. So much so that the hand originally prepared a systematic intelligence system to deal with the Chowing. It's completely useless. It's very uncomfortable. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. If you can even abandon being handsome, then this person must be extremely vicious and insane. How about we call the police? Alexandra continued. He felt like he was Kogoro Mori now, reasoning hard. As soon as these words came out, it was difficult for the other three fingers to give face. After all, although the hand has been developing for hundreds of years, it is still doing dirty work, human trafficking, and tinkering with firearms. Looks so dirty. But aren't the American presidents also engaged in illegal immigration, arms trafficking, and drug legalization? We are all decent people in the civilized world. How can I call the police if I go out to fool around? Don't you want to lose face? Dong dong dong. Fortunately, when the atmosphere was at its most awkward, an accident happened. Not knowing who was knocking outside, Alexandra shouted, "Come in." Then, the door opened. The world outside the door was peaceful, with corpses everywhere, and all the ninjas were penetrated, crushed, and burned by scarlet energy. A very cute doll girl stood outside the door and said politely, "Are you the fingers of the hand? Can I kill you? Get out." Alexandra said seriously, she meant it. Then, her chest was penetrated by scarlet energy. The magic power of chaos changes everything and destroys all things according to Wanda's will. The probability is 100%. Open-minded and bleeding. Alexandra struggled and wondered, "How did you get here?" "I came by taxi," Wanda said honestly. Hearing this, Alexandra almost cried, and the other three leaders really cried. "Not sister you. You are so awesome, you can kill the hand alone, don't you know how to fly? If you come flying like Iron Man or Spider-Man, we will definitely be prepared. If it doesn't work, just like the Captain of the United States, dress up in strange clothes and carry some equipment with you. Let others know at a glance, back off, this person is showing off. Then we can also find you, right? You even took a taxi. As for being so down to earth, it's so immoral, you've ruined the atmosphere in New York, Gah." Chapter 22 Dragon Egg? Godzilla Egg. Bang bang bang. Like squeezing a bubble, he crushed the head of the hand leader. Wanda finally felt more comfortable. "I avenge you, the vegetable seedlings that were trampled on the farm," Wanda thought in her heart. Then, she didn't leave, but continued deeper. "Dragon Bone, Kunlun. Is it something from my godfather's hometown?" She was interested in the secrets of the hand, or she thought Guanfuyun would be interested. But, just like a clearance game, after clearing the troops and killing the boss, the real boss will appear. As Wanda went deeper, the hand's weapons and trump cards were contaminated with the power of the demon named Beast, and Black Sky was carefully cultivated. It flashed out with a swish sound. His whole body was shrouded in black energy, with two knives stuck in his back. The energy seemed to be like a living thing, gathering behind him, forming an abstract demonic face with a bloody grin. Crack! Then Wanda put her hands together and swatted the beast and the Black Sky to death like a mosquito. "Scared me?" The little witch patted her chest in shock. These ninjas, even if they were not strong enough, would appear suddenly. As annoying and disgusting as cockroaches. She waved. The scarlet psychic power is like an endless blood-colored tide, with waves changing and sweeping underground. Although she does not have super hearing or clairvoyance. But every ray of thought power is equivalent to an extension of her senses, outlining the outline of the world for her. Kill the lurking ninjas by the way. This is very efficient. Wanda soon saw a huge keel that was neither Huxian nor Western, about a few hundred meters long. Embedded in rock formations like fossils. The bone powder of this dragon bone is the secret of the hand's resurrection. Take a sip and the body will be warm. Certainly. Guanfuyun doesn't need it, and Wanda won't let Guanfuyun get used to it. But just like Bucky's 1 and 2 arms, wouldn't it be cool if this thing could be pulled back and used as a specimen or figure? Even if it is used as firewood and played with, it is considered to be the best use of it, right? Wanda tidied up and put the dragon bones into the bracelet. Then she was surprised to find out. In the hole under the huge keel, there is actually an altar with huge amounts of eggs placed there. It's really big. The egg's shell is snow white and its body is as tall as 2 people, bigger than Wanda. How many meals of egg fried rice can this make? Wanda was shocked. Next to Guanfuyun, when she sees something now, her first reaction is whether it is edible, and then whether it tastes good. Get rich. Such a big egg looked like a dragon egg, and Wanda couldn't even imagine how delicious it was. She packed it up and took it away. By the way, the underground base of the hand was destroyed, as well as the financial building used as a disguise. Rumble. This is a force that gives the neighborhood office a headache and even scares the Avengers and Defenders Alliance. Just like that it became history. Pity. In their memories, the guy who issued the mission to deal with Guanfuyun did not show up during the whole process, or left no identity information. All I know is that he is a Melikian warlord. When school was over, Guanfuyun and Azu came to pick up Wanda. The whole family was having a good time, and everything was normal. It was completely invisible. During the day, everyone was busy killing people and exterminating them, and blood flowed like rivers. Back to the farm. That's the way it is. Wanda briefly talked about the hand and the Millennium Warlords, and then the 3 of them observed 3 seconds of silence for the trampled Cai Meow. That's the corn I planted myself. Could have made corn soup. Azu kept pouting, taking out the adamantium sword and gesticulating. He was really angry. Pity. The hand has made Wanda miserable, and now he has nowhere to vent. As a human being, you must not be internally consumed, but you must open your mind, Azu. Guanfuyun was teaching earnestly on the side, like an old father, telling the truth of life. There is no need to know who it is. Put arrogance against arrogance. You can just kill any American warlord and let them know our attitude. It's still revenge. That's right. Azu's eyes lit up. He said that even to death, his father still knows how to be a good person. He was happy again. After eating, go out to warm up and digest food. Guanfuyun said with concern again. Listen to Dad. Azu felt warm in his heart. The 3 of them fought for a while, treating it as family entertainment. Then his eyes fell on the dragon egg. What kind of pot should be used to cook this? Guanfuyun was thinking. Make it into baked eggs. Azu was also greedy. Gudong. Wanda swallowed directly. She could only describe Guanfuyun's cooking skills as miraculous. She really has had enough of white people eating. Wait. Seeing that the children were really hungry, Guanfuyun took out a chopping board and kitchen knife and planned to crack eggs. Crack. Then I saw the egg cracking on its own. No egg white or yolk comes out. There was only one Godzilla, with its head sticking out from its eggshell, just in the eye of Guanfuyun, who was wearing an apron and carrying green onions, ginger, and garlic. Gah! Little Godzilla screamed. He thought he had met a keeper. He opened his mouth and took a bite of green onion, ginger, and garlic, smacking his lips. It tasted okay. Is this some kind of swamp puppy? Azu. Is it edible? Wanda wondered, can it taste on its own? Guanfuyun. Knock on the horse. It turns out this is not a dragon egg, but a Godzilla egg. Yes, it's the most famous Godzilla, who has the most monster movies, and who can breathe atoms. It's exactly that variety. As a well-known Japanese monster, Godzilla once joined Marvel because of its popularity. And it's the main world of Marvel, not some other multi-universe. In the comics, Nick Fury even complained that as the head of SHIELD, he actually had to fight with a monster that could breathe atomic energy. And Tony Schitt also developed anti-Godzilla armor. So it's not surprising that Guanfuyun picked up a Godzilla egg. What a fart! This is outrageous. Guanfuyun could only scratch his head for a while. He asked Wanda to take out the information and files of the hand. Check it out. Good guy, there has never been a dragon. That keel is most likely a cracked ancient Ghidorah. It's just that the ashes have been eaten for hundreds of years and they can no longer recognize their original appearance. To prepare for a rainy day. After all, the keel will be used up one day. The hand is always looking for the behemoth. They once spent a lot of money to go to an isolated island full of giant pythons to collect blood orchids. They also visited Skull Island and discovered huge amounts of orangutans. The Godzilla egg was accidentally discovered during this series of troubles and dug out of the ground. After expert appraisal by the hand, they believed it was a dragon egg. It's actually a closed loop of logic. Guanfuyun was confused for a moment, and what made him even more speechless was that after confirming each other's looks, Godzilla seemed to regard him as his father. Chapter 23 Baby Number 3, Godzilla. In the setting, Godzilla is a monster that lives in the Permian and is at the apex of the ecosystem, and represents the will of Blue Star to a certain extent. Godzilla in the big movie is said to be the last descendant of the Godzilla clan. It was hidden underground and escaped the mass extinction of life in the Permian. In the modern world of the movie, it was reawakened by frequent nuclear experiments. And this one in front of me. It's a similar situation. It was also buried deep in the ground and never woke up, but was dug out by the hand and offered as a treasure. If it is not interfered by external forces, it is not unearthed in the country of Zaire, and it is not exposed to enough nuclear radiation. It probably will be a coward for the rest of its life. But the problem is, it meets Wanda, and it meets one of the most incredible powers of chaos in the Marvel Universe. It also met Guanfuyun and the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for adopting baby number 3, Godzilla. Reward: the farm area is expanded by 50 acres. The villa is expanded and rooms are added. In Godzilla's house, the infinite space setting has been added. The space inside is infinitely high and infinitely large, but it is desolate and everything is withered. 6. Apart from 6, Guanfuyun doesn't know what else to say. Is this just a leak of anger from his father? Gah. Then I saw a 1.8 meter tall Godzilla crawling out of the egg that was 2 people tall. It opened its big, sparkling, watery eyes, as if they were about to emit lasers, and its whole body arched cutely, leaning into Guanfuyun's arms. Push away and arch again. Push away and arch again. Guanfuyun stretched out his hand to scratch its head. Godzilla was like a puppy being stroked by its owner, wagging its tail happily. Strictly speaking, this Godzilla was born with an organ like an atomic furnace, like a walking nuclear bomb. In this family, is he really just a little puppy? It's so cute, Dad, just don't eat it, can you raise it for me? Azu also touched it. This kind of naturally weird and cool animal pet is really annoying to a boy of his age. And after getting started, Azu was surprised to find that this swamp puppy was actually moderately soft and hard. Its belly is as soft as a pillow, for Azu. Its back, those protruding parts like mountain peaks, are just right hard, like the stinging balls of a snake, which are naturally itchy. I can't even imagine how great it would be to roll around on it. Azu is a little eager. What a good toy. It can bite people when released. It's so cool. Then what shall we eat? Wanda never forgets her original intention. Guanfuyun. It can be seen that she is really hungry. Let Dad kill pigs and cows. Instead of eating mapo tofu today, we will eat beef and sour bamboo shoots hot pot. Azu acted like a baby like crazy. Dad. Dad. What? Ma. Po. Do. Fu. Wanda looked at Azu, like a real brother and sister looking at each other. They disliked each other so much that she was about to vomit and said, "You did it on purpose, right? Dog Azu. Shouldn't I call you brother? You are only 80 million years old. I was deceived by you. That's me who came first, ha 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 ha, are you angry or not? Don't want to talk to the dog. Woof woof woof. Gun gun gun, let you raise it, let you raise it, what is the name of this thing?" The two looked down upon each other, rolled their eyes, and quarreled. Guanfuyun interrupted and said nonsense in a serious tone, "Let's call it Godzilla. Judging from his physique, he will be a good player in the future. Good name. Azu. Good name. Wanda." Azu was angry. "Why are you trying to imitate me? You childish fellow." Wanda was not willing to be outdone, just a little bit. The two of them were so noisy that they went out to farm. Wanda was possessed by the magic power of chaos. With a wave of her little hand, the land was plowed, and the seeds were buried in it. "Godzilla, let's go." Not to be outdone, Azu tied a plow to Godzilla. "Good guy, it's more convenient than a plowing machine." The land for farm expansion was quickly fully utilized. A place full of vitality. "That's great." Guanfuyun watched for a while, then pulled off a pile of dragon bones and went to make charcoal hot pot. Godzilla is really good for Azu. After all, one likes to smoke Big Ivan, and the other shines brightly in the sun. Wouldn't it be beautiful if two heavyweights team up and fly into space together to absorb the rising eastern twilight crazily? Although the radiation is good, he is a little uncomfortable. If that doesn't work, you can find information about Dr. Octopus, and you can use Hydra or an artificial sun to feed Godzilla. This one is more powerful and cleaner. At the same time, on an unknown island deep in the ocean, the primitive jungle is dense. The beast roared. Boom! The landslide and the ground cracked, and an insect 50 or 60 meters tall with an inverted triangular head opened its dark red eyes. It has huge wings that cover the sky and the sun, and two pairs of long sickle-like legs. Every time it steps forward, hills are smashed into pieces. It's Muto. A Hollywood original monster, it is also an ancient monster like Godzilla. Because they like to lay eggs in Godzilla's body, both sides regard each other as their old enemies. They can sense each other. Just like what was shown in the big movies, Godzilla noticed Muto's awakening and ran over to give it two big dicks even though he had to travel thousands of miles across the ocean. Now the situation is just reversed. Godzilla was still a cub, madly loved and ignorant. Muto has grown up, he is excited, he roars, and he wants to kill his old enemy. But it can't get out. This damn island seems to have a shield from the outside world, and all the giants are restricted. Occasionally people can come in, but they can't get out. Neither Muto nor his wife could figure out why. But it can sense Godzilla, and it can also feel that the cover is becoming fragile. It crashes crazily, and one day it will be able to break through the shackles and fly freely. Bump, come on, use force. Don't stop. At this time, under the island, there is a dark sea area that cannot be discovered by any detector. A strange noise was made. The owner of the voice. He was an old man wearing tattered ancient armor and ragged clothes, like a smelly beggar wearing a torn rag. He was clearly sitting under the sea, but his skin was cracked and withered, like an elongated, skinny stick insect, as if it might quake at any moment. But this is impossible. Because he is Kol, a long-forgotten father who was supposed to be the god king of Asgard. He had a long life. His god's name is Hormungandr, the fearful serpent. Because he lost to Odin. It has been sealed here for too long. How long exactly? The big snake doesn't know. But he knew that the 8 most powerful sages under him had been defeated, and the hammer had been scattered and sealed in various places. He knew that there was no longer a follower of his in this world. Unless he can get out and spread fear again. Originally there was little hope for this matter. But Muto's sudden madness and the weakening of the seal's power gave him hope. Orokai understood that Odin, who was sitting on the throne, was finally old. This was the fate of the God King. And he is stagnant because of the seal, and young because of hatred. The current Orokai is like Odin when he was young, powerful, and unknown, and his power needs to be demonstrated, and he even dares to use his sword against the gods. Crash it! Crash it! I can feel your eagerness and anger. When the seal is broken, no matter who you want to kill, I will help you. And I will reward you as a divine beast. The serpent's gibbering affects reality and exudes the power of the Father. At the same time, Hulk capture team, set off. In the Snake Shield Bureau, Lu Dan also became very energetic. But this so-called special operation, secret plan. The entire process was exposed within Hydra's field of vision. Even Guanfuyun can watch the live broadcast and use it to prepare meals. Chapter 24 Live Broadcast to Capture Hulk. Farm. After repeated expansions, Wanda's room and Godzilla's room were added, and Azu's room also gained solid features. And Guanfuyun's kitchen is naturally not to be far behind. The kitchen has also been expanded, adding figurine, trophy, shelves, a large round table, and a large screen. Yes. Guanfuyun likes to cook directly in the kitchen. By the way, other hobbies are also incorporated. Such as this moment. While watching the live broadcast of the operation to capture Hulk, Guanfuyun, Azu, Wanda, and Godzilla each sat in their own seats, with the steaming sour bamboo shoots and beef hot pot in the middle. The sour bamboo shoots are smooth and as white and tender as a girl's thigh. The beef is cut into large pieces, thicker than thin and thinner than thick. Roll and scald it in hot oil, then scoop it out, dip it in water, and eat it with a few mint leaves. The taste is extremely refreshing. It was so cool that Azu took a photo, captioned it "Daddy's delicious food," and then posted it on Douyin. So does Wanda. How else to say that products are culture? Now half of Americans are using Douyin, and Guanfuyun even thinks that if he wants to run for president, he should just use Douyin to compete. Anyway, they are choosing one of the 2 idiots promoted by Capital. The program should be quite effective. He raised and lowered the entire rockets for fun. Bite. Godzilla, baby number 3, has increased gratitude. 10%, 20%. I almost forgot about you. Guanfuyun turned his head and saw Godzilla sniffing the beef on his plate like a puppy. It hesitantly came forward, looked back and forth, and scratched. It's thinking. What the hell is this? Can it be eaten? Finally, it gave up thinking, took a bite, and started chewing in its mouth. At that time, my eyes lit up. Oh my god, this is so delicious. I'm going to show off my horse. Little Godzilla nuzzled Azu affectionately and begged for food when he was hungry. Azu was very happy when he saw this and quickly gave him some food. I took a look at the live broadcast. In the screen, Hulk stood in the center of an unknown city, tapping his breasts crazily. He stepped on a deformed car, roared to the sky, and roared into the clouds. It's like a wild beast announcing that it is the king of the steel jungle. But the next moment, boom! The strong light suddenly brightened, condensed into a beam that penetrated the sky, and struck like a battering ram. The fierce energy impact made Hulk stagger. It turned its head. I saw a red gold iron shell falling from the sky, and the flames of the injector burned away the smoke and dust. Bang! Iron Man landed on the ground with a standard superhero landing, raised his head and locked the Hulk. More armors flew behind him and assembled into a huge mechanical anti-Hulk armor. I found you, Dr. Banner. Inside the iron shell, Tony Shadake said playfully. Are his knees made of iron? Azu was asking questions. No. Then it won't hurt if he lands like this. If you succeed in pretending, it won't hurt. Superheroes are so perverted. That's right. Azu asked again, then if I hit his iron shell, or shake it wildly, will the brains of the people inside be shaken evenly? Yes. Guanfuyun replied, don't say such outrageous things while eating. Unlike Marvel where popularity determines everything, Steve opens Thanos 50-50. The people in the black robe still talk about physics. It's just that the performance is a little worse. Therefore, black robes are not suitable for eating and watching. Oh. Azu shrank his head. Everyone continues to watch the live broadcast. Hulk, smash it! Just as he was showing off, he was suddenly beaten by Iron Man and took away his strength. Hulk said he couldn't stand it. Who is not a popular character anymore? It roared angrily, and its footsteps were like an elephant beating a drum, and its astonishing momentum was like it could tear Iron Man's hand apart when it pounced. In fact, it is indeed the case. When Iron Man wears Mark series armor normally, his style is stable and his appearance is as cool as the wind. As long as you put on the anti-XX armor, you will be torn apart by the enemy immediately. Just like now. Iron Man's hand cannon is not worth mentioning in front of Hulk's physique, so the sneak attack has some effect for the first time. Then it became photo rejuvenation. Hulk roared and approached, smashing cars and buildings, like an innate civil body, raising rubble and dust all over the sky. Its green fist, bigger than a sandbag, penetrated the air, and the white fist wind evolved into a vortex, causing all the rubble and gravel to roar over, and then it was shattered and turned into smoke and haze. Opposite. The reactor pushes forward, flames erupt, and the anti-Hulk armor punches forward. Bang! The fists struck each other, like drums beating on the earth and roaring in the sky. The air waves swayed outward in circles, and the dust particles flying all over the street were blown away in an instant. Hulk maintains a forward punching posture, as does the anti-Hulk armor. The two sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. Blocked. Tony was overjoyed that his research was indeed fruitful. Then he saw Hulk throw his second arm and punch. Boom! The steel joints of the anti-Hulk armor were directly shattered, and the iron pieces flew apart, piercing through several passers-by at random. Sting, sting, current overflow, mechanical failure, Jarvis red temperature alarm. Thump. Tony was also knocked out, and the anti-Hulk armor disintegrated. He dragged the broken iron shell and half knelt on the ground in a battle-scarred posture. All I can think about is how on earth did Guanfuyun stop this kind of monster, Invincible Hulk? It doesn't matter, I will take action. At a time when people were panicking, Milligan appeared wearing a star-striped flag and carrying a shield. People started cheering. Then Hulk scratched his head, stretched out his hand, grabbed the shield, and threw it again. The shield was like a dart, splitting a group of people up and down. Steve was stunned. No, bro, is there a way to grab the shield? Everyone else was dumbfounded. Has he always been so confident? Azu lives in Bungbu, and Steve is just ABD in his eyes. Such a person might die suddenly if he were in the Walt Company, even on a movie set. Why can he show up and show off? No way, who made him the leader of the War Eagle? Guanfuyun was also speechless. Thinking about it from another person's perspective, if there is a person wearing the Dongda flag, the original setting is only several times that of ordinary people, but because of the correct buffs, he can show off wherever he goes, and he can fight with everyone, and all kinds of gods and demons can do it. Listen to his command and let the 1,500-year-old Thor pour you some wine when you're done. Then you shouldn't be sprayed to death? Maybe the buff plays a role. Hulk is about to punch Steve and make him mentally retarded. Storm and Cyclops arrived belatedly and took action to repel the Hulk. Relax, kid. You are not inherently bad, it's just that the whole world has been violent to you since you were born. The world kisses you with pain, and you should repay it with song. Professor. At the same time, Black Widow, who was doing soy sauce on the side, also stepped forward to hold hands and comfort her with words. Under the dual attack of body and mind, Hulk gradually lost his anger. Braised egg, mom, fake. In the end, Black Widow is more useful. This abstract operation made his face darken. 6. Guanfuyun watched it with gusto. To be honest, the actor who plays the Hulk publicly expressed his support for the ceasefire between Palestine and Israel before he traveled through time. Even the leader Fuyun's favorable impression of Green Fat/Banner has increased a lot. If it wasn't inappropriate, he would have won. A similar situation exists with Hela, the goddess of death. She can lift and crush Thor's hammer. Guanfuyun approves of it. She is good as a god king. It's too delicious. On the side, Azu said that he was full, felt guilty, and wanted to go out for some activities. Kill a American warlord for fun. Chapter 25 Azu dreams of the black-robed world. New York, night. Whoosh. In the sky, Azu was wearing a black Superman suit, overlooking the human city. There were planes flying beside him, and his eyes were gradually turning scarlet. He put his hands on his hips, thinking about whom to trouble. Who should I look for? Daily Bugle, good news, Ross successfully captured Hulk. Win. Steve Rogers reappears, what is the mystery between him and Ross? Shocked. Rose is so great. He really makes me cry to death. Azu is looking for prey, and overwhelming publicity began on the big screen in Times Square. This noisy media gave Azu a target. If I hadn't met my father, I might have been a hero promoted by the media. Azu murmured. Popularity, fan index, support rate, this is the truth that Watt Company has instilled in him since he was a child. In the past, he didn't know what he wanted. He felt that he should be what the company expected. But now, Azu has escaped his sad fate. He is no longer a packaged, perfect product. He is a consistent, imperfect, living person. All the time. Azu has a secret that he didn't even tell Guanfuyun. The secret is that every day when he falls asleep, he dreams that he is back in the laboratory. I dreamed that I had been studied and experimented until I grew up, and then I was packaged by Walter Company and became a native of the Seven. The people of the motherland have infinite glory on the surface. In fact, he has no relatives or affection at all. He has everything but nothingness. The scientists and wet nurses who raised him were afraid of him. The 7 people who were with him feared and loathed him, and betrayed and deceived him one by one. His son's mother hates him. His son, rebelled against him. Even his biological father, the soldier boy, brought Oi to kill him and killed him with a chest cannon. From start to finish. The people of the motherland are just weak and giant babies. Azu dreamed of the people of his motherland, and dreamed that the people of his motherland were talking to the mirror, and he was just a fragment in the mirror. The two looked at each other, as if they could see each other's lives. That moment, Azu saw envy in the eyes of the people of his motherland. He was so envious that he went crazy and went crazy. He cried and rolled on the ground and kicked his legs. Azu smiled. Because he didn't have to grow up in a laboratory, he grew up beside Guanfuyun in the sunshine. He has a father, a farm, and vegetables and fruits that he sowed with his sweat. He also has a relative, Wanda, and a cute pet, Godzilla. Looking at the universe, wherever the sun shines, he can feel Guanfuan's teachings. Just close your eyes. Azu can see a spiritual pillar. As long as his father is here, even Professor X, the #1 spiritual master, cannot control him. He is free and has everything. Fame, power, wealth, are all insignificant. Be it Hydra, the company he conceived in his mind, or the company that hasn't been launched yet. None of it matters. The important thing is that he finally understands and has love. Even if Guanfuan is an ordinary person, Azu can control himself. He will never lose control again, and he will never lose again. Even if Guanfuan is a sanitation worker, Azu will ride on the garbage truck carefully and happily. He is still his father's treasure. On that day, Guanfuan ran desperately. Stood in front of tens of thousands of people, blocked the hatred, and hugged him. It is the eternal light in Azu's heart. That photo is Azu's favorite and proudest moment. But now, the popularity and traffic of that photo were actually robbed by Ross. For this reason, Azu decided to weigh him up. Certainly. At this moment, with the reminder from the dream, what Azu wanted to kill most was actually the soldier boy and his other self. The bull demon defeated the city in a certain building. It's gone up. It's gone up. Mr. Ross, after the appearance of the American captain, your approval rate continues to soar. The subordinates rushed in excitedly. Humph, it's all under control. Ross was holding a pipe in his mouth, like a 5-star general in COS. He commented, "This time, who else can stop me? Who else? I won ma." Boom. Before he finished speaking, Azu fell from the sky and directly smashed the houses one by one. Coming like a Mephisto. In an instant, General Ross's impassioned acceptance speech came to an abrupt end. He was stunned. At this moment, Rose's heart almost stopped beating. He has done countless wicked things in his life, and his hands are stained with blood. But the pressure and suffocation at this moment are very different from the feeling of having a gun pointed at your head and a knife held on your neck. This feeling is like a mayfly and an elephant. Just because they meet, the weaker one has no other choice but to be crushed. Not even a conversation. Azu's eyes immediately turned red. Etc. Do you want money? Do you want power? I'll give it to you. I can give it to you. You will be my subordinate. No, you will be my boss. Ross talked crazily, but was still penetrated by heat vision and lost an arm. He was trembling, he was desperate. It shouldn't be. It's obvious that the plan was successful, and it's obvious that he has regained support, popularity, and votes, but what's going on with this sense of powerlessness? Brother, where did you come from? Could you please say something? Don't be too arrogant. Wait, arrogant? Arrogant. Sudden. Ross was shocked and stunned. At this moment, he thought of himself and the people he had killed. At that time, he was just as arrogant and arrogant. And at this moment, his helplessness, despair, weakness, humbleness, is it what those people feel? It turns out that Ross is just an insignificant little Kayla Rice who is nothing like a dog. If someone wants to kill you, kill him. How ironic. Ross closed his eyes in despair, and his entire body was burned to ashes by the heat vision, leaving no residue behind. Whoosh. After killing Ross, Azu took off from Woohoo, humming a little tune and in a beautiful mood. At this time, Loudon, who successfully captured the Hulk and returned to the Imperial Court, heard that the person who took over Hulk was gone. The Russians are so bad that they can no longer pay the final payment of the project. Spiced corned egg. Chapter 26 Ancient One comes to apply for a tutor. FK. The braised egg said in an elegant and easygoing manner. He racked his brains and planned carefully, thinking about the possibility of failure in the mission and how to deal with Rose's torture. But I never expected that Hulk would come back and Rose would be here. This is just like getting married, and Jill is gone. Are you here to be funny, brother? And so far, I don't even know who did it. Do today's villains dislike showing off so much? It's better to let Hulk go to Xavier Academy for the gifted first. I can also be a spiritual mentor. After learning the situation, Professor X said this. He is the mutant Charles. But the extraordinary ones in this world are not just mutants. People like Spider-Man and Iron Man will never encounter the dilemma of mutants at all. Charles felt that maybe he should make more friends. This can also be regarded as reflection and progress after being beaten by Azu. That's all we have to do. Braised Egg replied. He was happy to let go of the burden. At the same time, farm. In the kitchen, Wanda used her chaos magic power to wash pots and dishes, while Godzilla was dozing off on Guanfuyun, who was dozing off on the chair. The scene is warm and farm-like. The only things that disturbed all of this were the expanding and spinning sparks and the sudden appearance of boiled eggs. The Ancient One Mage is here. Gah! Suddenly frightened, little Godzilla stood up straight, his throat vaguely lit up, as if he was about to fire an Italian cannon. Wanda was stunned, and then looked at Guanfuyun. Ancient One, Charles's sister, Nick Fury. Guanfuyun opened his eyes and muttered something. Then he imagined a meeting with 3 boiled eggs and a braised egg and radish, and he laughed out loud for no reason. Ancient One. She watched calmly. When people live a long time, they can encounter any situation, and they have long become accustomed to it. She didn't just watch either. Crack! Ancient One snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space suddenly changed layer upon layer, collapsing, rotating. This is the mirror space, the home of the magician. But there was no danger in the home court, just a tea table and a few cups of tea. Ancient One sat uprightly in his seat, and then pushed a cup of tea towards Guanfuyun. The meaning is very clear. Guanfuyun, I'm here to negotiate terms. Guanfuyun signaled the little witch and little Godzilla to calm down, then picked up the teacup, took a big sip like a cow, wiped his mouth and said, Master, have you tried to kill me, or expel or seal me? Yes. Ancient One said calmly. Did it succeed? Guanfuyun asked. What do you think? Ancient One asked, looking at the weirdo Guanfuyun with a helpless look. Ancient One said calmly, as the Supreme Mage, my duty is to maintain the security of the dimension. You are actually a dimensional intruder. So, yes. In countless possible futures, we have indeed fought, and I have used all my means against you. But the result is failure, without exception. After experiencing long-planned confrontations that we have never met before, I think we can choose to live in harmony. Guanfuyun translated it, which means, I can't beat him, it's so annoying. I want to retire and I want to be a salty fish. Let's stop tormenting each other, okay? Then I'll be relieved. Guanfuyun said, it's easy to talk to people who have read the script. And it is really a wonderful experience to make friends with a being who is suspected of being a super heavenly father like the Ancient One. Yes, she is the strongest among the starting heavenly fathers, and will most likely surpass the heavenly father level. Although the way Ancient One exited by throwing herself to death was funny, she is one of the few beings in the Marvel Universe who can contact the Origin God. She threw herself to death in order to retire completely, pursue eternity, travel the universe, and pretend to be cool. I caught a glimpse of the Ancient One's bald head looking at Wanda with admiration. Guanfuyun said, you are a bit crazy. Vulgar words. Ancient One drank tea and said slowly, however, this child is indeed a treasure. Do you want to accept her as a disciple? Guanfuyun also thought about it. A born evil Uchiha. No, a girl who was born with evil power. She suffered a lot and had deep hatred. She became a disciple of a peerless master. In the end, she had the Book of Darkness in one hand and the Book of Emperor Weishin in the other. Good and evil were united. Invincible. How pleasant it sounds. That's the plan. Ancient One directly admitted, she is better than Stephen Strange and more suitable to be the Supreme Mage. That's not nonsense. In metaphysical terms, Stephen Strange is only of mortal blood, but his bones are astonishing and his destiny dictates. Wanda is a born magician, and magic is flowing in her veins. Stephen Strange's old enemy Dormammu is a younger brother to Wanda, who can already ignore Sithorn's side effects. She learned a few forbidden spells and was able to beat Dormammu into a mentally retarded person. Stephen Strange will lose a lot as the Supreme Mage, and even risk Blacken. Wanda is different. Now she is just here to enjoy happiness. It's all beneficial and no harm, right? Ancient One smiled, she just wanted to retire and was in a hurry. If Guanfuyun and Wanda didn't have any objections, she would throw herself to death in a few days, having already thought of her landing position. You are right, but I have a question. Guanfuyun lowered his body, said mysteriously, solemnly, you magicians, do you know that? That's the fireball technique. Fireball, the most basic and conventional spell. Classic burn no dead man. In this era where all ninjas are starting to struck the sky and shake the stars, it stands to reason that the requirements for mages should not be so low. But the problem is, including the Ancient One, the graduates of Karmatage are all the same. They all like to draw circles and then use the magic sword and shield formed by the spell to chop people. Still chase and chop. Everyone has Gandalf's disease. Guanfuyun doesn't want Wanda to return from studying and transform from a cute girl into a machete girl. Let your children learn something serious. Upon hearing this, Ancient One's face turned dark and he almost changed from a boiled egg to a braised egg. The corner of her mouth twitched. There will be magic. If you are really worried, I can just give her the Eye of Agamotto and the magic cloak. Full of sincerity. But Guanfuyun shook his head and said, it's not a matter of whether I feel at ease or not. Wanda needs to make her own decision whether to become your disciple or not. It's as if Azu's career and life plan are Azu's own heartfelt choices. Guanfuyun hopes Wanda will do the same. Said. Both looked at Wanda. Wanda pointed to her nose with her finger, looking so fussy and at a loss where she was. It was really cute. Official Fuyun simply explained, this is tutoring, 3 years of imitating the Supreme Master for 5 years, there is no need to leave home, just go to Greenwich Village in New York, the Godfather will always support you, if you are not happy, just after going home. Wanda nodded hesitantly and reluctantly agreed. Okay. Ancient One was extremely happy. The Eye of Agamotto and the magic cloak were handed over on the spot. He showed an excited smile that would soon kill him. Chapter 27 Azu, Dad, have I embarrassed you? Ancient One came and left with a smile on his face. It's also weird. She has completely forgotten about Doctor Strange now, and only thinks about the pure version of the little witch. I have to say. The circles drawn by Karmatage are convenient for traveling. It's almost time to catch up with the space gem. Guanfuyun watched Master Gu Boiled Egg Yi leave, and then immediately moved a small bench and sat down with Wanda. The heads of the big one and the small one hit each other. Like two bandits, taking stock of the goods purchased for 0 yuan. One is a magic cloak. It seems ordinary, but it is actually a treasure with a weapon spirit that can help fly and assist in combat. It also has decent defense. The key is that these functions are entirely of passive type. This perfectly makes up for the lack of physical strength of the little witch and improves fault tolerance. Put this on her directly. As for the Eye of Agamotto, aka the Time Stone. Awesome is awesome. According to the performance in the movie, it can allow the user to reach any point in time, whether it is the long past or the distant future. You can use this power to watch or experience any era, commonly known as reading a script. For example, Ancient One studies how to be more handsome every day when he falls to death. At the same time, the time gem can control time and perform operations such as rewinding, stopping, and looping. But this depends on the user's qualifications and knowledge reserve. For example, Doctor Strange and Thanos have both met the requirements and can play time tricks. One negotiates terms with Domu, and the other takes Vision's yellow diamond. But if it were Cassilis, the villain on the set of Doctor Strange, I couldn't understand it at all. Time is like a precise gear. Gemstones only have the ability to control gears. How to adjust them and how much they adjust requires calculation. Guanfuan felt troubled just thinking about it. After all, people can do anything in a hurry, but they can't do math. If they can't, they just can't. He is the laziest. The witty Wanda meets the requirements, but why does she, the Scarlet Witch, need the Time Stone? What really suits her is the combination of Reality Stone, Soul Stone, and Mind Stone. Therefore, the Time Stone is useless to both of them. Even in Guanfuan's original idea, he didn't care about the Time Stone. Now that I have it, I see that the most suitable one is actually Azu. First of all, he wants to open a VOD company in Marvel. He needs to get in touch with various heroes. The most important thing is to read scripts and collect intelligence. This is just the base function. Secondly, with his brain capacity and mentality, he cannot cause a time disaster at all. Even if he messes around, Guanfuan is not affected. The little witch possesses origin magic power, is an ancient one mage, and is also a transcendent existence. Even if Azu accidentally messed up, he wouldn't be able to harm his own people. Even if you think about it from the darkest perspective. Azu's current 95% gratitude level is the system's guarantee that he will not go crazy. And Daddy Zuonangu ensures Wanda's transcendence. Figured this out. Guanfuan, Wanda, and Godzilla were watching TV together at home, waiting for Azu. Whoosh! Soon, Azu came back. Ancestral treasure. Guanfuan asked Azu to come in and sit down. He briefly explained the situation and said frankly, "We plan to give you the Time Stone." Ah! Hearing this, Azu was not so happy that he agreed, but frowned, and asked, "But if this is the case, won't Ancient One be angry?" He had heard about Guanfuan's drama and knew how awesome Ancient One was. "It's for your use, not for you." Guanfuan said, "The Eye of Agamotto is still here in Wanda. When needed, can you just assemble it? Wanda is the next Sorcerer Supreme. She has the right to use the Eye of Agamotto. She circulates the Time Stone in our house and no one can fault it. Big deal, there's a problem with the dimension. Can't you just help kill a few Mephistos?" This is really the truth. The corner of Azu's mouth rose a little, but he then thought about the adamantium knife that his father gave him, and also thought that his father would take out the gems from Wanda's Eye of Agamotto and give it to him. He suddenly felt uncomfortable and panicked. Azu said weakly, "Dad, am I very weak and holding you back? Am I embarrassing you?" Guanfuan turned his head and looked at the embarrassed elder, wondering why he said this. Azu lowered his head like a defeated rooster. "I don't know magic, my brain is poor, my knowledge reserve is 0, and I am sometimes stupid. If I were like Wanda, Dad wouldn't have to worry so much. Azu, you have to know that in the eyes of others, you are almost a god. You are the god of Hydra, dominating the world's largest underground power." Guanfuan said, "You can also absorb sunlight to become stronger. Although it is slow, the upper limit is infinite. Your physical strength is the strongest in the family. You are also the first in your family to open a company. You have your advantages and strengths. At the same time, exposing your shortcomings in front of your family is not weakness. After we discussed it, we decided to give you the Time Stone. It's not about mercy, it's about helping each other. Even if you can only use it as a spoiler, it won't even be a spoiler. But that's what it's for. If you can use it to find clues to more gems, such as the Reality Gem, the Soul Gem, the Mind Gem, wouldn't it come back to help Wanda? When the time comes, it might be a good idea to change the core of Eye of Agamotto. You have to open your mind, Azu. No one is allowed to have internal conflicts in the family. I'm your father, and it's natural for me to worry about you. Do you understand? Hearing this, Azu didn't speak, he just raised his head and looked at Guanfuyun blankly. Guanfuyun said again, do you understand? Azu smiled coyly, drank milk, and whispered, I understand. Speak louder, haven't you eaten? Understood. Understood. Dad. Okay, very energetic. Should this time gem be placed directly in the bracelet, or should it be made into other accessories? Dad, make it a necklace for me too. Be handsome. Okay, go away and play. Take Godzilla with you and don't let him scratch me. Yes. Bite. Child number 1 Azu, the level of gratitude has increased. 95%, 99%. Spend some points. A necklace inlaid with time stones was made that stuck tightly to Azu's neck and could not be pulled off. It's really handsome. Paired with Superman's black framed glasses, Azu puts on a suit again, and oh, he's a gentle scum who is all black and evil. The temperament is also there. This gift from his family made Azu so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. When he got up the next day, he shouted, Dad, Wanda, you must come to see the opening of my company. Remember to bring Godzilla with you. After saying that, he hurriedly flew away. Yes. Azu's career and life goals are at Marvel's Walt Company, the Dad is Right Company, which is opening today. It is full of Hydras who have changed jobs and are re-employed. Chapter 28 Comitage Gandalf per capita. New. Guanfuyun waved his hand and said good morning to Azu. The company opens at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still early. But this incident has made the whole farm excited. Guanfuyun killed a chicken for breakfast and made chicken soup noodles to celebrate. Who can understand the mentality of an old father who is optimistic about his eldest son's future? The anticipation of Azu's big life made him unable to sit still. Simply follow Wanda to Carmitage to calm down. As for the farm, Godzilla knows what's going on, and this little monster is also exceptionally humane and knows how to push the envelope. And although it is still a cub, its combat power is enough to deal with ordinary superheroes and villains. It can bite one by one and digest it. Diddy. The two took a taxi to Greenwich Village in New York, which is the Carmitage New York office. The whole journey. The little witch is like a cub who doesn't want to go to kindergarten. She either hugs Guanfuyun or clings to Guanfuyun. Even kissing, hugging, and lifting high. Considering that Meiljian's atmosphere was relatively open, Guanfuyun was stunned for a moment and then let her go. In his adopted role, Wanda is the one who has changed the most, or has the biggest difference from her original impression. For example, Azu is still a giant baby, both physically and mentally. Godzilla is still a foodie. But Wanda is different. In the original book, when Wanda appears in the movie, she has been imprisoned and trained to adulthood. She starts off as a killer with no affection, and then kills a relative in every movie. But now she is a hopeful and energetic girl. There is no need to bear hatred or lose loved ones. There is no need to suffer because of your specialness. Don't worry about losing control. Therefore, there is a new life. Greenwich Village. Pass through the ancient clock tower-style building. Guanfuyun and Wanda came directly to Comitage and saw a series of palaces, ancient palaces floating in the air, linking mirror spaces. Kind of pretty. These buildings, after being assimilated by generations of magicians, also possess some special functions. Similar to magic weapons and sect-protecting formations. But it seems to be of no use. In Wanda's search for a family, the Scarlet Witch used bewitchment and magic cannon, and a silky small combo that took no more than 3 seconds to directly break the formation. Surprisingly fragile. After seeing the group of Hum Ha Ha in the Comitage Square, sweating profusely practicing chopping. Guanfuan knew, hey, there is a reason for all this. As a mage, I always want to add life, endurance, skill points to one-handed sword, two-handed sword, block, critical hit, charge, whirlwind dance, decapitation, and then a mirror space, and then draw circles and disappear. Is it possible to avoid being deceived and confused? Don't look at this. Guanfuan shook his head and said seriously, if you can't learn the fireball technique, just go home. Kamatage takes jujube pills. Oh. Wanda looked thoughtful. Welcome. At this time, Master Moto came out and said that Ancient One was out, leaving Guanfuan and Wanda to wander around by themselves. Guanfuan understood that the boiled egg was probably wandering the universe again. The two of them watched for a while. Hello, are you a new apprentice? If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. My name is Cassilis. A guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes said enthusiastically. Hearing this, Guanfuan seemed not to have heard anything and led Wanda over, then reacted suddenly. Isn't this who it is? On the set of Doctor Strange, there are 2 or 5 boys who stole Kamatage's magic book, betrayed the Ancient One, and took refuge in Domu. No, bro, you don't have those poisonous dark circles under your eyes, and your non-mainstream style, aren't you completely like Uncle B.A.? You look like a good person. Guanfuan turned around and looked at Cassilis with interest. Hello. Cassilis wondered. Ah, it's okay, I'll just take a look. You seem to be a good person. Guanfuan said. He finally figured it out. If Ancient One is Master Turtle, Cassilis is Dalong, and Doctor Strange is Po. The sense of déjà vu is quite strong. The Ancient One mage is not here. If you are interested in magic, you might as well learn some basic spells from me first. Cassilis said with enthusiasm and a hint of show-off. That's great. Guanfuan also wanted to see if he was a magician. He asked for advice. Then Cassilis started shaking and gushed, for a magician, the world is all matter composed of rules, and spells are the source code for modifying the rules. Certainly. To achieve the operation of modification, magic power is required as a medium. Magic power comes from the spiritual dimension. To be more precise, it comes from gods, such as Emperor Weishan. So before activating the modify source code spell, we have to add a series of if spells used to communicate with the gods and borrow power. He showed it as he spoke, mumbling words, and the light of magic burst out from his fingertips. Like a flower waving hand. The splendid lines cross and combine to finally outline a bright circular magic circle, with mysterious patterns engraved in the middle. Guanfuan tried to imitate, but the result was naturally a failure. The reason is simple. God will only listen to mortals' appeals and then lend them magic power. But Guanfuan true immortality, he is more divine than God. Who cares about him? Cassilis. At this time, Master Moto came again, as if he wanted to call for punishment, and said angrily, "Oh, what are you doing?" "I'm just teaching these 2 apprentices." Cassilis said bravely. "But you taught magic without the consent of the Ancient One mage. This is against the rules." Master Moto said angrily. "It's just the simplest basic technique. Even a genius like me took a long time to learn it. Not to mention these 2 newcomers. They may not be able to learn at all. Why are you anxious?" Cassilis was unimpressed. "I am the instructor." Master Moto increased his voice. "Pedantic, rigid, you will regret it." Cassilis was not to be outdone, just stir it up. The feeling of "I'm angry but you're sorry" came up again. As for Guanfuan and Wanda, these 2 parties were completely left aside and ignored. And then the next moment. Buzz! Wanda clapped her little hand, and a huge amount of scarlet magic circle suddenly appeared. Judging from the style, it is the simplest basic technique. It's the kind of move that can be used as a magic shield. But Wanda's is so big, a single spell directly covers the entire Kamar-Taj ground, and it's still expanding. This is a given. After all, others borrow magic power. And Wanda's whole body is full of magic power. She can also ask Sithorn to work for her and provide magic power. Guanfuyun had expected it, but when he actually saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so spectacular! Wanda! This is what a mage should be like." Chapter 29 The Holy Body of the Innate Supreme Mage. Wanda looked surprised. It wasn't until this moment, when she stared at the magic circle she was rubbing with her hands, that she truly felt the difference between psychic power and magic power. Almost equivalent to fire sticks and modern firearms. More precise, more focused, more powerful. Also more beautiful. At this moment, Wanda is wearing JK school uniform, standing in the magic circle, her reddish-brown hair is flowing, she is a true magical girl. Great! Guanfuyun pinched the little witch's face. Look back. Master Mordo and Cassilis had already closed their mouths, and they all had stunned and dumbfounded expressions on their faces. In a daze, Guanfuyun seemed to hear a click sound, which was the sound of the three worlds shattering. He recalled the hardships he endured while studying magic. Look at Wanda again. Both of them have a sense of being trained like a dog and feel like they are useless. Master Modu, who looked serious on the surface, was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Not to mention Cassilis. His eyes were almost red. He regrets it now, regrets it very much, and feels the pain of shooting himself in the foot. The performance of the two made Guanfuyun almost die. Boiled eggs are really good at raising poison. Kamar-Taj is also called Little Arksum Asylum. But he didn't take action. After all, the Ancient One hasn't fallen to his death yet, and Mordo and Cassilis haven't gone crazy either. Secondly, although his Dai Onangu eliminated Wanda's impurities and negative buffs, but it also cost her the Book of Darkness. Sithorn, being so petty, must have run away with the Book of Darkness in his arms, drawing circles and curses behind his back. And now it's still too early for S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent, let alone Wanda's family search TV, so he can't even cut off who. If these two people fight for some energy, they might be able to find the Book of Darkness and send it to Wanda. This is what Guanfuyun planned. But the premise is that no one else will do anything to him. As a young old godfather, he still underestimated how tempting Wanda's talent and magic power would be to a magician with evil intentions. It's as if a Kennedy/Abe/King Wong family bucket is placed in front of the gunman. Who can resist freezing their hands? On the spot, Cassilis opened the mirror space. He was giggling, as if he had lost a hypnotic ability spell, and then asked Wanda, "Where does your magic power come from?" Wanda. She didn't want to speak and looked at Cassilis as if she were a fool. "Don't you know? Indeed, the origin of this level of magic must be extremely far away, and it is not something you can know. So, what about you?" Cassilis said pretentious words and looked at Guanfuyun. Guanfuyun. "No, bro, do you have cerebral palsy? Why do you think you can control Scarlet Witch and her godfather?" Guanfuyun moved his lips, wanting to curse, but finally decided against it. "Say what?" Then, Cassilis pricked up his ears. Guanfuyun sighed silently. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed Cassilis's ear, and yanked hard. Cassilis stiffened. He found that Guanfuyun could move. He was surprised at first, and then wanted to deal with it. But the strange thing is, Guanfuyun's movements were obviously unpleasant, but he couldn't resist. Under the effect of true immortality, any character will be hit by dimensionality reduction. Cassilis rubbed the magic circle with his hands, turning it into magic swords and shields, and then saw these weapons being crushed like bubbles. He controlled the mirror space again, trying to distance himself. But it still doesn't work. Now, Guanfuan is like a god, with absolute suppression over low-dimensional life. All methods are ineffective. He turned Cassilis into an ordinary person, but even ordinary people's methods could not hurt him. At the same time, Guanfuan's casualties are all real injuries, which are difficult to heal. He just grabbed Cassilis by the ear and pushed him to the ground. Then, boom, boom, boom. He was hit repeatedly, causing his head to bleed, his neck to be broken, and his flesh and blood to be mutilated. Well, the painting style of Black Robe is brought in again. Burn it. After leaving the body to Wanda for disposal, Guanfuan looked at Modu, who had been standing aside from the beginning to the end, as if he didn't react. This shouldn't be done, Cassilis is too rude, but you can't. Modu was a little incoherent. He really wanted to rub Cassilis's way to see if he could get some benefits, such as digging out the girl's secrets and getting favored by the gods. But he really didn't expect Guanfuan's reaction to be so big. This is also a common problem with Marvel, or Millikan. Whether they are superheroes or villains, they always like to inexplicably hit others first, and then run away, calling on others to calm down and restrain themselves, saying, "Don't hit me, I'm joking." Highlight a divine gold. Whoosh! As soon as the bracelet lights up, the space gem is activated. Guanfuan first flashed to Modu's side, and then started with an adamantium kitchen knife. PSST pierced the heart with the knife, and then cut it into 8 pieces. Wait until Modu is burned to ashes. The mirror space just started to disappear. In the blink of an eye, the two of them returned to Karmitage, surrounded by the group of shocked magicians. "Godfather, is this okay?" Wanda pursed her lips, blinked her eyes, and while looking at the handsome Guanfuan, she stabilized the bow on her chest. "There are also troubles for overgrown lay. It doesn't matter, they were just 2 goo insects in the first place, small rolls." Guanfuan smiled and said, "Without them, we can still find the Book of Darkness." He walked to Ancient One's living room and poured himself tea directly. "Oh." Wanda nodded obediently, her pleated skirt swaying as she walked, revealing her fair skin. After a while, the boiled eggs came back. The Ancient One doesn't care about Mordo and Cassilis' attempts to commit suicide. This is their fate. She had a calm, knowing smile on her face. When he came back, he taught Wanda magic directly, such as creating a soul with a slap, tying a fairy rope, turning into a butterfly, controlling water, etc. Then there are the fireball techniques that Guanfuan is obsessed with, as well as some summoning techniques. Maybe it's because chaos magic is originally special. Wanda's summoning spell is always very curious, it can summon tentacle monsters, vicious slimes, and so on. The most noteworthy thing is that the process of Ancient One teaching Wanda was exposed in its entirety and made public to everyone in Karmitage. When they saw the fireball with a radius of more than 10 meters, the tentacle monster like a hill, and even the magic circle that blocked the sky and the sun again and again. First shocked, then shattered, then numb, and finally accepted. It seems that the foreshadowing is almost done. The Ancient One mage is also a good actor. She called everyone together and held a meeting. During the meeting, she briefly said a few sentences, such as Karmitage has done a great job, and the multidimensional dimensions are peaceful and prosperous. Another example is everyone is doing a great job. Thank you for your hard work. We must continue to work hard, update and iterate our gameplay, and grasp the direction of Dimension Mephisto. Recalling the past, savoring the present, and emphasizing corporate culture. Then he sprained his ankle when he came off the stage. The invincible Ancient One mage just fell down. Before dying, she said with difficulty and determination, "I fought with Domamu, and was injured by dark magic. From now on, Wanda will take over as the Supreme Mage, Ga." Chapter 30, You can really laugh out loud when you eat Ancient One's food. Comitage is pure and plain, wearing linen and wearing mourning. Even Wanda is dressed in white, which makes her look even more pretty. Ah! Crying. Guanfuyun ate in silence, but he ate very hard, with veins popping out on his forehead, and his face was ferocious. Only in this way can you grit your teeth and hold back, preventing yourself from laughing like a pig. Riding on a horse. This hard-boiled egg is too messy, and it will kill your feet. Is this a plan that anyone can come up with? Poets, hold on. Oh, don't be too sad. On the side, there were people wiping away tears to comfort Guanfuyun. Guanfuyun. Ah ha 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 ha, he endures it. After a lot of blowing and blowing, the Ancient One was buried, and the boiled egg was laid to rest. Wanda also officially became the Supreme Mage. She symbolically said a few words. You were eating hot pot and singing, and suddenly you were harmed by Dormammu. When the Supreme Master is here, there will be blue sky. Then open the dimension pocket in public. Dark dimension. Domo was sitting in a daze, dreaming about defeating the Ancient One, successfully invading the material world, becoming the king of dark kings, and reaching the pinnacle of Mephisto. While laughing GGG. Suddenly the dimension pocket burst open. A pretty witch wearing hemp and filial piety walked out of it. She started with a huge amount of fireball. Boom! Fireballs flew across the sky, falling like meteorites. The current little witch lacks the colorful divine clothing such as the Book of Darkness / Book of Weixin Emperor, and cannot reach the level of the female ghost Wanda. But it's even more awesome than Avengers Wanda who tore apart Thanos. It belongs to the late Ultimate Peak Dzogchen and Yaishin Father. Taking into account the special nature of origin magic power, it can be said to be in a world of its own and transcendent. It's not impossible to beat Dormammu. So this shot really hurt. It's not you. Dormammu screamed out with a cry from the heat. Just as it was about to fight back, Guanfuyun teleported to its back. He just pressed it so hard that it couldn't breathe. This time Dormammu was really shocked. Although it usually likes to brag, saying that it is one of the greatest mysterious entities in all dimensions of the multi-universe. But in real terms, it is on the same level as Odin and Zeus. Heavenly Father level. Even if they say they are strong, they are indeed strong. All of them can dominate a universe and are so arrogant. But just because they are strong enough, they know how deep the water in the Marvel universe is. Those who are truly transcendent are always watching the entire universe. They can easily defeat the Heavenly Father. Just like Odin back then, he was so high-spirited and dared to challenge the gods. Then, it was like a little monster that went to the Kingdom of Light and was beaten to pieces by a group of cosmic giants, and returned to Asgard crying. In addition, there are 5 major gods, the Court of Life, the transcendent gods. Too many. It's also terrible. No matter who the person behind him is or what his purpose is, Dormammu feels that it still cooperates well. What if you really die? As a result, Dormammu simply stood still and stretched out his face to be beaten. The little witch was bombarded with spells. Screaming and roaring, but she didn't fight back, as if she was beaten into submission. This scene is really inspiring and refreshing. The people at Kamal Taj burst into cheers, and from then on, they recognized Wanda's position as the supreme mage in their hearts, preserving the status of this lineage. It can be regarded as an explanation for boiled eggs. The rest can be left to the executive deputy supreme mage Lao Wang. Kamal Taj has his own way of survival. Wanda only needs to come back from time to time to pick up a few magic books. It's time to go to school. JK girl, Wanda's skin can still be used. Finished with this. The time was almost up. Guanfuyun and Wanda returned to the farm and wanted to take Godzilla to Azu's company to attend the opening ceremony. Different from the usual black windbreaker, Guanfuyun specially changed into a white suit, with accessories on his chest, his hands in his trousers pockets, and his usual bangs were combed into a slicked back hairstyle. The suit, combined with his height of 1.9 meters, tall posture, and handsome face, made him really high-spirited now. Wanda changed into a dress. She stared blankly at Guanfuyun, her face reddening for some reason. Guanfuyun pinched Wanda's face and touched her head, feeling a little confused. It stands to reason that if Wanda's life goal and career plan is to become a mage, so now she is the supreme mage, the conditions should be met. But he did not receive the system prompt. Hiss. This unlucky kid won't take the supreme mage as a part-time job, will he? At the same time, New York City, the prime area, the crazy area, opposite the Stark Tower, between the Daily Bugle and Osborne Industries. An entire building was purchased and made into a 7 shape. The company's plaque of "Daddy was right" has been unveiled. It is made of pure gold and has a embossed family portrait below the name. Oh, you are so generous. At first glance, he looks like a top-tier rich man. I heard that this company does not engage in military or military industry, nor does it engage in medical care. It will leave the most profitable industries aside. It will specialize in making movies. Ah, what movie are you shooting? A superhero movie. Isn't this just a joke? We, the crazy natives in New York, just want to see superheroes take to the streets, so why bother spending money to go to the cinema? The truth is so true, but the gimmick of Dad's company is that it will cooperate with superheroes. The movie box office and peripheral profits will be shared with the superheroes. Really or not? It's true. Dad's company teamed up with the International Douyin to launch the Superhero Hot List, Superhero High Burning Mixed Cut, Superhero Moments, etc. It's very practical and widely praised. No, what's the practical use of this? Of course it is practical. With the Chaoying Hot List, you can monitor the frequency and range of Chaoying's activities in real time, choose the best to travel, and avoid becoming cannon fodder. You can also leave negative reviews, complain about Chaoying, and express dissatisfaction. Chaoying's traffic, advertising, and popularity will determine their income. The 7 most popular people will be selected as a group of 7. They can share a prize pool of at least $7 billion every year. Some superheroes are dissatisfied with their popularity and low visibility. So they have stepped up patrols and the public security is much better. The movie tickets haven't been paid yet, so it's much better than paying taxes. There are also some bad-tempered superheroes who entered Dad's company because of the heat problem, and then never came out. Doesn't this just show the strength of the company? Passers-by talked a lot and marveled, who the devil came up with this idea? How wonderful! At this moment, they have seen several superheroes come to the company to apply for roles because they don't have enough to eat and are poor. I heard that those with talent are given priority. The superheroes all wear masks anyway, and they all perform performance art, and they are not shy. One of them shouted at the top of his lungs, "I have a cute eyes." Hey, if you have super hearing, you don't need supervision. I am a mutant. My ability is super self-confidence. The side effect is that I will grow thorns like a hedgehog. Just when everyone was making a noise, Peter Parker, wearing a black suit with a confident face and a crooked smile on his face, is here. He pushed away the crowd, slammed his hands on the table, and said loudly, "I want to play Spider-Man." The sound is like a loud bell. After saying that, he started dancing, moving, and hitting. Chapter 31 Tony defeated Iron Man. Peter Parker can dance. Very good at dancing. His sultry dancing, flying expressions, and cheeky smile, made him stand out, and he was immediately chosen by the Hydra agent and company manager at the audition. "You, go in and fill in the information," the manager said. "What information should you fill in?" Peter Parker smiled arrogantly. "As an actor, fill in your name, gender, address, bank card, and what are the advantages and experiences of playing Spider-Man." The manager said meaningfully, "And, if you can contact Spider-Man." Just fill in your enemies and grudges. The company will shoot movies and produce peripherals based on each superhero's personal experience. Okay, it's great to play like this. Peter Parker smiled. No one knows Spider-Man better than him. He didn't even walk away, he jumped into the company in a coquettish way. Along the way, he wanted to throw a little dust into the eyes of everyone he met. Sure enough, the doctor was right. The Venom symbiote can amplify the desires and evil in people's hearts. Now he feels that he is completely bad. He doesn't want to save the world at all, he just wants to get a promotion and a raise, and make money. Top of the company. In the conference hall of the Imitation Walt 7. Azu, who wears elegant black-rimmed glasses, is flipping through information like reporter Clark. Even more successful than expected. As soon as they heard that being a superhero was still popular and lucrative, everyone eagerly signed up and signed a contract with the company. The biggest reward should be Peter Parker playing Spider-Man. Others don't know. How can Azu, who has Dad's spoilers and the Time Stone, still not know? Peter Parker is Spider-Man. If Marvel's heroes are divided into 3 sections, the universe, the Blue Star, and the street. Spider-Man is the director of the street office. He has a good reputation and is very popular in the slums of New York City and in the eyes of passers-by. And it is different from the internet trolls who were torn in half by the hands of the motherland in the black-robed world in their dreams. Spider-Man is much cuter. Especially Peter Parker, who is currently wearing the Venom symbiote, only thinks about promotion and salary increase. It's simply a super awesome ability. Give him $1 million USD as a signing tip. Azu ordered to go down. He usually spends all his food and clothing on the farm, and his father takes care of it. Things like banknotes are purely for fun, lots and lots of flowers. Yes. Secretary and Countertop CEO Natasha Romanoff nodded and went down to do some work. She was also undercover again. But what's the use? Like Snake Shield, the company is full of Hydra agents. What can she find? She even felt like she was home. Azu completely ignored Natasha Romanoff's coquettishness. First, don't act on impulse. Second, he is only 8 years old and is not in a hurry. Third, you must listen to your father's words and stay away from superheroes. You must not join forces with them, otherwise you will become unfortunate. To put it bluntly, if Azu really wanted to enlighten and bring in the painting style of Black Robe, wouldn't Natasha Romanoff be like Kublai Khan? She shipped it. Azu closed his eyes. After getting the Time Stone, what he likes most is to look at his own time and his dreams over and over again. Looking at the world of Black Robes, on that timeline, how miserable and pitiful the original self is now. Wow, I really laughed every time I watched it. It was great to meet my dad. Azu felt happy. It's really fun to use the Time Stone to laugh at your other self, and watch the other person break his defenses, become helpless and furious. Certainly. It's not like Azu didn't do his job. For every superhero who comes to sign a contract, he will use the Time Stone to take a look and briefly analyze the opponent's ability and whether it is easy to kill. Then study the other person's character, fill in the blanks, and assign actors to different groups as appropriate. Then there is the opening ceremony that he is most concerned about today. Large companies such as Stark Industries, Osborne Industries, and the Daily Bugle, as well as gangsters like Kingpin, and even working groups of the presidential campaign team, and delegations from the Xavier Academy for Geniuses. And that's not even counting the ones that were originally on Hydra, SHIELD. It's true that all kinds of monsters are here. Shonda is Shonda. Full of scenes. But these are not important. What is important is the feelings of the family. Azu silently used the Time Stone to investigate the guests, constantly reading the script and eliminating those who did not fit his father's taste. When looking at the life script of Iron Man, Tony Big Shit, Azu was suddenly stunned. Because in Iron Man's timeline, in those time fragments, he saw Wanda. Although she is just a small one in the picture. But that scarlet life form is unique. Azu saw the younger Wanda, huddled next to a cannonball with the name Stark Industries printed on it, feeling sad and crying silently. This scene made Azu inexplicably angry. Whoa! He stood up, and the man became angry and instinctively wanted to tear Tony apart. But after thinking about it for a while, he stopped. He is thinking. On the timeline of the Black Robe world, the leader of the 7-person group who has everything, a native of the motherland, is as fragile as a giant baby. What can really make him break through his defenses and collapse is the psychological blow. Similarly, Iron Man with Stark Industries is powerful. But Tony has been anxious and suffering inside. Perhaps, I can play some high-end operations. 1 second he looked fierce, and the next moment he had a harmless and cheerful smile on his face. Azu showed off a wave of face-changing stunts. Then Teacher Tony was called from the VIP table. "Hello, Mr. Azu." Tony was also dressed up, holding a gift box in his hand. He said hello, his eyes full of inquiry. He was really curious about how Azu grew up. I am even more curious about where Azu got his financial resources and power. The most curious thing is Guanfuyun. He will also be there today, right? The man who made physics cease to exist. It haunts Tony. "Hello, Teacher Tony, you can get out." Azu smiled brightly and said, "You are not welcome in my company." Tony. He looked like shit. Before Tony could ask, Azu continued, "Stark Industries? How awesome are you?" The bomb fell next to an innocent little girl. She feared this for years. "And she's my family now, that's why I kicked you out, I hate you." Tony, you have to understand something. Don't flaunt yourself as a hero while selling arms and war. That will only become a joke to the whole world. Like today's America. Take off that iron shell, you are not only a doctor and a genius, you are also an arms tycoon. A pathetic, conceited, weak fool. Azu used trash talk to attack. Outstanding effect. It can be said that Iron Man, who is now successful and famous, was finally hit by the arms he dumped when he was young. He was devastated, and his heart was aching. I even thought of throwing away the iron shell. The one who can best defeat Iron Man is still Tony. He now feels that the life of a superhero is so ironic and unreal. There is no Iron Man anywhere, there is just an arms tycoon who is obsessed with money and wealth and paralyzes himself with the fantasy of indulgence. Chapter 32 Let Professor X see the Rice Circle operation. Tony walked out of Dad's company in despair. Professor X came next. With the help of Hulk, he came to the office in a wheelchair. With a smile on his face, he said, "Hello, see you again, Mr. Fellow Countryman. I'm very happy that you can come to congratulate and give gifts. I'm not happy that you call me a fellow countryman." Azu frowned and said seriously, "Call me Mr. Ziu when you go to work." "Okay, Mr. Ziu." Charles followed his advice and said, "Don't you want to kill me now? Because you are too weak, Charles." Azu made no secret of his disgust and said in disgust, "I can see the wrinkles on your body, your brain is becoming demented, like disgusting stinky tofu. You don't need me to kill you, you will die on your own and destroy everything." Charles's smile disappeared. Azu continued to use the C language to output, "And for a ghost like you, killing the physical body is useless, right? After killing you now, you can still possess others. You are such an immortal and harmful person. Why don't you drown yourself in the toilet? If it doesn't work out, I'll contact the hospital and lend you an umbilical cord so you can hang yourself, just like you used the umbilical cord to strangle your bald girl." The placenta war, is this horse riding experience a human experience? Charles, you have been abstracting your whole life. The funniest thing is, do you know how many brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters you have living outside the country? Silly boy I. Charles frowned. On the one hand, he was a bit off guard again, Azu had a venomous tongue. On the other hand, he really doesn't know how many relatives he still has. Admit it, Charles, you're a Luther. Azu leaned forward. I'm different from you, I never make mistakes. I'm stronger, smarter, I'm good, I'm better. I have Father's teachings. The Xavier Academy for Geniuses that you have been building all your life is just a BD shell, an ostrich village. You've never really been exposed to power, you don't even know about the Century program. And I have everything. The greatest power in America, the right to speak out in the media that can best confuse right and wrong, is now in my hands. If you want to see me, please ask me. The words fell. 2 seconds later. Please, Mr. Ziu. Charles pleaded, I want to know your power, your ability. This old bidden is really shameless. And Azu is at the age where he likes to show off and show off. Easy to say. Azu clapped his hands, and a bunch of well-trained agents rushed up and obeyed the order. When an agent does the work of a social worker, he is indeed capable. And now Hydra exists in name only, and its purpose has changed from conquering the world to a service company. Firstly, everyone can receive their salary openly, and secondly, Azu's oppression of ordinary people is so strong that they can't do it even if they don't work hard. 10 minutes later. Mr. Ziu, all negative news and reports about Hulk in Millennium's online media have been removed from the shelves and their circulation has been restricted. 20 minutes later. Mr. Ziu, we have found the families of the victims of the hateful incident. By providing compensation, signing contracts, etc., we have allowed them to speak out on social media, criticize Rose and Milligan, and praise Hulk. 30 minutes later. Mr. Ziu. We have located all the victims and their families who were harmed by the Hulk. We are keeping an eye on them, promising huge sums of money, and farming them remotely. 40 minutes later. Mr. Ziu, Hulk's reputation has improved. Someone has established the Hulk Protection Association, and the environmental organization wants to use its image as a mascot. There are also gender diversity organizations and pharmaceutical groups, all think Hulk is very good. White noise bomb is a public relations term. Just like noise, when the media machine is turned on, only one voice is spread, over and over again, and it is a magical brainwashing. The result is not a platform where 80% of people like Hulk and 20% don't. Instead, on 80% of the platforms, all users can only see good news and news about Hulk, famous superhero scenes, and passionate moments. The other 20% of platforms? Unimportant. Once the information cocoon is formed, it will naturally spread, turning 20% into 2%, until it is completely eliminated. Just like 3 people become a tiger. Over time, Hulk has become a superhero that everyone knows. Of course it was. But from this moment on, hating the Hulk becomes a mistake. Watch well and study hard. Waste. Azu threw the tablet to Charles. Charles's eyes widened. I saw. In the American media and video platforms, Hulk has become a victim, a rebellious tragic revenge hero. I am Dr. Banner, I have multiple degrees. I used to be incredibly intelligent, had a decent job, and had a girlfriend. Later, I was plotted by a villain, and my body mutated, ugly, and crazy. In order to capture me and cover up the warlord's scandal, they created another monster, an out-of-control hatred. It shows up and it kills. At the critical moment, I reconciled with the monster in my heart. I coughed, Hulk, smash. We are superheroes. This time, we will take back everything that belongs to us. The origin and story of Hulk, and the ugliness of General Ross, turned into short videos, spreading like viruses. This, who is not confused after seeing this? Charles was held captive for several minutes. Then I remembered to look at the comment section, as follows. Suddenly it dawned on me that Hulk is the most pitiable. Oh, Mom, hug, you are not allowed to bully Hulk. Netizens, please believe in the American warlords. They must be more hateful and sinful than those shown in the video. Why are there people in the comment section so anxious? Are they War Eagle and Little Pink Blue? Hulk protected New York. Our whole family is a fan of Hulk. I won't tell you who is incompetent and furious. Isn't this all caused by the American warlords? Is it okay that he is still invisible now? Who knows Jaime? Hulk is so handsome. Hi Bayo guys also think it's so cool. Protect the best Hulk in the world. The wise doctor and the rude savage, yum yum yum, have a good time. Hulk has worked very hard. Charles? He was amazed. This was a power that he, as a mutant, could not touch in his entire life. Ha 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 ha. Behind Charles, Hulk was also watching, grinning when he saw the fans cheering. Charles? The old boiled egg looked dull and shocked. This was the first time he saw Hulk smile from the bottom of his heart. This monster has faced guns and curses since its birth, and even Dr. Banner hates it. So, Hulk's violence is actually excusable. It is just imitating the environment, communicating with the barbaric world in a barbaric way, trying to find its own position in it. But it's different now. This savage world also showed gentleness and kindness to Hulk. Let it learn to laugh. This is what Charles and Xavier Academy for Geniuses can never give. He can use his psychic ability to provide lifelong guidance and suppress its violence, but he cannot give Hulk a social position. Can't give it a job, many fans, and value. And Azu did it easily. At this moment, while Charles was deeply hit, he was actually a little relieved. He couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Ziu, has your company considered recruiting students from school?" Chapter 33 Azu, everyone stand up, my dad is here. Recruiting from school. Azu sneered and said with a sullen face, New York has no shortage of superheroes. If you don't do it, there will be plenty of people who can. Turn around. Azu looked embarrassed again and backed down, but if you beg me, I might agree. Please, Mr. Ziu. Charles didn't want any baggage at all and just said, you are simply a god. You are light, electricity, and the only hope. You are the most wise, powerful, and far-sighted boss I have ever seen. Okay. Azu was blown away by a rainbow fart, happily drank milk and basked in the sun and said, I will give you a few school recruitment quotas every year, and the resources will be favorable. The condition is, Charles, you have to use your ability to help improve the movie watching experience. For example, make a mental projection or something. Understand? That's it. Naturally, Charles madly agreed, yes, Mr. Ziu. Do you want to sign a contract? Sign the contract and go to the clerk. Okay. What about Hulk? FK, are you blind? Hulk is now the #1 superhero on the popularity list, and he is already a contracted superhero of our company. Come on, get Hulk some big pants. Azu started directing again, and it felt so good. The staff led Hulk to customize his pants. Charles pushed the wheelchair out by himself and suddenly turned around and asked, Mr. Ziu, can I meet your father? I have a hunch that he will be a great person. Azu said contemptuously, do you need your premonition? Of course my father is awesome. Charles? Azu continued, it is up to my father to decide whether to see you or not. If he is in a good mood, he can drink tea and chat with you. If he is not in the mood, just look up in the crowd and you will be considered lucky. Charles? He pushed the wheelchair faster. Although this patriarch has a unique style, he also has many shortcomings, such as being too aggressive. And when the word dad is mentioned, he becomes extremely proud and indulgent. Although you can't peek into the memory. But Charles's intuition told him that he must not curse his son and his father in front of Azu, otherwise as soon as he lost his glasses, he would immediately transform into a fellow countryman and start killing people. But this way, Charles became even more curious about the mysterious father who could educate and suppress Azu. It's not like he didn't use mental retrieval on the man. But the result is no such person found. Of course this cannot be true. It can only be said that the other party's attainments in the spiritual field may be even higher than his. And far more than that. This is so scary. When Charles thought about it, he was even sweating profusely. Over the years, the only person whose mental strength was higher than his was that of Jean Grey, who had huge amounts of energy hidden in her body. He has studied and observed for many years, and also secretly exchanged/peeped some information with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tianjin Bureau and other parties. It is vaguely inferred that Jean Grey's potential is not the super ability of mutants. Instead, it symbolizes life and emotion, the legendary incarnation of life and spiritual power in the original universe, the Phoenix Force. This kind of power is too appalling. Even though Jean Grey is already a mature X-Men, compared to this power, she is still a child. Children wielding nuclear weapons can destroy the world at any time. This feeling is more dangerous than the runaway fellow countryman. But what if the father of a fellow countryman also has similar abilities? So, can Jean Grey achieve self-control? Or take out her Phoenix Force? This will make it safer. Charles was thinking in confusion. He admitted that he was a stupid and naive utopian, but he did not agree with Magneto's principle of mutant supremacy. But now, the appearance of Azu and the company has allowed him to see a new path. He was really excited about it. Lanterns and colorful decorations were put on, and the atmosphere was full of joy. When Dad's company opened, the media all over New York reported and congratulated it, with the caliber as neat as an AK-47. In the sky, there were even helicopters circling, throwing coins and banknotes constantly. Superheroes gather and the roads are blocked. But who cares? Everyone was cheering and excited, shouting, "Mr. Zun, sprinkle some coins for me too." Thousands of people roared together. The scene is spectacular. In normal times, Azu's arrogant character would have been unable to resist showing off. But now, he was as steady as an old dog, sitting on the main seat and letting his secretary Natasha Romanoff say it's almost time and the distinguished guests should be anxious, but did not get up. "Shut up, everyone, I'm waiting for my dad." Azu spoke into the microphone and said, "If you make any more noise, I'll kill you." As soon as these words came out, everyone exchanged glances, wondering what this dragon crossing the river meant. Is it a show of force? Someone in the crowd thought so. He has a strong build and can occupy the space of 4 or 5 people in one car. A talented frame, a body of muscles, and a specially customized white suit, this is him. The Underground Emperor of New York. His famous quote is, "The underworld can now be conducted like a sale, the leader and board of directors will be Kingpin." However, such a character has a big physique and status. Now I can only stand on one side of the red carpet. The reason is also very simple. He is afraid. His lifelong dream is to become the Underground Emperor of New York. He has been planning for this for many years and has also cooperated with the Hand to transfer some benefits. As a result, almost overnight, or even shorter, the super-powerful Hand Club in his eyes was immediately brought to the fore. Kingpin verified and inquired about the information in many ways, and the reply he got was that it was related to this company. "I can't say much more. I can only say that I understand, but it involves too much." This frightened Kingpin. He was sitting on pins and needles as the Underground Emperor of New York. "I came here today just to get in touch with the senior management of this company and ask for their opinions. Brother, if you have no objection, I will continue to be the Underground Emperor, right? If you have any opinions, just tell me and I can change it." That's what it means. However, when Kingpin wanted to bribe or win over 1 or 2 employees of the company, even the cleaning staff, they all refused him. That neat, agent-like company atmosphere. Kingpin was even more frightened. His legs are a little weak when he stands now, but if he looks around, he sees either Professor. There's even Steve, the captain of the United States. But he's further back. Jin didn't think there was anyone here who could help him. Crack. Just as he was thinking this, a hand suddenly appeared and touched him. Hello, is this the Daddy's Alright company? There are a lot of people. How do I get to the main stage? A magnetic voice appeared. Kingpin turned around and saw a handsome Hyuxia man, a little princess-like doll girl, and a large monster leather case with realistic texture. SHH. Keep your voice down, Mr. Ziu is waiting for Dad to come. Jin Bin was startled. With his extraordinary size, he moved to try to squeeze out a position for Guanfuyun. However, he moved like a mussel. All the employees in Dad's company looked over, then stepped forward and bowed to guide the way. One by one, the heads lowered like this, as if they wanted to kiss the red carpet and create an upward path to heaven. Kingpin just stood there dumbfounded. He was just an old gangster and had never seen such a scene. He even saw all the dignitaries on the magnificent stage, including Mr. Ziu, standing up and shouting cordially, "Dad!" Thump. This time Kingpin was really shocked. His legs went weak and he sat directly on the red carpet. "Don't panic, call me," Guanfuyun said, reaching out and patting Jin Bing on the shoulder. Then he went all the way up, under the attention of many superheroes, villains, and powerful people, and came to Azu. Then he passed Azu and sat on the main seat. Moment. The crazy flashing shutters and cameras are like stars, connecting into a bright sea of stars. Chapter 34 Concept Entry, Follow Your Words. On stage, Guanfuyun and Azu were chatting and laughing, and all the fireworks and firecrackers exploded, making loud noises. Off stage, Kingpin felt that he had something in his life. Can Mr. Ziu's father slap him twice, and from now on, he will not be allowed to walk sideways in New York? Well done, Azu. Guanfuyun applauded and praised, which was really a great relief to him. What if he didn't say that Azu was a normal person? This business ability, which is only 8 years old, can kill a lot of superheroes. It's all because of my father's good education. Azu's eyebrows were dancing with joy and his mouth was crooked in a smile, but he still pretended to be humble. This can be considered a kind of growth. Let me see, the company currently has Spider-Man, Hulk, 666 under its umbrella. The more I read Guanfuyun, the more I realize that Azu really knows how to engage in celebrity, traffic, and fan circles. You're much better than these superheroes. They can only give you a job. Excellent. Guanfuyun sincerely praised it. To be honest, it was really hard for him to imagine that a person with super ability could actually be poor and hungry. Take Spider-Man for example. In some versions, Spider-Man can even starve to death because of poverty and old age. And monsters like the Hulk are being chased everywhere. Can't you go to the White House, tear off the president's dog's head with your own hands, and take the bird's seat to make yourself happy? For example, Azu dared to do this. Thinking of this, Guanfuyun took a good look at the elder, becoming more and more satisfied and full of appreciation. Hey 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 hey! Azu puffed up his chest, kept giggling, and rubbed Godzilla in his hands. This moment feels so wonderful. What a blessing! Not worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As long as he gets Guanfuyun's approval and attention, for Azu, he completely owns the whole world. He was so happy that every part of his body was relaxing, absorbing the sunshine with all its strength. He is stronger. Mr. Ziu, the presidential campaign team wants to speak now. At this moment, Secretary Natasha Romanoff walked up. Let them go away. Azu was impatient. What kind of level did he come to disturb him and was praised by his father? But... Natasha Romanoff looked at Guan Fuyun with questioning eyes. I told them to get out, didn't you understand? Guan Fuyun repeated. Natasha Romanoff, okay, got it. But she did not leave. She paused and then said, also, Mr. Guan, the American captain wants to see you. In fact, not only Steve, but also Lu Dan, and I am also curious about who Guan Fuyun is. So they wanted to, have a secret interview. Tell him to get lost. Azu said like shooing away flies, you get lost too, and don't come to work again. But that's the captain of the United States. He's a household name. Natasha Romanoff tried to argue her case and grasp the key points of the company's development. But is Azu a reasonable person? It was a festive day, and he really didn't want to get in a bad mood, so he waved his hand and said, someone, drag her away. Mr. Guan. Natasha Romanoff looked at Guan Fuyun again, winking wildly and twisting her waist. This time Wanda was unhappy, and she had the urge to crush this BD to death. Blacken it is true. Azu told him to get out, and you got out too. Why didn't you listen? Guan Fuyun also frowned. Agent Black Widow, whether you want to test something or confirm something, you can get it. I can tolerate your little tricks, let you jump like a circus joker, and add some funny jokes to my life. But don't even think about driving a wedge between our father and son. Otherwise, you, and those idiots behind you, will see the end of the world with your own eyes. Do you understand? Brainwashed little girl. Natasha Romanoff was stunned on the spot. She was obviously here to go undercover and investigate. But now, she has become a transparent person, and her underwear has been turned over. Guan Fuyun not only revealed her current identity in one sentence, even knowing her long-destroyed past. It's incredible. Is it mental perception, physical immortality, or some other ability? Or even a mysterious force above S.H.I.E.L.D. Terrible conjectures emerged one after another. Natasha Romanoff looked serious. An enemy who knows everything about you is already scary, but what's even more scary is that you know nothing about him. Understood, sir? She said seriously, changing her expression in a second, showing the qualities that an agent should have. Besides, Guan Fuyun added, this company is just a part of our family members' mutual entertainment. It is not an industry, nor is it a lifeline. With company here, we can restrain ourselves and have fun and make ourselves happy. If something goes wrong with the company, then it doesn't matter to us. We'll kill trash like Ross one by one every day until Millikan completely collapses. Do you understand? They killed Ross. The mysterious and powerful guy codenamed Fellow Man was one of them. Natasha Romanoff's body trembled. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at Guan Fuyun. In an instant, she saw it. Seeing the indifference in Guan Fuyun's eyes, the whole world seemed to be just a virtual game to him. He is a player, he is the protagonist, he just wants to be happy. Nothing else matters. Even if the universe is destroyed, it will only be a grand fireworks. This feeling scares Natasha Romanoff. I'm sure I understand. Mr. Guan, don't worry, whether it's S.H.I.E.L.D. or any other unit, we will do our best to protect your company. Nothing disgusting will happen. Natasha Romanoff assures. Go away. Yes. Does she really think of herself as an American superhero? Are you still proud of this? Azu scratched his head and then said, is this title and the approval of those idiots so important? Anyway, he doesn't want to be a hero at all, he just wants to be himself. What a great daddy. Everything Dad said is right, and he can do whatever he wants. That's how run people are. Guan Fuyun said indifferently, and it's not that she considers herself a hero, it's Millie Qian who needs a hero. Similar to Tony Shit, Bruce Wayne, this is the rich man's hero. Similar to Captain America, this is a buff hero. There must be heroes one by one to make up for the poverty of reality and history. Otherwise, when I read the romance of America now, I see Washington riding his horse forward and throwing out a length of hemp rope. The hemp rope swayed in the sky and turned into a golden light that went straight towards the old chief. The old Indian chief shouted, the voice said, Koyu was taken back and his scalp was scalped to make a pair of boots. How can that be done? Right. That's right, Dad. These words made Azu burst into laughter, and he said, foreigners are always good at making fools of themselves. Guan Fuan. He was suddenly speechless. Is it okay to raise a great scholar, Azu? Shake his head. Guan Fuan took the champagne from the agent's plate and raised his glass. Congratulations, Azu, you have grown up and are needed by more people. Excellent, Azu. Wanda. Godzilla. The wine glasses clinked together, like clusters of flowers, but they were cauliflower from the farm. It's not very beautiful, and the taste is bland, but after passing through Guan Fuan's hands, it suddenly becomes a taste of the world. Where are the CEOs, bosses, and ancestors that others talk about? He is just his father's eldest son, the son of the farm. He will inherit his father's farm and become a farmer. Cheers. Azu showed a bright smile, his blonde hair swaying like a rapeseed flower. Bite. Child number 1, Azu, has established his life goals and has his own career. Has grown into an adult and has the ability to survive in the Marvel world. Reward an opportunity to draw an exclusive concept entry. Do you want to use it? Yes. Guan Fuan said in his heart. Bite. Congratulations to the host for getting the exclusive entry, follow your words. Chapter 35s.h.i.e.l.ds Reaction. From now on, whatever the host sees and speaks is the Dharma. Whatever your heart desires, nothing can be accomplished. Ox. Another conceptual God-level invincible ability. There are 2 qualifications. First, you must be able to see, or lock onto, the target. Second, we must determine the words in our hearts. This is good. Otherwise, what would happen if Guan Fuan casually said there are no more mutants and Wanda died? With the verification code process, security is much higher. I just don't know if using a telescope can increase the locking range. What about satellites? Guan Fuan was amused by his own thoughts. Next day, Guan Fuan visited the company and watched Azu sign for Chaoying. See the commercial announcement of Peter Parker as Spider-Man, and the ashes dance of the bully spider. He really couldn't hold back and laughed like a pig. Strange to say, he is still Peter Parker, but he has lost his identity as a reporter and become an actor. Popularity, traffic, and popularity. My mental outlook was immediately different. First of all, once you have money, you no longer have to worry about rent. Then there are a lot of fans and fans. What about Mary Jane? Sorry, I'm really unfamiliar. He even made a short video. Once you let me go, why are you crying when I become a big star? After the breakup, I got $1 million salary. In the end, he is still Spider-Man. Call the company's agent to fly a helicopter and carry a camera. There is no need to think too much about other settings and plots. They are ready-made. They can be recorded directly and then edited to make a movie. Villain or something. In New York, like leeks, they will grow naturally. Just cut it and that's it. In this regard, the citizens of New York responded enthusiastically. They are very happy and even look forward to having their lives turn into an interesting film set instead of going towards destruction every day. As the basic members of the superhero world, they are really tired and just want to have some fun and have a sense of participation. Voting, rankings, rewards, and leaving messages for interaction not only allow them to watch Spider-Man dance. The Hulk dances. It can even really allow them to express their demands, connect with the front line of Chaoying, call for help and dispatch the police at the speed of light. In America, if you call the police, he may shoot you. Or listen to the homeless man and kick you out of your home. Even when a fire broke out, the police simply refused to answer the call. There will be no rescue operations afterwards. But Dad's company is different. Originally, those superheroes were really dedicated, but now they can not only be heroes, but also get paid. With a systematic and corporate channel for showing off, everyone is full of energy and becomes a super cow. Horribly efficient. This led to the fact that Dad's company had just opened and became a hit, causing a sensation throughout New York and the United States. Originally, a company had reached this level. They had to contact the parliament and face questions, such as calling Guanfuyun over and asking him if he was a subversive sent by Dongda University. But as soon as these documents were sent out, they were immediately intercepted by Liu Dan. To this end, the Shield Security Council convened once again. Commander Fury, you are afraid of a company, why? A member of parliament asked. Aren't you afraid of the military-industrial complex and the medical complex? King Dong has been assassinated twice this year. Luo Dan asked rhetorically. What does this have to do with Dad's company? Counselor. Of course it does. Liu Dan said, this company is the most correct right now. They completely dominate the media, social networks, and people's hearts. Whoever among you wants to run for president will ultimately have to look at their faces. Otherwise, you have no chance of becoming one of the two choices. Counselor. Luodan added, and Dad's company really killed people, killed General Ross. Based on a small number of on-site clues, passers-by witnesses, and some incomplete cloud recording analysis of victims. That Superman called the fellow is despicable, wretched, and cruel. He is a top-notch murderer, extremely vicious. His speed is at least the speed of sound, he has a body of steel, and he has a long-range energy attack that can destroy corpses and eliminate traces. Do you know how powerful he is? Can use airplanes and buildings as toys. No bunker or safe house can withstand one of his flights and impacts. He can kill Ross, and he can kill any of you. Morality, law, those ridiculous things can't even restrain you, let alone fellow countrymen. Because he really has the ability to clean you up, so please be polite and courteous, and don't use offensive affixes or documents to describe this company. As always, lie to yourself and just think it's cute and harmless. Just think of it as being slapped in the face with a slipper. The congressman was silent, then frowned. So, what is the role of S.H.I.E.L.D? Without S.H.I.E.L.D, you are free to do whatever you want. Luodan paused, spread his hands and said, you are now dead man. That's not enough, Nick Fury. The congressman said, Congress will send you money immediately. We hope to receive good news. Certainly. When he heard about the money, Liu Dan became energetic. Very good. S.H.I.E.L.D has recently recruited a lot of biologically male and psychologically female agents, and they are almost running out of military high-heeled shoes. This money solves an urgent need and everyone can make some money. As for the fellow countrymen, Luo Dan is actually not worried. In his opinion, no one on this planet is more powerful than Ant Wei. If that doesn't work, there are still Skrulls. And the congressmen are not good people either. They are expected to restart the Sentry Project, Super Serum Project, etc. It's time to reach Daol. Now there is only one question before the braised eggs. Who are the fellow countrymen? He was deep in thought, motionless and absorbed, and soon fell asleep. Even Coulson's report that a hammer fell from the sky was not seen. A hammer fell from the sky. Azu saw Hydra's report and smiled. He spent the whole day chatting with people around him, and even went out to call the Hulk himself. Guanfuyun, who enjoyed watching the fun, said, "Dad, the alien who killed the whole family is here." Guanfuyun, ah. He froze for a moment. Until I saw a photo, I saw a huge crater that looked like a meteorite crash, and a hammer lying in the middle. Only then did he realize, wasn't this talking about the hammer god Thor? Although there are some deviations from the original. But at this point in time, Thor, a 500-year-old brat and one of the most tragic superheroes in the future, should indeed be thrown away. I searched the news out of habit. Guanfuyun discovered that the experts in New Mexico were already panicking about the impact point of the hammer. It was raining, hailing, and meteorites were normal. How could a hammer fall? And this hammer can't even be lifted with a crane. Next to him, there is a psycho who claims to be a god, who is interfering with the experts' research. So interesting. Guanfuyun watched the live news, suddenly smiled and said, "Come with the hammer." Chapter 36. Odin likes to cheat his son. New Mexico, Hammer Pit. There are not only S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but also some local experts, scholars, and even people from Dad's company. Everyone is extremely puzzled by the astronomical phenomenon of hammers falling from the sky. Stupid mortal. I am Thor Odin-san, the son of Asgard and the father of the gods, Odin. Let me go. Next to him, Thor, who was tied up with 5 flowers, was still in the 2nd grade of middle school, reading a poem. "Dad, is this Thor? How funny. Like a fool." New York, inside the company building. Azu, who ate melon with Guanfuyun, watched Hydra live broadcast, and played with the time stone, was almost laughing. Azu's eyes were gleaming, and he asked curiously, "Can I hit him?" "Okay." Guanfuyun. "Can you kill him now?" Azu was mean and had obscene thoughts. "Okay." Guanfuyun. "But if I beat Thor to death, Odin won't be angry. Will he come and beat me?" Azu said with tea. "It doesn't matter, I can beat Odin to death too." Guanfuyun said easily. "I knew Dad was the strongest." Only then did Azu become happy. His face was filled with a proud and coy smile, his eyebrows were dancing and his expressions were rich. Guanfuyun. This little brat, on the surface, despises Thor's 2nd grade and divine gold, but in fact he is envious of him on the inside. Who doesn't want to be a prince? After I got a definite answer from myself, I knew that I was better than Odin, and after I succeeded in fighting my father. Azu, who was in a beautiful mood, would not look at Thor twice. But he does have a point. If he really wanted to kill Thor, Odin would definitely be furious. In the major event of the comic Fear Origin, the Snake of Midgard returned, and Odin even sacrificed Blue Star in order to save Thor's life. Although on the set of Thor 1, Loki should be usurping power now, and Odin should be lying down and peaceful. But I also wonder, how could such an old bidden have no backup plan? Isn't he afraid that Thor will be bought for $0, shot, sent for organ trading, or burped after drinking contaminated water? So in the whole Thor 1, Thor actually came to privately visit and experience life in private. At the critical moment, he shook his body and fascinated the girl. How happy it is! It seemed that Thor was in danger, but in fact he was really dying. When Odin cried, the hammer not only flew back by itself, but also touched up his makeup and restored his mana and health. Loki was so angry that he exploded and made a meow sound. It can be seen from this. Old Odin has been secretly controlling everything, and Loki's usurpation of power is just a child's ignorance and compilation. Now, Guanfuyun said it was so fun and he wanted to play it too. He said, "Come with the hammer." So it can be seen that thousands of miles away, in the pit, the meow meow hammer shook. Stab! Then thunder burst out, and thousands of strands intertwined into a network, like tail flames, pushing the hammer to take off from Woohoo, straight into the sky, and headed straight for New York. although the Meow Meow hammer is also called Thousand People Swing. In comics, Loki, Horseface, Captain Butt, Black Widow, Jane Foster, Vision, Storm from X-Men, have all lifted the hammer. Even next door, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman would play with hammers when they came to visit. But Guanfuan is different from them. Strictly speaking, his situation is similar to Hela's. Even if there is Odin's spell on the hammer, he can just ignore it and focus on force. Combined with the two concepts of true immortality plus speech and Dharma follower, he is invincible. This scene, in Thor's eyes, was another scene. Although the divine power was sealed by Odin. But as an alien known as the God Clan, Thor actually heard Guanfuan's words, which were like the murmur of a god king. Thor looked at Mjolnir as if he were an angry girlfriend who couldn't be coaxed. He is trying to coax him. Suddenly someone shouted, "Girl, come here to accompany me, be more coquettish." And then his meow hammer. Trembling, reluctant but unable to refuse, he flew away aggrievedly and constantly looking back. "There are cows! There are cows!" Thor cried and fainted. He was so sad. In New York, the hammer flew into Guanfuan's hand. Figure +1. Boom. Then I saw a floating light appearing over the city of New York, and a white beam of light penetrated the sky and the earth, like a staircase to the sky. Among Old Bidden, with one eye and white hair, walked out slowly wearing golden armor, holding a golden spear, and the king's cloak fluttering behind him. King of Asgard, father of the gods, Odin. Coming. Really? As soon as Odin encountered something unexpected, Odin could no longer pretend to be a master. The others woke up and took back the spear, so Loki was probably hung up and spanked. Look at Odin. Azu pursed his lips and said, "Why do you come here uninvited? That's rude." Odin, riding a Pegasus, glanced at Azu in midair, then looked at Guanfuan, and a rune flashed across his eyes. At this glance, he saw nothing. But when he reaches his weight level, he can't even see it and feels it is inscrutable, which explains the problem very well. "Are you the son of the supreme god? It looks great," Odin said to Azu. His voice was loud and hollow, as if he had his own stereo, full of force. Impolite things, but they have good taste. As soon as these words came out, Azu loved hearing them so much that he smiled crookedly. Sure enough, he is his father's eldest son, and others can tell at a glance. Guanfuan. Odin. Both of them were silent. After looking at each other, Odin got off his Pegasus, looked at Guanfuan and said, "Mr. God, can we have a chat?" "Let it go," Guanfuan said. "We haven't seen each other for so many years. Midgard has changed its appearance. It can be said that the world has changed greatly." Odin changed himself into a suit, sat down, and lamented, "Even gods will age and become weak. My dusk is coming, but the new thunder has not yet risen. In order to cultivate an heir, I can only use some extreme methods to stimulate Thor and hope that he will grow. I apologize if this has disturbed you. But that's not Thor's problem, it's my incompetence." Guanfuan couldn't help but nod as he listened. That's quite right. Throughout Thor's life, he was basically either cleaning up the mess left by Odin, or on the road to cleaning up the mess. Loki, Hela, Surtur, the serpent Hormungandr, even the Celestials. Almost at any time, some ruthless character will suddenly jump out and want to strangle Odin, and then Odin will only say something like, "Ah, I'm old, twilight of the gods, send, open every time." Words like pull. The result is often that Thor hits people with a hammer, and sometimes he actually ends up dead once or twice, with his thighs covered with bruises. I've seen this kind of scenario too many times. In front of him is Odin. Guanfuan couldn't help but complain, "You are really cheating on your son. You are really cheating on your son." Azu stretched out his head at the side and added, "Unlike my father, he is guaranteed to win." Look hard and study hard. Guanfuyun. Odin. Chapter 37 Blackmailing Odin and Exploding Gold Coins. 4th update, please remind me. Odin really cheated on his son. If Thor were Azu's character, he would probably be crying by now, and then ask Dad, how many gods have you offended by riding on the horse? Can you explain it all at once? Stop, Riddler. Why don't you make me understand? But it's a pity. Thor is not a father-worn person like Azu, but a fanatical Odin fan. People are probably still crying right now, shouting, Daddy Odin, someone is awesome to me, awesome to me. Guanfuyun thought about it and couldn't help but laugh out loud for no reason. Hey, it feels so good to be a great person. The Meow Hammer feels great. It's just as your father and son said. I am a failed man, and because of this, I don't want Thor to follow in my footsteps. Odin said, since that battle, I have never forgotten the agreement or the promise I made with the gods. Asgard and Midgard have long been cut off from each other. There has been no contact for a long time, and the legend has it that the gods turned into nothingness. We never interfered in any affairs of Midgard again. Thor's visit here is just a simple visit. It's not a test. I hope that Your Excellency, and the group of gods behind you, can understand this clearly. Guanfuyun. Etc. Listening to this, Odin seemed to have misunderstood something. That battle should refer to the major event in the comics when the gods withdraw from Blue Star. To put it simply, Blue Star had 9 realms and gods at the beginning. Then the god team came and said that this is our experimental field and breeding farm. Please hurry up and get out. When the gods heard this, they got angry and said, Brother, are you here to make fun of me? If you don't accept it, give it a fight. Then there was a fight. The gods failed miserably. The cosmic god group is a bit like the Kingdom of Light, but bigger. Each member is 600 meters tall, has a power at least comparable to that of the Heavenly Father, and has a variety of professions like Planet Observer, which sounds like a noble job. They all like to shake people if they can't beat them. Even like a human, he likes to release cosmic rays to kill people. The once young Odin was high-spirited and the most powerful among all the gods. He wore the destroyer armor to challenge a team of gods. When Zeus, Shiva, etc. see each other, they all say, Brother, I'm going to smoke Hwazii. Then, Odin was shot into the star core by light, and was almost beaten to death by one of the gods. This battle obviously left a deep shadow on him. I originally thought that after so many years, the gods had not been out shopping for a long time. He will send Thor to this ancient wild area to grow and develop, so that he can remember the bitter things and remember the sweet things, so there should be no problem. Who would have thought that they would meet Guanfuyun? In Odin's eyes, although Guanfuyun has flesh and blood, he is not human at all. Odin exhausted his vision and saw only a wisp of the official cloud, full of concepts and rules, so powerful that it was incomprehensible. Isn't this just right? The celestial beings are also the embodiment of abstractions, concepts, and rules in the universe. No one knows what their true appearance looks like inside the armor. What if Guanfuyun is like this? The more Odin thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. He was afraid that his eldest son, Thor, would offend the gods and become mentally retarded, leading to a miserable life. Then, regardless of Odin's sleep, he got up from the coffin and rushed to say good things. Now, Guanfuyun, who gradually thought about it, suddenly understood. It turned out that the Mr. God in Odin's mouth was not a compliment, but that he believed that Guanfuyun's race was the god. You. Guanfuyun wanted to speak but stopped. It turns out Dad is a god. Azu had a look of surprise on his face. He felt that his worth was higher. If we were to fight against my father, who could beat him? Tactical fallback. Guanfuyun, actually, You don't need to tell me, I understand everything. Odin gave Guanfuyun a meaningful look and said, the gods are abstract incarnations. Each one has a mysterious mission and is born to be proud. You don't like your identity being exposed, and I won't reveal the secret. Guanfuyun. Well. Okay. This also saves trouble. Anyway, there is no need for him to work hard, he just needs to smile, and Odin will figure everything out. Finished. Odin looked longingly at the hammer in Guanfuyun's hand. Means. Brother Tianchen, I've finished my words. I am loyal, as can be seen from the sun and the moon. Can you give my son's hammer back? He was originally a hammer god. Now that he doesn't even have a hammer, won't he have to send it back in the future? For the Asgardian God King series, the Meow hammer is almost a symbol of the Crown Prince. Odin also hammered it all the way up back then. So I can understand Thor's mentality. To be honest, he also feels that he has been bullied. One person is awesome at a pair of God King father and son, and Guanfuyun is also awesome. Guanfuyun turned a blind eye and continued to play with a hammer. Azu frowned and said bluntly, "Old Bidden, you are here, let's get some gold coins." Hearing this, Odin had a question mark on his face, is this a god or a bandit? Is the atmosphere of the Tenjin group so corrupt now? But doesn't it seem like a bad thing? He twitched the corner of his mouth, pondered for a moment, and then pulled out a large amount of metal out of thin air. You alloy. Like stone and metal, it can store energy, especially magical energy. This can be used by Wanda. Guanfuyun communicates with Azu through spiritual pillar. So good. Azu smiled, stepped forward, grabbed it, and put it away immediately. Azu said, "Is there any more? I heard that you have a treasure house with many items in it." Odin stretched out his hand again and took out a bunch of flames. "This is the eternal fire." Guanfuyun continued to whisper to Azu, "You can feed it to Godzilla, he likes high calories the most. And since the eternal fire can't be eaten, it will be convenient for barbecues on the farm in the future." Azu also put away the eternal fire and said, "Explode more." Odin's face turned dark and he took out an aqua blue box. This is the casket of ancient winters. Has the power to freeze a planet in an instant. You can take it back and put it in the cellar and use it as a refrigerator or air conditioner for a lifetime. Guanfuyun spoke directly. Okay. Azu smiled, today was really full of gains, but also indebted. He also put away the casket of ancient winters. Then go call Wanda and Godzilla, prepare to divide the spoils. And have fun together. Odin took the Meow hammer with a dark face, feeling so bad. Maybe he was bleeding profusely and wanted to vent his anger on the baby. Maybe the purpose of the experience has not been achieved. Maybe he felt that Guanfuyun, a god, was extraordinary and could be contacted again. Odin did not carry the hammer to find Thor, nor did he take Thor away. He only showed up to explain a few words. Then he went back to Asgard. He placed the hammer at the intersection of Dad's company. The god and his son. My hammer. After learning about the situation, Thor couldn't bear it for a moment and started to route the line directly. He wants to cross Mexico, go to America, go to New York, make a living and earn back his hammer. The idea is beautiful. But when Thor was full of expectations, performing arts, physical strength, and even blood all the way to the U.S. Mexico border, he was blocked by the border wall. Chapter 38 Why Thor Cries. Fake Squid. Looking at the border wall, Thor's smile solidified and he breathed out fragrance. He has gone through a lot of hardships along the way. For example, being beaten and scolded, shot at, kidnapped by a gang and then kidnapped by the police after calling the police, almost flying on a leaf, almost being RD. Too many. He witnessed the suffering of the world. This kind of suffering is called being too close to Millikan. The entire America, such as railways, energy, land, food, knowledge, are almost all controlled by American capital. The old MO people can only become consumables, and they are in the battle royale since they were born. One of their usual sources of income is selling blood and organs. Although America has shootings, abstractions, and various legalizations, but compared to South American countries, America can really be said to be stable, strong, peaceful, and prosperous. Many are just trying to survive. You have to run the line. Thor is one of them. Unimaginable. In this modern age where everyone has mobile phones and the internet, he can still live in the open for a long time, without enough food to eat, and to sell blood to survive. Odin gave him the mobile phone and taught him how to use it. At the same time, Odin also confessed, saying, "Little Bise, I won't pretend anymore, I'm showing my cards, and I just want to challenge you." He also said that there is a god in New York, and if you get his approval, he will let you return to Asgard and inherit the throne. When Thor heard that my father still loved me, he became energetic. He gritted his teeth and walked the line until now. While looking at the boasts on the internet about America being #1 in the world, freedom, prosperity, and stocks. While feeling the plunder and sin of Millikian. Saw the white bones. Thor was greatly shocked in his heart. His arrogance all appear humble and polite in comparison with Millikan. Take plundering and bullying the weak as a matter of course, take shamelessness as freedom, and let those who are full of evil become members of the parliament. How could there be such a country? In the name of Odin, does my father want me to crush Millikan? At this moment, Thor is not a mighty Thor, but a conservative mortal. He especially couldn't stand the gender of the paper catapult. When the cheek kisses the earth, the gods begin to think. Thor spoke the words of Chayuni. Think over and over again about Odin's divine will. Ahahaha, the donuts are so delicious. At this time, harsh laughter came. Thor looked up and saw someone crossing the border wall and barbed wire fence in front of the line. He was holding donuts in his hands, kneeling down and laughing, showing the ultimate flattery. Like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy, trying to attract the attention of its owner. Thor despised it. Along the way, he also understood that rooting and wiring are different. Some people are rich because they can't survive. Some people are born stupid without realizing it. Such as donuts. He abandoned everything he owned and traveled thousands of miles to come here just to be a homeless man and pick up garbage to eat? What, does he also have an Asgard that he wants to inherit? He thinks he has been a joker all his life because of his place? What's the matter, someone is still the son of the God King. But in a different place, he becomes little Kayla Rice? Although they are both informants. But Thor can't understand the brain circuit of donuts. Looking again at the male soldiers wearing high heels at the border. Thor was even a little angry. With Odin on top, how unbecoming is this? Odin, the father of the gods, really took great pains to torture him. This is all an experience. Thor numbed his nerves. Victory is right in front of you. The mouth is open. Go, go, go. He followed the crowd and rushed towards the stowaway location where the donuts were torn apart. That moment, the rooting army's eyes are red. Laughing, screaming, charging, trampling, crowding. All living beings are before your eyes. Thor was also a little excited when he thought of Meowth hammer, and the corners of his mouth raised. Bang! Bang! At this time, a gunshot rang out. Bullets whizzed past everyone's heads, and the high-heeled soldiers on the opposite side were smiling playfully. This is a threat in a game. With the sound of gunfire, the barbed wire gradually lights up, it is electrified. Ah! Then, screaming became the only sound again. For high-heeled military soldiers, these moisturizers will go there to grab jobs and welfare benefits. They are obviously homeless, but they can live in 5-star hotels or even in schools, driving students who have paid large tuition fees to take online classes. As for these soldiers, once they retire from the army, they may even have no fixed place to live. Both sides are enemies. For the old Mo people, it is precisely because of Melikian that they were born. Their lives are as cheap as ants, and they cannot survive. Both sides are enemies. At this moment, the sound of a gunshot was like the appearance of a starting gun, and the enemy was extremely jealous when they met. Both sides became more insistent and ferocious. People screamed and rushed forward, desperate. Thor was squeezed and staggered. In a daze, he saw parents abandoning their babies and jumping over the high wall like zombies. Successful entry does not mean that you will not be deported. Because it has to be right. Babies are sometimes the license plate and talisman of peace. So moisturizing things will bring the baby. There is even a business of selling human cubs along the way. Buy it, move over, you can live in it and keep it for a few years, and your children will be killed by school shootings. What a deal! Therefore, it is normal and reasonable for parents to abandon their babies when necessary. This struck Thor as if he were struck by lightning. In Asgard, even on the most brutal battlefield, a knife would not be wielded against a baby. Almost instantly, Thor was angry. A hole! He roared, his clothes were as ragged as iron armor, his beard was unshaven like a lion, and his tattered red scarf seemed to be turned into a cloak. At this moment, he is still the brave, fearless, and invincible Thor. He pounced violently, tearing apart the crowd against the current. Caught the baby. Thump. Crack. Go away. Then Thor was overturned and trampled under the feet of the crowd. His stature was stooped, and his face was completely bitten into the foul-smelling and dirty mud. His hands and feet were trampled to pieces. Only the spine and belly can still arch upward to protect the baby. Wow! The baby was frightened and cried loudly, as if he had returned to a cave. Surrounded by jungles and wild beasts. It's okay, it's okay. Thor was also crying. I'm sorry Odin, the father of the gods. He can't see the gods, and he can't go back to Asgard. Boom! As soon as this thought appeared, the sky was pierced by blue lightning, and hammers fell from the sky, bringing with them howling wind. With the earth-shattering thunder, Thor stood up, holding the Meow hammer in his hand, wearing armor and his cape flying. Power is back. In the past, Thor would have cheered and vented like a savage. But today, he held the baby in his arms and moved gently. Ah ha ha ha, the donuts are so delicious, is this God? At this time, there was Runmu, the BCH who knelt down when he saw everyone, and now he knelt down to worship Thor. Shameless, incompetent, and ignorant. Boom! Thor's inner disgust also reached its peak at this moment. He swung the hammer like a windmill, shooting out thunder and arcs of lightning, directly chopping the group of people into charcoal. Then his figure soared into the air and roared into the air. Chapter 39, A Test from Director Thanos of the Family Planning Office. New York, Dad's Company. Interview Department. Name: Thor Odinson. Gender: what do you think? If you're not a buddy, how can I assume your gender? Male. Ability: can fly, can discharge electricity, and has excellent hammering skills. Are you wearing a costume now? It can be. Personal experience and extraordinary battles you have participated in, please give examples. I am Asgard, the son of God King Odin. I am Thor. I once conquered the 9 realms and was famous. Before coming here, I retaliated against the giants of Jotunheim. The questioning voice suddenly disappeared, and Thor was a little nervous. On the one hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to see the god. On the other hand, the baby girl he had picked up was still waiting for feeding. He needs a salary. He wants to make money. Sitting in the interview room, Thor wiped his sweat, leaned forward, and whispered, "So, am I hired?" "Well, considering Mr. Thor, the expression on your face when you spoke just now was very serious, and it didn't look like you were lying." The interviewer said seriously, "I suspect you are mentally ill." Am I mentally ill? Thor suddenly became excited. If he was mentally ill, he would order more food. Haha, I'm kidding you, Mr. Thor, your acting skills are very good and you are very into the scene. Although your lines are old-fashioned, they are very standard. The interviewer laughed. So, I'm not mentally ill? I'm a normal person. Thor suddenly lost. Interviewer. Interviewer, maybe it's not that normal. Anyway, Thor was hired. I heard that he was short of money, so just like Spider-Man, the company directly wrote a check. God is generous. Thor beamed, overjoyed, and said excitedly, "Can I meet the god, I mean the boss's father?" "Okay, you have to queue up." The interviewer pursed his lips, pointed out the window and said, "The group of people outside all want to see the boss. But in fact, they can't even see Mr. Ziu. The only feedback I received was from the bald guy in the wheelchair. He is quite famous, and his name is Professor." The interviewer was very talkative and talkative. Thor looked out the window and saw a large, dark crowd of people queuing up. This is not surprising either. When he was in Asgard, there were also messengers from many planets who came to see Odin and wanted to see the majesty of the God King. But Odin is busy with business, needs to sleep, so he often disappears. For this reason, the messengers can even wait for hundreds or thousands of years. Originally, Thor was going to line up, but beside him, there was crying in the stroller. Thor instantly forgot about the gods. I hurriedly went to buy milk powder. Other side. Almost at the same time Thor arrived in New York and went to the company to apply for a job. The cunning Loki escaped from Asgard while Odin was sleeping again. Same as in the movie Thor 1. Loki knew his origin. He was not a native of Asgard, but a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim. The bloodline is still very pure. The king of giants of Jotunheim, Laufey, is his biological father. After knowing the news about the grass, Loki's immediate concern was that he was worried about his father. He wanted to contact the giants of Jotunheim and launch an attack on Asgard. Then he would backstab Laufey to death, become a hero, and take the throne as king. But who would have thought that Odin would suddenly wake up while sleeping and beat Loki up before going out? So much so that even now Odin has stopped eating again. Loki didn't dare lose his temper again. He was like a naughty kid who was trick-or-treating when he couldn't get candy, wandering alone in the universe. Suddenly, a huge amount of Chitauri biological battleship appeared in front of them. Numerous weapons were pointed at Loki. He was captured by the Chitauri and taken to a huge amount of palace. Look up. A purple sweet potato spirit wearing armor sat on a golden throne, with a ferocious giant blade beside him and endless troops behind him. The purple sweet potato spirit held her chin with one hand, showing no anger and self-power, exuding the domineering aura of a monarch. This feeling, far more than Thor, comparable to or even surpassing young Odin. Loki was dumbfounded and subconsciously said, "Are you a drug-addicted swimmer from Millikan? Why don't you show off?" Yes. Before Thor was demoted and Odin didn't get up, Loki had been using Asgard's artifact to watch Midgard in the dark. Naturally, I also know some hot memes. Hearing this, Thanos frowned. This god of tricks didn't seem very clever. "I am the overlord of the universe, Thanos." Thanos spoke, his voice low and magnetic, even polite, like a scientist. It said, "I can help you become king and help you kill Thor." Real. Loki's eyes lit up. He is like a giant baby now, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and only wants to be better than Thor. Killing Thor is naturally an excellent one. Seeing Loki questioning, Thanos waved, and the Mind Scepter was presented. Feel the surging power within the scepter. Loki smiled evilly and said politely, "So, what do you need me to do?" "Mr. Thanos, you are needed to release the big snake, Hormungandr, that was sealed in Midgard by Odin." Thanos said slowly, Asgard predicted that the serpent would die together with Thor. This is a curse with the power of fate, and it is extremely difficult to break. At the same time, I want you to contact the giants of Jotunheim and attack Blue Star. The Chitauri Corps will also cooperate with you. As for the spiritual scepter, just think of it as being used for self-defense. Loki. Loki was shocked. Is that an exaggeration? Thor isn't that hard to kill, right? Killing Thor is your purpose. Thanos said leisurely, my purpose is just to test. Testing for what? Loki was even more surprised. This is a completely destructive rhythm. What weight class can withstand such a test? But at this moment, Thanos stopped talking and his eyes were deep. It can't be said that Odin was so frightened that he didn't even sleep. He dragged his abundant divine power, old body, and the risk of being torn apart to go to Blue Star to meet someone, right? There are only a few people in the entire universe that Odin can meet. It is visually estimated that his strength has reached the level of Heavenly Father. Now that the Ancient One has died and Odin has grown old, a Heavenly Father actually appears on Blue Star. This completely disrupted Thanos' plan. If there were no space gems, time gems, located on Blue Star, its gloves would be useless. So it requires a trial. Look at whether this Heavenly Father is a constant or a variable. If it is a variable, such as accidentally coming to Blue Star, then when another angry Heavenly Father, the big snake, appears, he can choose to leave. If it is a constant, people have settled in Blue Star and want to take care of things. Then, he will definitely fight with the big snake. No matter who loses or wins. Even Thanos can profit from it and act according to the opportunity. Even if that man is stronger than imagined. Can defeat Orokai, Chitauri, giants of Jotunheim. So, Thanos can also give up the Mind Scepter, shelve the Infinity Gauntlet plan, and once again embark on the path of pursuing power. Anyway, no matter what, it will carry out family planning for the universe. At the same time, Blue Star, time flies by and it gets dark. Farm. The eternal fire became a bonfire. Azu, go kill the pig. Have a barbecue tonight. Wanda, go wash the vegetables. Godzilla. Godzilla, stop sucking, you're going to suck all the Phoenix power out. Damn it, you're not going to turn into a red lotus, are you? It was very lively. Guanfuyun tinkered with URU metal and wanted to get a suit for Wanda. At the same time, he used speech skill to extract the power of the Phoenix from Jean Grey's body, and also extracted her dark personality to use it to refine the magic suit. Result. When Godzilla saw the Phoenix Force, he took a bite of it as if he were seeing delicious food. Chapter 40 Phoenix Power Godzilla. If origin magic power represents matter and reality, then Phoenix power represents spirit and control. One is biased toward the creator. One is destruction, decomposition, control, and release. The Phoenix power knows no good or evil. Theoretically speaking, Jean Grey is the perfect Phoenix host, whether it is a white Phoenix or a black Phoenix. She is always more pure than others. But Godzilla's purity is above hers. Especially, as the apex of the ecological chain on this planet, as an incarnation of the will of this planet. Godzilla is extremely adaptable. It has 3 mouths and 1 Phoenix power. By the time Guanfuyun reacts, the monster's body has begun to expand. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. Accompanied by the lodging of the Phoenix power and the devouring of the eternal fire. Godzilla is getting bigger and bigger, and it directly breaks through the kitchen. What a foodie! True immortality, ignoring the weight and pressure. Guanfuyun hugged Godzilla and ran away. When he arrived at Godzilla's exclusive room, he landed only a few minutes ago. In front of him, it is already a giant beast that is almost 200 meters tall, and its chest is covered with flames and phoenix textures. The abundant energy even forms a helmet, shoulder armor, and its dorsal fin is also shining. Overall, it looks like an invincible upgraded version of Galzan. Roar! Godzilla's voice is no longer quacking like a duck, but has become mighty and domineering. A mouth. The energy tide surges in the mouth, and the atomic breath is ready to come out. That is, in the room. If it appears in a city, this one can cause earthquake-like shaking and landslides. What a loud tone! Azu also flew in, with a look of surprise on his face, and went to slide on Godzilla's dorsal fin. Wanda looked confused and reached out to poke Godzilla's belly. She raised her head blankly, as if she couldn't figure out how this swamp puppy could grow up so fast. This is unscientific. Bite. Godzilla, baby number 3, has increased gratitude. 60%, 80%, 90%. Extra reward development entry is drawn once. Do you want to use it? System prompts also appeared. It seems that in Godzilla's eyes, eating well is the greatest happiness. Guanfuyun went to move the eternal fire, casket of ancient winters, and various ingredients and condiments to prepare for the barbecue. He was really hungry after all. One side thought, yes. Bite. Congratulations on getting the entry, file size as you wish. File size Rui, the file size can be changed at will. When in the reduced state, the energy, strength, and speed will be suppressed, and it will be in a state similar to a seal. Once the body is restored, it is equivalent to the seal being released, and it will enter a short burst period. It means this. Now the normal Godzilla is 200 meters faster equals mechanical Greymon. After shrinking equals Greymon. Shrink first and then recover equals battle Greymon. 6. Guanfuyun gave the entry with great interest. Then, as expected, Godzilla in the room began to shrink and became 1.8 meters tall again. Whoa! Whoa! This moment really shocked Azu. His eyes were shining and he was very excited. This is simply the most perfect playmate. Can it still get smaller? Azu asked. Whoosh! Then Godzilla turned into a palm-sized pocket monster that could be held in Azu's palm and stand on Azu's head and shoulders. It can even bite Azu's ear, swing it around, and disguise itself as an earring. The mini version of Godzilla's power, speed, and even body strength will be reduced, but don't worry. Once you encounter an attack that exceeds the upper limit of your current form, Godzilla automatically grows in size. That's cool. Dad, can I sleep with Godzilla in the future? Please Daddy. Azu begged. He even learned to act coquettishly. Looking at his Anthony face, coquettishly coquettish, Guanfuyun didn't feel any disobedience at all. Someone else even enjoyed it. Okay, let's eat first. Guanfuyun said. Woohoo! Godzilla, let's go. It is conceivable that Azu now is like a little boy who got his beloved toy, and he cannot calm down at all. He plucked at the rice frantically, swallowed it whole, and inhaled it like a storm. Then he looked excited and went to play with Godzilla. Remember to call Phoenix Girl, no, from now on she can only be called Jean Grey. Remember to have someone pick her up. Don't let people starve to death in pig pens. Guanfuyun explained loudly. Each room in the farm is exclusive, which is really inconvenient, and others are not welcome to see it. After bringing Jean Grey back, the three of them and Godzilla all had a tacit understanding and led her directly to the pig pen. Then, with her not a buddy look in her eyes, they began to draw out the soul and the power of the phoenix. Jean Grey should still be rolling her eyes and fainting from the pain. No. Azu responded. It sounds a bit perfunctory. But Guanfuyun felt relieved after hearing this. The Azu he raised always got the right results when doing things. Master Godfather, the suit is ready, can you send it to my room? Wanda blinked and said softly with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Okay. Guanfuyun agreed casually. With the help of words and methods, his labor force has reached a higher level. Sorcerer Supreme Wanda's suit is actually almost ready. The general idea is an armor skirt made of URU metal, similar to a Valkyrie, which effectively increases protection and increases the power of magic energy gathering. The most essential part of Urigen will be made into a pair of gloves, which can draw circles twice as fast. Then Dark Phoenix's personality, or soul, was stripped of its cocoon and turned into black silk. Similar to the undead cloak on the set of Strange 2. It mainly focuses on being cool and adding attack methods. There are also some small details and decorations that can be supplemented with items in the system store. Time flies by. Dong dong dong, Wanda, open the door, I am the Godfather. Guanfuyun knocked on Wanda's door. The zinc door opens and closes. Go inside. The thick zinc curtains caught the moonlight. The room was a little dark. What does the suit look like? Wanda Duck sat by the bed, took off her dress and piled it into a pile, simply put on a JK, and then turned her magic cloak into a scarf. She looked at Guanfuyun, and in her watery eyes, scarlet magic light danced, with a trace of inexplicable excitement. Please urge me to update QAQ. If there are more requests, I will add more updates. Chapter 41 Thor and Azu. This is the suit. Guanfuyun took out the Valkyrie armor skirt and Black Phoenix black silk stockings. Put it on Wanda. Like decorating a doll. Why didn't Dad get up? The next day, Azu scratched his head, it was really puzzling. He made himself a breakfast, left the food in the pot, and turned down the power of the eternal fire's hot pit. Then I happily took Godzilla out to show off. Now, as the president of Dad's company, Azu's favorite thing is to take a taxi. When he arrived at the company gate in a low-key car and got off the car, a row of people uniformly shouted, "Hello, Mr. Ziu." It startled the driver. That feeling is really wonderful. Sure enough, Dad is right. What's the point of being a superhero in fancy clothes? Fried fish, matryoshka dolls, and invisible pretense are the most enjoyable. Azu felt happy. For example, who would have thought that he, wearing camouflage glasses and looking gentle, is actually a vicious fellow countryman? Who would have thought that Godzilla, who looks like a cute pet on his shoulder, can actually destroy the world? Who would have thought that he has a time stone hanging around his neck and an adamantium knife in his bracelet? And his battle suit has also been strengthened by his father with the word spirit, and he can change his clothes in a second. Starting at 0 frame, who can stop it? All this gave Azu a strong sense of security and satisfaction, making him look forward to showing off at work. All this was given by Guanfuyun. It's great to have a dad. Hello, son of God. At this time, Thor, who came to work with his baby, recognized Azu at a glance. He showed a silly smile on his face and showed the etiquette of a king. Your Excellency, the Supreme, the Powerful, the Son of the Gods, I am. Hammer God. Azu was shocked. Odin's son. It's me. Thor was flattered. He didn't expect that the gods and the sons of gods would actually know him. The son of the gods is truly knowledgeable and omniscient. Thor solemnly praised. Hiss. Don't tell me yet. Azu just did this. In particular, Thor not only praised him and flattered him, but also praised his father to the sky, which made Azu enjoy it even more. Azu said, Odin is also very powerful. Refers to the special ability to explode gold coins. What a great compliment, Mr. Son of God. I will definitely tell my father. Thor did the same thing, and the two of them started to flirt with each other and got in touch with each other. The hot chat continued for a while, and it felt like it was too late to meet each other. Talk about getting excited. The two also wrestled for a while, and the result was that the sun-drenched version of Azu was even better. But Thor then showed off the Meow Hammer, but Azu didn't use it, and Thor made it back. It's really fun. Azu smiled brightly, recognized Thor as a friend, and then arranged some caregivers and nannies for the baby girl. They are all part-time agents. Excellent level. Thank you, Brother Ziu. Thor was really happy and touched now, just like Li Kuei almost shouted Brother Jiu when he saw Song Jiang. It's just a little effort. Azu also put it on again, smiled and said, and you, my friend, Thor, you are the real hero. Brother Ziu. You understand me. Thor was so stupid that his eyes filled with tears, and he was so heartwarming. I can tell at a glance that you are going to do big things in the future. Azu continued Pua and said, but let's start with an actor and a job first, and listen to my command, okay? Through fire and water. Brother Ziu. Thor was taken down directly. Got it, Thor. The smile on Azu's face was brighter and brighter. Win. But I really need a secretary and second in command. Azu changed his face and frowned. For someone as stupid and crude as Thor, who is associated with the reality stone, he can come forward. But you can't let him show up for everyone, right? Doesn't that mean there is no time to go back to the farm to work and cultivate the land? He also wants to listen to his father's teachings on how to be a good person. Think of this. Azu closed his eyes, all his senses were semi-closed, and his super hearing was strengthened. It was like an invisible sonic radar that enveloped New York in an instant. Family. For a reward at the carnival, Spider-Man will deliver food to you. Hulk. I want popularity votes. Tony, you are the head of Stark Industries, can you please say goodbye? Stay alert, good job, don't lose your position. Various voices appeared, and Azu looked for talents among them. Don't tell me yet. He really found someone who was absolutely suitable and even surprised him. He heard the noise of the troublesome pairs in New York. In the dream, or in another timeline, his assistant, the CEO of what company, was Obstacle Pair. Why is she here? Broke in. If she can come, can others also come? There won't be another version of myself that will snatch Daddy's love, right? Dad can't tell the difference, right? Worry. Whoosh. Azu became anxious and flew at a low altitude, moving like a teleporter. Come to Hell's Kitchen in New York. Chapter 42, The Troublesome Pair and the Locomotive. New York, Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. Notoriously chaotic. In broad daylight, you can see needles, bloodstains, and bullet casings all over the ground, and the street lights are full of craters. In the corner, several gangsters will jump out at any time. Even some heroes and criminals in strange costumes. Ordinary people living here, let alone dire straits, would at least be divided into pieces. But the troublesome pair is different. When she came here, it was like returning to Novice Village. Although she is not the boss. But she has always served the boss. Compared with being invulnerable, having a body of steel, being moody, shooting people at 0 frames at any time, being happy Superman, and facing the people of the motherland with twin peaks and ears. The criminals here seem extremely anthropomorphic. Even those super criminals, such as the Purple Man, obviously have good abilities, such as hypnotic ability and control of others. But he would only use this ability to tease Jessica. Shilly passed by their secret room once, and faced Zyron's threat of calling the police and killing you. She just gave a crooked smile. Then he put on Ace's leather suit and went out in person to perform a series of highlights. The Purple Man was made to fall to the ground, saying you know how to play and you are this one. Small roles in other gangs or something. The troublesome pair is even more able to cope with it and has a prosperous life. Occasionally. She will also miss the locomotive that took her to escape, and wonders what Bro is doing now. He won't be captured by Vought Company for a crazy experiment, right? Obstacle Lee thought evilly, and the corners of her mouth curved crazily. The days without Walter are the good days. She said happily. After saying that, he turned around and saw Azu. Although he did not wear the American flag suit of his motherland, although he still wore glasses, even though he had a strange pet on his head. But that temperament cannot be changed. The hindrance pair's legs went weak, his mind went blank, and his heart almost stopped beating. Ancestor, ancestor, ancestor. She was incoherent, backed away frantically, and urinated. Calm down, you're in the way. I'm not from the motherland, but a fellow countryman. My name is Azu, not John. Azu said. He was particularly concerned about this. Obstructive pair, humph-ah-ah. Don't come over. She was scared out of her mind. Azu. Azu frowned and emphasized, look at me, you are in the way. Look at me. Shut your mouth. Obstacle pair. Although he was panicked and frightened, as soon as he saw the light in Azu's eyes, the troublemaker calmed down and said nothing. Buzz. At this time, the time stone shines. Azu flipped through the life script that hindered Lee and found that he often laughed at himself in another world. Because the giant baby nursing under the American flag can also see Azu's current happy life and perfect daddy. He was crazy jealous, crazy, abstract, and his behavior became more and more violent. So much so that when the locomotive became a rebellious ninja, the troublemaker did not hesitate to follow June. But I don't know why, she appeared in this world. Are the two planets integrating? If this is the case, it is what Dad calls a big event. And his past experiences in the laboratory and his other self are so pitiful and ridiculous. It may also be made public. It would be embarrassing. If you don't want to lose face, kill them all. In Azu's eyes, the red light of heat vision was looming. But eventually it disappeared. Because it doesn't matter. Just be embarrassed if you're embarrassed, it's not really him. Azu doesn't care about the company, his reputation, or even all human beings. All he wants is his father's company and those warm daily moments. Instead of going to great lengths to clean and kill, I was worried that my father would be snatched away. It's better to go home and confess to Dad. All he had to do was explain the situation and make it clear, Dad, the other me is not me and don't be fooled. He just needs to listen to his father. Even if a killing is really needed, wouldn't it be more thorough for the farm family to come together and clean the planet directly? He wants a father, family affection, and the warmth of not hiding secrets from each other. Then he should not lie to his family either. As for the troublesome pairs, her ability to work beside her other self for so long is truly outstanding. She was like the hair in that critical moment, the thinnest hair that could not be broken no matter what. This is good. Hans Hilly, let's sit down and talk. From ferocious to calm, from fierce to polite. Azu's expression changed several times within a second, and finally he said with a smile, have you ever heard of parallel worlds? Explain the situation. Azu asked, do you believe me now? It's a troublesome pair. Believe it. Always believe it. Obstacle Lee shook her head. Azu. Azu couldn't stop laughing, and said in a mean and vicious manner, like a naughty child, have you been brainwashed by Shibafa? This is not a rhetorical question, answer me, it's in your way. No, Mr. Azu. My brain has not been hacked by Shibafa. Obstacle Lee said with certainty. Then return to the position of CEO, watch and learn hard. Azu said, remember, this is not a movie or entertainment company, it is a place for me to have fun to make my dad happy. You just have to make your company look organized. Besides, if you find any acquaintances of yours from that world, such as a locomotive, remember to tell me. Do you understand? The troublesome pair finally nodded and confirmed, understood. But even though she nodded, she still didn't shake the locomotive, so she was very tolerant. Azu smiled and didn't care. Because she is just a mortal, her role in the timeline is negligible, and she cannot hide it from the gems. He saw the locomotive directly in time. I saw the place where he and the troublesome pair parted. Following this location and time, the power of the gems continued to spread, and Azu quickly locked onto the target. Whoosh! He flew at low altitude, disappeared and reappeared, already carrying the locomotive with a frightened look on his face. Thump! Throw the locomotive to the ground. Azu thought for a while and took the two of them directly to the farm. At this time, the sun was 3 poles high. At the farm, Guanfuyun had already gotten up and sent the magical girl Wanda to school. When picking him up, he was even kissed by Wanda. At the moment, I am repairing the kitchen and land that were damaged by Godzilla, leisurely and busy with some chores. Suddenly, I saw Azu appearing with a locomotive and a pair in each hand. Guanfuyun. Where did this come from? Is this still the Marvel world? Dad, you may not believe it, but the two worlds are integrating. Azu said seriously, there will be another me who wants to be my son. Guanfuyun, I believe it. Guanfuyun said again, it doesn't matter, even if there are countless parallel universes and countless yous, I will only have one good eldest son. You are unlike any other John, Azu. As soon as these words came out, Azu showed a silly smile and was happy for a long time before he said with a frown, but Dad, in those parallel timelines, I saw the boy who is my biological father. In a trembling, nervous, and low voice, Azu told the story about the foot-scratching boy and the worries he had always had. If a child is born without nurturing, he is not worthy of being a father. Besides, he doesn't even know he gave birth to you. Guanfuyun smiled, patted Azu on the shoulder, and said firmly, you don't need to worry about this, Azu. If the SY boy knows something, or if he doesn't know about it at all, you can just leave it alone. Just treat him like a passerby. If he tries to snatch you away from me, I will make him disappear instead of hating you. Don't worry. The words fell. The big stone in Azu's heart also fell. Bite. Child number 1 Azu, his gratitude level has increased. 99%, 100%. Hidden rewards, regional entries, a world of its own. Chapter 43 Steve's the Foot Boy. A world of its own. After assigning an entry to a certain area, the place becomes a world of its own, with controllable seasons and controllable climate. It will not be destroyed by external forces and can be relocated as the host wishes. 6. Unexpectedly, there are also hidden entry types. Guanfuyun did not hesitate and gave the entry to the farm. In an instant, the spring breeze blew, the summer rain fell, the autumn harvest was refreshing, and the winter was not cold. The 4 seasons changed around him, like 4 elves dancing around the supreme god. He plants a seed. It fell to the ground in 1 second, then took root, sprouted, blossomed and bore fruit, turning into a large seedless watermelon. Come and eat. After freezing it with casket of ancient winters, Guanfuyun first gave Azu half a melon and a spoon, and then cut 2 pieces of melon for Zhenqi Li and locomotive. At this time, the two of them had completely forgotten their fear and were deeply shocked by the miracle displayed by Guanfuyun. This is definitely not something that compound number 5 can create. Is this really another world, another, Azu? Stunned, unbelievable. The expression of the obstruction pair is extremely exaggerated and rich, as if he had really seen a train blowing in the deep sea. The locomotive has a Wang Defa look on his face, which feels like another transplant of Blue Eagle's heart, which is absolutely ridiculous. Until Guanfuyun said eat again. Only then did the two of them react. They took the watermelon flattered and continued to be dumbstruck while holding it. Don't be afraid. Guanfuyun said, my great son Azu is different from the super ability giant baby you have in mind. He is better, more powerful, and at the same time more emotionally stable. He really can't be bothered to run you over. So, Zhenqi, can you stay and be the CEO of the company and help us deal with some trivial matters? Obstacle Li nodded crazily, of course, this is my honor. She was afraid of Azu alone, and when he was coupled with Guanfuyun, she became relaxed. Because there is no point in being afraid. Why not just study hard and give it a try? Maybe she can reach the top of her life again? She is somewhat career-minded. Guanfuyun looked at the falcon's twin brother, the locomotive. These two are really similar. But in the 4th season, Locomotive, who has completed his redemption, becomes more and more pleasing to the eye, and is much more handsome than the later correct Captain Falcon. He is also handsome compared to Abyss, who has completely become a joker. Guanfuyun glanced at him, nodded, and said nothing. He is not sure whether the current locomotive still needs to continue to be a star. Just go with the train. Anyway, there are a lot of superheroes in New York, and if you don't catch them, there will be others who will do them. Dad is still awesome. As soon as Jian Guanfuyun took action, he killed the two of them. Azu felt relaxed and happy, eating watermelon and drinking milk happily. He said, "Listen to Dad and you will win. Looking at the whole universe, there is nothing that Dad can't do. Dad is always right." 10 days passed by in a hurry. Guanfuyun's life has returned to normal and ordinary life. He works on the land and cooks every day, teaches Azu the principles of life, and takes Wanda to school. In the middle, I went to a parent-teacher conference because of a school shooting. Every night, Guanfuyun, Wanda, and Azu sat on Godzilla and watched movies and TV shows together. This aspect all depends on Guanfuyun's interest. Basically, I watched Let the Bullets Fly, Kung Fu, Westward Journey, Hurry Up over and over again. It also deeply inspired Azu and Wanda Bo. At the same time, after Jens Hilly became the CEO of the company, she was so moved that she cried when she saw so many real superheroes who didn't need her to wipe their butts. She only needs to make a little effort, and the company will prosper and its reputation will reach a higher level. While Locomotive was surprised by the number of villains in New York, he also really started to save people and put out fires. He enjoyed it. Even only receiving some basic salary, I no longer compete for advertisements and movies. Azu brags with Thor every day. Later Tony came too. Come and apologize. I apologize for my arrogance and mistakes, and kowtow to all the victims. In front of the media and reporters, Tony said this: "I admit that I am an ignorant and arrogant arms dealer, at least I was, and in the future, Stark Industries will give up the arms business and transform into new energy. I'm Tony Stark. I suffer from my mistakes, ignorance, and weakness every day, and I am constantly anxious and annoyed. Until I admitted my imperfections. Then, I truly understand the world, I know my own weaknesses, and I know that there will be surprises in the plan. So, I will be the Iron Man who always has a plan to upgrade his armor, and no matter how many times he is defeated, he will stand up and win. I am Iron Man." This news caused a sensation in America. It is almost the only major event that can compete with Dad's company for traffic. Apology: the day Stark Industries transformed. Tony came to find Azu. After being rejected, Tony put on the Mark armor again and flew around like a fly. So Azu invited him in, filled it with tons of purple sweet potatoes, and said, "After eating these, I will take you to my farm. Is this difficult?" Tony smiled disdainfully and started eating directly, coming and eating every day. After 10 days of eating, I finally vomited and was hospitalized for food poisoning. Azu asked the troublemaker to send someone to perform Yanko in Tony's ward, and the gongs and drums were noisy. Tony's face was like a purple potato, red and very uncomfortable. "Mr. Ziu, you are riding a horse, what a disgusting operation. Vomit." At the same time. First, there is no Tesseract, and second, there is no Bifrost. Loki, sitting on the Chitauri biological battleship, has arrived at the Blue Star. Of course, he was discovered by Shield. But with the power of the spiritual scepter, he easily controlled and concealed everything. He even found the secret base of braised eggs, came to Xiao Jiao Boy, and released a golden song. boom, boom, boom. Swinging boy plus Mazzy singing equals 0 frame of chest shot. The top-notch body and top-notch superpowers from Compound Number 5 appeared in the Marvel world, and the SY boy easily destroyed Llewellyn's base, leaving corpses everywhere. At the same time, the crazy boy with his swaying feet also attracted the attention of another famous medicine man, Steve Rogers. Hearing that a supervillain had appeared and Llewellyn had nothing to do, Steve came with a vibranium shield. 2 American captains and 2 shield men met. The atmosphere instantly became tense. "Bro, are you still carrying the shield? Are you me?" After the chest massage, the boy was a little weak, but his voice was colder and harder. "No one can replace me. I could fight you all day," Steve said. After saying that, he was slapped in the head by the weak Shijiao boy, and his brains flew to the tree. Yes. Although in the movies and comics, Steve can always appear in the C position with his anti-science and anti-physics shield. Although whether it is Thanos, Heavenly Father, or the Celestial Team, he can use the shield to fight against several moves. It seems like the fight was very intense and hardy. But in reality, Steve is a super BD. In the style of Black Robe, he has no way to survive. Please encourage me to become more popular, I can do anything QAQ. Chapter 44, Big Stage in New York, come if you have a job. On the set of Avengers 1, Loki only used the Mind Scepter to control Hawkeye, Eric Shavig, and some miscellaneous soldiers, causing chaos in S.H.I.E.L.D. And now, he has a foot boy. The physical strength that can gargle an AK, the strength that can knock a car flying several streets and smash through a wall, the speed that can catch up with Huey's buttocks, and a chest cannon that penetrates and shatters buildings. And the most important thing is the black robe style that he carries with him. This style is not suitable for buff monsters. In short, the configuration of Xiao Qiao Boy is very strong. The softest part of his body is his shield. This shield isn't bad. After seizing Steve's miscellaneous vibranium shield, the boy got even more excited. It's as if Watt Company cultivated the people of the motherland and then was backlashed. Llewellyn wanted to use the squeaky boy as a secret weapon, his own horse boy, but in the end he was blown up and the base was blown up to the sky. Under the interference of the spiritual scepter. Everyone looks like an old version of Waltz 7. The Avengers are back. Fake. The SY boy smoked a cigarette, exhaled the fragrance, and turned into Captain Honey with his small mouth, and was infinitely arrogant. He can block almost all attacks with his vibranium shield. He can tear apart almost any opponent with his hands. In an instant, the intimidation of the squeaky boy increased rapidly, increased rapidly, increased rapidly. Kill, 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 kill. Who else in New York City can stop this horse-riding man? Who else can stop him? Commander Steve Rogers, who had just summoned Steve Rogers, was dumbfounded and could only stammer, You are a BD, you can't, no. You can't do this, you can't talk. Why not? I am the best at riding horses. I can do whatever I want. The boy went berserk and hijacked the braised egg and headed straight to the center of New York City. Loki smiled evilly, oh, this guy is so powerful and has strong teeth. Chitauri Legion, New York, say goodbye to your glamour. Llewellyn, S.H.I.E.L.D. Save me. Don't tell me yet. As soon as I heard that the most stubborn Llewellyn, who liked to keep silent and pretend to be an expert, was caught, the whole world went crazy. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Security Council held a meeting directly and stated that they would rescue Llewellyn at all costs. Yes. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. Security Council usually only insults, attacks, and laughs at the braised eggs, they are more anxious than anyone else when the braised eggs are really about to be sent. Without braised eggs don't require funding, how can they make progress? Not to mention the braised eggs. Even the Hydras are really anxious and angry right now, and they have to do their best to protect the braised egg. After all, the SHIELD, which requires a lot of money and a lot of personal ability, relies on deceiving the Skrulls to earn merit. It's really a once-in-a-millennium experience. If the braised eggs are gone, who will feed Hydra? The money they spent to build the company has not yet been earned back. Commander Nick Fury has always been our good director, comrade in arms, and brother. If something happens to him, something happens to S.H.I.E.L.D. We must save people. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. internal meeting, Garrett made an impassioned speech. And his beautiful words were so upright and awe-inspiring, with a sad expression, as if he was in pain. Crossbones also said, "Nick Fury has taken great care of me. If someone dies for being a confidant, I will definitely repay him with my life and blood." Agent Ward also said that he has always regarded braised eggs as his idol. Me too. Coulson was so moved that he cried. He didn't expect that his dear mentor would have such a high status in everyone's minds. Woohoo, we S.H.I.E.L.D. are really loving lumberjacks. Hydras. Okay, if Lloydon is really dead, I will make you the chief. So what is the situation in New York at this time? It can only be said that dark clouds are threatening to destroy the city. In the movie, because of the Tesseract, the Chitauri are really like sending out troops from a spring, one line at a time. Not anymore. Then the whole army can only attack. The densely packed corps and battleships broke through the clouds and physically blocked the sunlight as soon as they appeared. Turn off the lights in New York. Although these Chitauri warships can obviously sail in space, they can be destroyed by nuclear bombs. Although these flying bugs can even be shot down by an eagle eye. Although those aliens riding motorcycle airships will just fly around like flies after entering the city, being swatted by shields and beaten by black widows. Although the motorcycle airship did not have any protective shield, its firepower was only a light machine gun, which was everywhere. After fighting for a long time, it could not even penetrate the door of a car. But Milligan is also a hot chick. Now that the United States is devoting all its resources and developing all its industries, it is estimated that it can defeat the Hussein. Forget about fighting aliens. Disaster relief is a product of socialism. The government owes you nothing. Don't always think about what the country can do for you. Don't be part of the problem, but be the one who solves the problem. On the TV station, after saying this, the mayor of New York went to the president with his soldiers and horses to go on vacation together, chatting and laughing and having fun. This is also the reason why there are basically no military scenes or villains in Milligan's superhero movies. You can be imaginative, but not too sci-fi. In this case, the feeling of New Yorkers is that they are going to die, and they are tired of destroying it. Watching the sky constantly stacking up, almost thicker than the earth, there are almost endless alien core. In the ICU, Tony was also silent. Although he is confident and even arrogant, it is obviously impossible to fight against an entire alien army. Moreover, neither Ludan nor S.H.I.E.L.D. can be contacted at the moment. You can't expect them to come fully armed for travel, right? Jarvis, Tony said, armor. Armor. Okay, sir. Along with the electronic synthesis sound, Iron Man's parts flew in from all directions, and the armor was assembled. Huge amounts of data streamed past my eyes. Tony was stunned. Because he saw. At this time of crisis, people in New York have also made an effort. They are frantically leaving messages, comments, tips, and calls. To Dad's company. Hey, brother Spider-Man, quickly put on your black uniform and step on the sky full of spider webs to spray me. Hulk. Hulk, smash. Destroy as much as you like. Even if you are the enemy of the world, we will stand behind you. Do you know how hard Thor works? Please don't scream, filial son. Is it honorable to be a green filial son? That's enough. I think Spider Dutiful Son is the best. Why don't you give Locomotive a call? Are you a knight or a non-chief? Locomotive will kill you. The big stage in New York, if there is a job, come and do it. They even had a fight. Normally, Tony would have died speechless. But now, he was actually shocked, because he really saw superheroes organized into formations, with unified command and unified dispatch. Walked out of Dad's company. There are Thor, Hulk, Spider-Man, and Locomotive, as well as X-Men and mutants, who are the main battle units. The company's employees, the Hydras, are collaborative units, information collection individuals, and photographers. Charles, hurry up, quickly control ordinary people with your brain and control them away from the city center. Move fast and pose handsomely. Chow Ying from the street office, follow Spider-Man to clear the enemy line. Remember to say your lines. Thor goes up to the sky to hammer their commander. Don't forget to advertise. Hulk, smash it. Keep in touch. If anyone is disconnected, please get immediate support from the nearest location. Anyone who doesn't listen to the company's schedule will be kept in hiding in the future and will not receive any advertising, endorsements, or film cooperation. Where's the Criminal Intelligence Department? Use the satellite. The Public Relations Department is preparing to clean up the floor, and there is some dirty water to pour on Mealy Kian. The hot center will show the traffic changes of each star. We're going to get rich. We're going to get rich. Ha 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 ha. In Dad's company and the CEO's office, Zhan Shili became excited. She felt like a heavyweight now. In the past, if she had the right to speak and the strength of the army, she could directly beat John to his knees and turn him into a slave. Of course it's not too late. What kind of aliens are riding horses? She is fighting aliens. This battle must be fought beautifully. Because as soon as the Chitauri Corps appeared, Mr. Zio was called back to the farm. Now, Guanfuyun is sitting on Godzilla, holding Wanda in his arms, holding a peanut and melon seed coke, watching Azu adjust the satellite video, and using the time stone to call up the picture to supplement it. Yes. He was watching a movie and was immersed in the scene. I'm even considering going to the battlefield to pick up a figure or something. Just very relaxed. Chapter 45, Gods Everywhere. Okay, Dad, it's done. With a smile on his face, Azu arranged the satellite live broadcast, the time stone screen supplement, and even made a barrage by the way. Then sit down happily. While listening to Dad talking, having fun with Godzilla, and playing games, you can watch the live broadcast of the Battle of New York when you look up. The actors are all familiar to me. This feeling is amazing. It's certainly refreshing to see your own success and ease, but wouldn't it be even more satisfying to see the hard work of an acquaintance? Enjoyed it a lot. If you want to scare yourself again, for example, imagine that those aliens are coming to the farm, their purpose is to pull out all the vegetable seedlings, and then let out a jealous laugh. Then the sense of immersion can be even stronger, and the sense of crisis will simply explode. Azu took over. Next to Guanfuyun, he seemed to have turned into the little boy who had just escaped from the laboratory. His whole body was tense and he was observing the world nervously. Playing games with this kind of emotion, he can kill Guanfuyun and win every game. Crackling. A set of arcade combos that beat the old man until he grinned, his expression was ferocious, and he was a mask of pain. Then look at the hot pot in front of you. Steaming hot. Snow-white fat pork is rolling in the pot. The thin part is like a touch of red in the depths of the white clouds. It is smudged in the red oil soup and tastes spicy. The fat around it is undulating due to the shredded ginger and Sichuan peppercorns. The tip of the nose is full of fragrance. Pair it with a sip of farm milk. The taste is simply amazing. At this moment, outside, the busier New York City was, the more comfortable and happy Azu felt. Fight, fight. Fighting is fun. Hey hey. Guanfuyun. He looked at Azu Shenjin and giggled from time to time, not knowing what to say. Wanda remained silent throughout the whole process. As soon as she got home, she clung to Guanfuyun like a koala and posted them like crazy. Especially now, the girl Wanda has just taken a shower, her face is reddish, her hair is wet, and she looks like a neighbor. Weirdly cute. Guanfuyun couldn't help but rub her face while watching the live broadcast with great joy. According to the Hydra information brought by Azu, the SY boy appeared, killed Steve Rogers, and took the shield. But it doesn't matter. The Marvel world of New York is filled with immortals, including a super soldier. There is not much of a foot boy but a busted boy. Meow. New York, accompanied by Loki's pretentious declaration of "I declare something, I am God." The Chitauri Corps came out in full force. New York is now a state of complete anarchy. Crowd evacuation is controlled by Professor. This is also considered a great merit. You know, it's different from how it's organized in the movies. There is no such mechanism as disaster is an order in the capital country. The American army will only enter the scene fully armed when suppression is needed. Therefore, among any disasters, the second greatest disaster is human beings. I usually buy it for 0 yuan. During the disaster season, killing, plundering, alkali, all the crimes that humans can commit are untouchable during this period. You can imagine how crazy it would be. Professor. But it can also be seen from here that Professor X's ability has the most fatal weakness. He can't control aliens. His ability will always be limited to Blue Star, and he will never be able to become a universe-level character. And therefore, in Professor X's mental perception, those green, goblin-like Skrulls who work for Halogen do not exist. When they saw the dense crowd, the Chitauri were like locusts and killed them. In the building of Dad's company, Professor X held his breath. Although he didn't know anything about aliens, no matter what he thought, these guys who could travel through the stars, with such advanced technology, must be very powerful in combat. It would be reasonable to at least be able to easily destroy the human army. Even before the fight started, he was already worried. It's not just him. At this moment, the humans living on this planet all have a feeling of wanting to express themselves, and they are stimulated. Are you afraid, Charles? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind Professor X. Yes. Professor. I'm not willing to lose. Become a social role. Old Magneto crossed his arms and flew over on iron pieces, saying, "Is this your ideal? How ridiculous. This is every mutant's ideal, Eric." Professor No. Professor X added, "Isn't it because you understood this that you came here?" Snort. Do something, Eric. Snort. When I beg you, after so many years of love. Humph. Charles, you are arrogant and arrogant when you open Xavier Academy for Geniuses. If you come here to work, your life or death will be uncertain. You are a bit clever in asking me to blame you, but I, Magneto, cannot work part-time. This impossible in your lifetime. Magneto looked arrogant and opened his hands. Swish 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 swish. He couldn't tell whether it was 10,000 guns or 100,000 guns. They were raised in an instant and pointed at the sky uniformly. Then, fire. Da-da-da. Gunfire flickered, and a torrent of metal rose from the ground. At the moment of contact, it cleared away the Chitauri soldiers and blasted them into pieces and scraps of flesh. This amazing result shocked even Professor X and Magneto. The two of them originally thought that the best-case scenario would be a hard fight, but they couldn't just pretend to be cool and run away. Is this the result? Are you trying to make fun of Blue Star with this little strength? Brother. 6 Professor X said. Humph. You have a strong mind but simple limbs. You useless old guy should have called me 6 a long time ago. Magneto said in an old-fashioned tone. Professor X was silent for a moment and said, Eric. You should watch less of our company's short videos. At your age, you can no longer absorb the essence. They are all dross. Humph. Still being stubborn, Charles. Needless to say, the scene with tens of thousands of people was really spectacular, and Old Bidden knew how to show off. This wave created momentum. Let's take a look. Wang Defa, do aliens also eat bullets? This time the spirit came up. Jarvis, where's your FG Italian cannon? Tony's eyes lit up. Although Stark Industries had transformed, it still had a large arms inventory. He gave the order. Whoosh whoosh. Stark Industries directly emptied its inventory, and the dense missiles suddenly rose up like bamboo shoots, blasting the Chitauri biological warship to pieces and turning a large number of miscellaneous soldiers into charcoal. Chitauri took a look and realized that this was not possible. The starship's firepower is at a disadvantage. So the strategy was changed, and the biological warships crashed down one after another. While crashing through the building, they also provided space for the soldiers to end. But this time it p'd off the fairy nest even more. The superheroes who had been prepared for a long time rushed out shouting promotion and salary increase. Photograph me more handsome, fans, brother is here. First, there is a blue flying man, the locomotive. Dirty. He roared through the air, and the friction between his body and the air made a sound similar to a train whistle. In an instant, it resounded throughout New York. The strength, extreme speed, and super-fast reactions that can pull a train, and he has regained his peak physical strength after transplanting the Blue Eagle heart. And, after redeeming oneself, the mentality of knowing what a superhero really is made him faster and stronger. Look. It's a locomotive. Woohoo! He's so fast, so cool. Can you sign your name? As the war situation improves, Professor X's mind control is gradually released, allowing the tough citizens to join him. But those fans exclaims, pursuits, and tentacles of fame and fortune can no longer catch up with the locomotive. He ran as hard as he could, elbowing and crushing one Chitauri after another, and even gave a body armor to Quicksilver, who was about to be killed by a bullet. Chapter 46 Dr. Destruction, join the battle. Thanks. Quicksilver put on his body armor, picked up the weapon from the ground, and shot at top speed, trying to save his face. The locomotive smiled and continued running, he was just enjoying it. This scene was seen by some fans. The abstract short video clip of Locomotive and Quicksilver, First Silver made its grand debut and became popular. Hulk, smash it! Other side. Under the influence and transformation of the company's atmosphere, Banner also realized Hulk's commercial value and star effect. Scientists who are powerless will be hunted down by Millie Han. But being a monster is a wonderful life. Yes. It was not him who was wrong, but Millikan. Banner said in his heart, cough, Hulk. Then have Iron Man throw himself where the Chitauri are most. Throwing objects from high altitude. Banner, Hulk, that huge amount of green monster, can knock away a bunch of soldiers with one punch, and can jump and scream, and can tear apart biological battleships with his hands. It only takes a moment. It cleared a block of aliens. The Chitauri fought for a long time and found that the defenses were not broken at all, so they broke through the defenses themselves. No, bro, are you Blue Star people so outrageous? Are there any normal ones? Can't afford to offend. As soon as they saw the Hulk barking, the Chitauri almost had PTSD, and they shot and moved their targets intentionally or unintentionally. This time, it turned to Thor. Although he is still Brother Hammer, his output is really no joke. Asgard is thousands of years ahead of Blue Star in terms of technology and life forms. Thor, as one of the leaders, showed off his power, with every move and every move as powerful as a missile. From time to time, sparks and lightning are produced, which are cool and explosive. One person dominates the airspace. There is no single enemy. Nice. Shredded coconut. Inside the company, the troublemaker was concentrating on commanding the heroes. Let's turn the situation around. The heroes are unstoppable. Zanshili is behind, arranging short video editing, streaming, advertising and line collection. She has been holding back until now, and she has held it back until she met Azu and Mr. Guan, and switched to another Ming dynasty. She once again became the CEO of the company. She wanted to fight for it. She didn't want to prove how great she was. She just wanted to put herself under the influence of woe. Take back the dreams and passion that special company took away. Of course, there's hair. And at this time, on S.H.I.E.L.'s floating carrier, the famous top agent Black Widow, and Ronin Hawkeye, arriving at the New York battlefield in a very arrogant and stylish manner. Then, start fighting hand-to-hand with the soldiers. The two sides were fighting each other passionately, coming and going. It seemed lively, but in fact, I didn't know what they were doing. Of course, New York isn't just about superheroes. Those who can carry guns and fight, and some villains. Such as Kingpin. He was patted twice by Guanfuyun, which was a supreme honor and vaguely represented some kind of will of that gentleman. It can also be said to be destiny. The entire New York underworld trembled and surrendered. As the king of the underground world, as a lucky villain who can be the enemy of Spider-Man, Daredevil, and almost all heroes at the same time. How could the Kingpin tolerate aliens on his doorstep? Horse riding. He didn't become the king of the underground world and had to swallow his anger. He became the king of the underground world and still had to cower in front of aliens? Then isn't his progress in vain? Aliens have special physiques, don't fight head-on, fight fiercely. Kingpin carried a rocket launcher and went out to kill. Behind him are villains like Bullseye, gang members, and powerful firepower. Even street superheroes such as Daredevil, Stickman, and Luke Cage followed suit. The main theme is that Jianghu returns to Jianghu, and aliens return to aliens. The grudges are clear. If, like Guanfuyun, you have a satellite perspective, you can view the time stone's images. You will find out. The entire New York stage, this battlefield where demons dance wildly, has several main war zones. The first one is Dad's company. With the building of the Seven as the core, the battlefield continues to expand outwards, sweeping all directions and becoming invincible. The second one is Stark Tower. Clearing out the arms inventory in one fell swoop not only allowed Tony to show his strength, but also created a safe zone. The third is the floating carrier and the area below it. Whether it is Hydra or an Aegis agent, there is only one identity at this moment: human. Both sides worked together, and their fighting power was quite impressive. But when I think about Hydra, which was originally dormant, it was forced to save the world by the broken Aegis. Guanfuyun just wanted to laugh. The fourth and fifth are around Kingpin's Fisk building and 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan, which is Greenwich Village. As the New York office of Karmitage, although it will not take strict control of this kind of crisis that does not belong to the magic world. But the Chitauri Corps is coming to attack, so they can't just sit idly by and ignore it, right? Although the Supreme Master Wanda is in Guanfuyun's arms. But the Executive Deputy Supreme Master Lao Wang is not a vegetarian either. As soon as he sat at the door, a batch of Chitauri fish came in, and he drew a circle and sent them to Domu, where they could be scrapped with one click, which was very convenient. After being beaten up by Wanda and mainly frightened by Guanfuyun, Domu is now in an emo state of already honest and begging to be let go, which is perfect as a trash can. As for Lao Lu, it is the Bacchus building. Stationed here are the famous Fantastic Four. These four are all heavyweights. They are also in the first echelon in Marvel and are popular. Their upper limit of strength is ridiculously high, and they can really break through the sky. However, at this stage, the four heroes are still in their infancy, and their ability has just awakened. Basically, he is a nerd, a nerdy girl, a spirited guy, and a stone man who only knows how to punch. Moreover, they also met the red-eyed, SY boy. When the boy saw the thunderbolt, he had a look of doubt on his face, wondering if he had taken too many drugs and was hallucinating. "Didn't I just kill you?" As the boy said, he casually pinched a passerby to death. Revenge, so cool. Ignition. The Human Torch also has a bad temper, and when he sees the bratty boy killing innocent people indiscriminately, he immediately gets angry. Then he was knocked away by a shield. When the other three heroes saw this, they were like, oh. They have never seen such a brave person. 4 against 1, I have the advantage. They shouted friendship, bond, justice, and so on, and started beating them randomly. The squeaky-footed boy was able to gain the upper hand with a thump and a thump, but he soon discovered that the physiques of these 4 people were incredible. It can't be killed at all. The two sides just went back and forth, each throwing away skills and special effects, fighting fiercely, and living a bloody life. Then the question comes. The cute new Fantastic Four vs the SY boy, who is killing the aliens? Who is improving the score? Boom! At this time, in the distance of the Bacchus building, 18 streets away, a Chitauri biological battleship fell like a whale. Many soldiers lost weight as the battleship disintegrated, shouting frantically, "Reinforcements! We need reinforcements!" The words have not yet finished. Stab! The electric light penetrated their throats and killed them. Boom! 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 A heavy voice sounded. On top of the fragments of the battleship, a man with metal-like skin, arcs wrapped around his body, a hooded green cloak hanging behind him, and a steel-covered monster seemed to be coming towards destruction. "Stop screaming!" His voice was cold and hard, as harsh as the death god, with hysterical madness suppressed and graceful. "Dead man, no reinforcements are needed." Click! As he spoke, the iron-faced mecha popped open, revealing a face that was very or even 9 times similar to Tony Stark. His name is Victor Von Doom. He has returned from space. Please urge me to update QAQ, click the button QAQ. Chapter 47. They all laugh at you, but you are the funniest. If Kingpin is an evergreen tree among villains, he is a lucky one. Doom is the protagonist among the villains. And it's long Aotian. This supervillain in the Marvel world, a master of both technology and magic, a supervillain and the king of Eastern Europe, and even the god Doom. Right now, I'm still in the novice stage. But unlike the Magic 4, who just opened the server, don't create a new account and know nothing, Doom's combat IQ and destructive power have already been demonstrated. Just like in movies and comics, Doom's plan to develop cosmic energy completely failed. In terms of setting, Marvel's smartest and most brilliant teammate, Reed Richards, who can say that Tony shit is a little fool, and who everyone has high hopes for, made a mistake in a key calculation of the space station design. He underestimated the power of cosmic energy, and the space station was as brittle as chicken paper. Therefore, when the cosmic energy came, Doom was affected even if he was in the space station. His skin hardened into a metal-like cuticle, and he also gained the ability to absorb electricity. Compared to the Burning Fruit's Human Torch, the Nika Fruit's magical pig teammates, Susan and the Stone Man, Doom's ability can only be said to be scraps and not strong enough. But, as the saying goes, the equipment does not have enough talent to make up for it. Dr. Doom became familiar with the superpowers and developed combat effectiveness in just a few clicks. The investment failed, the company went bankrupt, and his ex-girlfriend Susan, also known as the Invisible Girl, simply abandoned him. The culprit who caused all this, Wonder Pig teammate Reed Richards, not only did not feel any guilt at all, he continued to be popular and supported by others, and even took over the Invisible Woman with peace of mind and fell in love directly. He retorted, "We are true love and why are you against us? I'll clean you up. This horse riding. When watching the movie back then, Guan Fuan was shocked. If he wasn't a buddy, who was the villain? This experience is even more tragic than the original Juggalo. Blacken is really abnormal. If this doesn't destroy the world, Doom can be called Dr. Forgiveness. Later, I learned about the various tricks of the Wonder Pig teammates. For example, in the Avengers Civil War incident, Reed used the technology Thor to kill Goliath with one move. Another example is the famous Hulk World War incident, which was thought up by Reed. Another example is injecting teammates with zombie viruses and saying that becoming zombies is the progress of mankind. Mr. Fantastic is a world-shaking wisdom. I don't know if it is wise or not, but it must be world-shaking. The so-called smartest human beings don't show how smart they are. But Mr. Fantastic's mental retardation is concretely reflected in various comics. There are countless anti-IQ and anti-IQ operations, which make people laugh. All I can say is that the character Mr. Fantastic is the perfect reflection of Millikan. He's the kind of Joker who says, "They all laugh at you, but you are the funniest." Now, seeing that his magic pig teammate was still so mentally retarded, Guan Fuan suddenly smiled with relief. Azu saw his father happy and smiled with him. Guan Fuan, why are you laughing? When Dad is happy, I am happy. Azu said with a silly smile. What makes Dad happy? Because I saw my magical pig teammates. Official Fuan came talking. After hearing this, the Azu almost burst out laughing. That's it? The smartest person in the world? A superhero? In terms of contribution, he is not as good as the other me. Sure enough, you have to stay away from Chaoying, otherwise you will become unfortunate. Wanda believed deeply. Roar! Godzilla groaned. It's true. Guan Fuan agreed. When it comes to killing people, how can a villain be better than a superhero? Big events and restarts happen at every turn. Especially DC next door. With a name and a surname, even the Gotham Joker can happily restart, reopen, and continue to do evil. Ordinary people only need to be destroyed continuously. Anyway, if you don't give a picture, you won't be dead. I don't know what happened to the hero. So, the essence of the world is super, the strong take all, not heroes. Azu pretended to be mature. He is also an 8-year-old big shot now. Is this why you need supervision and hearing to play games? Guan Fuan said calmly. Dad, that's not important, just practice cooking more. Guan Fuan's head snapped over, and Azu covered his head and bared his teeth, but he looked at the SY boy in the picture, being defeated and taken into custody by the Fantastic Four. He couldn't help but laugh with schadenfreude. This little boy has a bit of a father-worrying gene in his heart. As for the braised eggs, others were still alive at the cost of sacrificing a Skrull. Now that Luodan has returned to S.H.I.E.L.D, he is facing a lot of "Commander, what are we going to do?" questions. Braised egg can only pretend to be an expert by not talking. Wait until everyone disperses. While there was no one in the office, he contacted the CEO of Dad's company and said he wanted to cooperate and make progress together. When Obstacle Lee heard this, he said, "Damn it, buddy, you came here to grab traffic, right? How powerful are you?" Nick Fury, have you been fooled by Shibafak? This is not a rhetorical question, answer me. You didn't come when we started a team, and you pretended to be dead when we started Black. Now you're strategizing and giving guidance. Take medicine if you are sick. If you don't have a job, go eat the train. She directly scolded Lu Dan like a dog and then hung up the phone. New York, fighting, cool. It stands to reason that with so many immortals in the city, the Chitauri should have been killed long ago and turned into a record. But this time, Thanos did not leave everything to Loki, but commanded from behind. Previously, its understanding of Blue Star was that there was a new Heavenly Father no less powerful than Odin. But now, it feels it has underestimated the planet. Strategies must change. Change tactics. Thanos remotely controlled and gave an order, and the Chitauri no longer sent them away en masse, but maximized their numerical and flight advantages. Wave after wave, harassment battles began. This time it was really fatal. Regardless of whether they are superheroes or villains, although they are quite magical, they still have to eat. I'm really not good at playing all the time. Although now, because the Chitauri forces have shrunk, the immortals are more relaxed. But they will be tired and weak. Even a laser eye with infinite light can still suffer from cervical spondylosis. But the Chitauri soldiers are here. And it's not enough to just ignore them. After spending more than 50 hours like this, the heroes finally got tired. But the Chitauri core is still black and dense, like endless locusts. Seeing that the Chitauri core was about to attack forcefully. Whoosh! 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 Da-da-da! Boom! There were continuous sounds of breaking through the air, and a lot of Iron Man's armors flew towards me. Tony fell from the sky, and another handsome superhero landed, and then said playfully, "Did you miss me? Don't tell me yet." As for Iron Man's armors, the firepower of each one exceeds that of Wakanda, which has the strongest technology of Blue Star, but can only throw spears. On the set of Avengers, a war machine can guard a country with its constant firepower. And now, Tony has many such iron shells. He perfectly connected the gap period of the Premier League. "Oh, that's awesome." Spider-Man stood on his head and said, he saw Tony was also filming videos and making TikTok, and asked doubtfully, "You are not an employee of the company, are you?" "But I'm sexy." After successfully pretending to be cool, Tony was in a good mood and said, "Very sexy. You don't seem worried about the end of the world." Spider-Man. Tony smiled but said nothing. He really wasn't worried. Because the real boss, not to mention Guanfuyun, who is so mysterious that it defies all physics, even Azu has not appeared yet. This shows that the problem is not big at all. Right? Chapter 48 Loki? Drunken Rat. With the relay of the Iron Core, the superheroes also had time to rest and suit up, but I don't know if there was a problem when integrating the two worlds of Black Robe and Marvel. The locomotive actually caught Blue Eagle again in the melee. At that time, Blue Eagle was beating up the braised eggs together with the aliens. The locomotive first has a black question mark face, and then it goes up to a top speed. Then listen to Azu's words. "Report all people, objects, and information related to the Black Robe. Don't kill him. Don't kill him." Guanfuyun learned of the situation and ordered, Lan Ying, also known as Accessories Man. Super ability means that organ transplantation will not cause any rejection reactions. With him, it is no longer a dream for Professor X to stand up. Alzheimer's disease may also be prevented. Cyclops' cervical spondylosis has also been cured. And the hair is getting in the way. From now on, Blue Eagle organ transplant services will be included in the company's employee benefits. As soon as these words came out, "Dad, grab the bamboo shoots, grab the bamboo shoots." Azu laughed so much that he sprayed milk, laughed, and beat the ground. He was so happy. So cool. As expected, Dad still knows how to be a good man. Azu thought to himself that he had to look hard and study hard. Then, the Blue Eagle is used as an organ culture dish, imprisoned underground where no detector can detect it. At the same time, as the battle progressed, the Chitauri were ultimately defeated. "Loki. Where's the promised giants of Jotunheim and Orakai?" In the communicator, Thanos asked. The only responses to it were the video sounds of "Oh, what are you doing?" and "Hello everyone, I am Thor who has been practicing for 2.5 years." Thanos was so angry that he smiled inexplicably. "Okay. He is truly the god of trickery. This little troublemaker tricked himself into a prank. At this moment, Loki must be very happy and cheerful, right? Hope he doesn't die. Thanos was calm and composed, and smiled coldly, saying that Loki was a pawn used for testing. So, it will, of course, also send out its real henchmen. Damn it! Damn it! Thor seems to have become stronger again, Jaguar butterfly, fox squid. In a dark corner of New York City, Loki gritted his teeth and stared at Thor darkly. The Chitauri Legion is useless. Of course he also knew that the situation was over. I can only say that my failure is shameful, but Thor's success is even more heart-wrenching. Loki feels too painful. As for Thanos' mission? He, Loki, lives between heaven and earth. How can he live in depression for a long time under human beings? Even his biological father in Giants of Jotunheim, he can kill and butcher. Not to mention Thanos, a mere adoptive father? For deceiving the old farmer Thanos, Loki felt no guilt and even felt happy. It's okay for the Chitauri Corps to send out mail. His spiritual scepter is not a disadvantage either. Loki played tricks and used magic and mind scepter all the way to Stark Tower and watched Tony land. GGG. Then he smiled evilly, appeared, and tapped the spiritual scepter. He finally saw it. The Chitauri, the biological battleships, and the interstellar voyages are all just paper. Only Tony is made of steel. Instead of counting on those alien soldiers, it is better to steal directly. As long as you control Tony, you have Iron Man and Iron Core. Maybe Thor can be beaten by then. Bite. The idea is very beautiful, but the spiritual scepter is pointed out and clicked on the reactor, making a crisp sound. Then it was gone. The reactor, which was upgraded indirectly through the space gem, and the mind gem scepter offset each other. Nothing happened. Tony. Loki. The two looked at each other, and each could see the surprise and incomprehension in the other's eyes. Tony was stunned, thinking, "Buddy, who are you? What are you playing at?" Loki was also sluggish, thinking it didn't make sense. Why didn't the psychic scepter work? No, try it again. Bite. The sound is still crisp. Tony paused. Are you here to make fun of me? Brother. Loki gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Stop looking down on others. I am the son of Odin, the king of Asgard, the #1 magician in the 9 realms, and the eldest father of the Chitauri Corps." Loki muttered a bunch of words as if announcing the names of dishes, and then divine power emerged, and the magic and the light of the spiritual scepter intertwined. Suddenly, he turned into the thing Tony feared most. He became Thanos. Purple sweet potato essence. Vomit. Tony can't see the purple sweet potato now, let alone the purple sweet potato essence. He suffered a PTSD attack from food poisoning and vomited directly. Vomited in Loki's face. Meow. Luo Tangji roared. "I'm sorry, buddy," you said. "If you want to play magic, just play magic. If you want to play equipment, just play equipment. If you have to mix it up, you see, you are unlucky, right? Tony. Give me some paper." Luo Tangji continued to roar, and he was almost broken. Okay. The two of them became strangely harmonious, and both began to clean themselves, be hygienic, and behave decently. Done. I want you to worship me and surrender to me, Tony. Loki returned to the original plot and said ambitiously. SHHH. Tony stretched out his finger, covered his lips and shushed, imitating Azu, "Look, he's in a hurry." After saying that, he continued to look at his phone. Head down, tribe. What are you looking at? Loki couldn't help it anymore and stretched his head to take a look. Then I saw that teacher Tony was actually chasing stars and making calls. He clicked on the Hulk's video account and left a paid high-energy message in the comment area. Brother Hulk, look at me. The address is Stark Building. Meow. Seeing this, Loki felt that he was being ignored, and he said angrily, I am destroying New York. There is a fight. Can you be more serious? The words have not yet finished. Boom. Along with the roaring hurricane, the Hulk jumped up. Boom. The green, sandbag-sized fist, like a Universiade car, hit Loki's face, hitting him so hard that his mouth became crooked, his face turned into wavy lines, and he was constantly shaking out blood foam. Boom. 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 Before Loki flew out, Hulk grabbed his leg and smashed it, and smashed it wildly. Bah! After smashing it, Hulk said angrily, it's so weak. It's obvious. Tony continued to play with his mobile phone and took photos with Hulk. Bai said, I'm very serious about dealing with you. Loki fell into the pit, lying peacefully, speechless. At this time, he could even see the barrage on Tony's mobile phone. Thor. Hey, isn't this Loki? My stupid Udu. Audience, he is the leader of the Chitauri Corps and wants to destroy New York, but he is a rookie and is reassuringly weak. Thor, sorry everyone, I may have recognized the wrong person. What nonsense Loki? I don't know him well, don't get involved. Loki closed his eyes, as hopeless as Lindayu. His hanging heart was finally dead, and he died in front of Thor. Chapter 49 Azu's Murderous Intention. What a hearty live broadcast! After waiting for a long time, I saw Dr. Doom appear, saw the SY boy being KO, and saw Loki's famous scene. It was still so funny, and it was even more hilarious to eat it with the barrage. Guan was satisfied. With all this fun, Marvel is still a livable place. Zzz. He tilted his head and fell asleep directly on Wanda's lap. Wanda was happy and gently covered Guan belly with a quilt. Dad too. Azu stood up and muttered in a low voice, a man who is usually so handsome and mature can actually lose control of his schedule and watch movies all night long. This is very bad for your health. Wanda, take good care of Dad and don't let him catch a cold. Said. He hung the time gem necklace around his neck, wore black-rimmed glasses, and a suit jacket, dressing himself like an office worker. Azu, are you going out? Wanda was curious. Go get the Mind Stone back. Azu smiled and said, although the Reality Stone is most suitable for origin magic power. But if you want to create things, you cannot do without the heart. Wanda looked at Guan and said absently, there's no rush. Of course there's no rush. Azu nodded and said honestly, it's just a way to get the gems for you. I mainly want to show off, be a good person, cut out some of the weeds that Dad hates, and make the world more to his liking. Well. Wanda thought for a while, and Guan seemed to only show disgust towards the Fantastic Four. At that time, he almost vomited while eating snacks. She was confused, but Godfather, didn't you order them to be killed? I am Daddy's son, Wanda. Azu shook his head, my father is in pain, and I am unhappy. I feel very angry when I think that the guy who made my father lose his appetite is still breathing air. Have you ever seen an adult get angry with a child? Dad is the backbone and soul of the family. He is so omniscient and omnipotent, so of course he doesn't bother to look at the Fantastic Four. But I am a child. I am only 8 years old, and I am at the age where I like to kill people. If I want to kill them, I will kill them. I want to kill people and kill them. Just because Guan felt uncomfortable, he wanted to kill him. Azu is still so willful. But the difference is that he is really good at life now. If fellow countrymen take action, there is no time for development, and there is no turn-based system where you come and go. By the time the world finds out, the Fantastic Four and those associated with them will already be corpses. Not even the bodies would be left behind. Wanda understands Azu's ability as a human being and feels reassured. Rest assured. I don't need to use my fellow villagers' vests, I can still beat them to death without leaving any hidden dangers or problems. But Azu's requirements for himself are obviously higher, and he also wants to make progress. After he finished speaking, he hugged the mini Godzilla and went out. In New York City, the fighting never stops. But humanity's victory is decided. The question now is how to maximize the fruits of victory. Everyone is crazy about profit. For example, Dad's company. There was gunfire outside, but Shilly hurriedly led a camera crew to meet the Hulk. Hello everyone in front of the screen. This is Dad's company's live broadcast room. Destroy the alien tyranny. New York belongs to us, save this city, we are taking action. The company's superhero, Hulk. Having defeated the thief leader Loki and captured important mysterious items, let's interview Hulk. The wind howled and the smoke filled the air. Obstacle Lee stood in front of the camera, with war-damaged makeup on her face, holding up a microphone, and loudly said, Hulk, how do you feel? Hulk, smash. Hulk, protect. Hulk, cool. Fans, rise. The Hulk roared in response. Well said. Excellent. Hulk used simple language to express his strength, fearlessness, bravery, and dedication, as well as his best wishes to his fans. Please pay attention to each other and live to be 90 in New York. Obstacle Lee burst into tears and said, this is the hero of the company. This is the most popular king, Hulk. As he spoke, She's Hilly changed his tone again and said, someone will give Loki a good beating and his face will be swollen. Forget it, let's put a sack over his head. This appearance is so eye-catching. This section was cut later. In the company, Hulk is the most obedient and the most popular. But there are many people who are right and wrong. Some people will attack Hulk's appearance, so Hulk will think more about it. Although it is a live broadcast, there is a delay measure. There is no time to operate later. Loki, who was beaten violently for no apparent reason and had his head covered with a sack. May I ask? Interview with Spider-Man next. Obstacle pair. Some people say that Mr. Spider-Man's performance in this battle was not very impressive. How do you evaluate it? I want to throw some ashes in their eyes. Spider-Man danced. Obstacle Lee, cut this section and replace it with a highly explosive clip of Spider-Man. These two must be the famous Professor X and Magneto. The troublesome pair appears again. Professor X is affable, hello everyone. Who knows, family members. Magneto also got into trouble again. He took off on Wolverine and killed a large number of Chitauri in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Then he said proudly, Logan is a man that I can both take and let go. Wolverine almost bit him. But for the sake of mutant program effects and advertising, he endured it. Obstacle Lee's eyes lit up, okay, this super ability saves special effects. The signing team will contact Eric and open a green channel for him. Boom. At this time, Thor struck down with sparks and lightning. He immediately went to see the baby girl at home. The result, of course, is safety. After all, Hydra is considered the most dangerous group on Blue Star. It is safe to have them as nannies. Obstacle Lee stepped forward to interview, Mr. Two, you have the strongest output in this battle. You have the most highlights. Is there anything you want to say? Thor held the baby girl in his arms and said seriously, I have a lot to say. For example, can you Blue Star people be more feudal? Don't use so many genders. I'm really afraid. It's too abstract. Obstacle pair. She thought for a while and let it be broadcast like this. At this time, the crowd suddenly became commotion, and all the superheroes raised their heads in unison. The troublesome Lee turned around, only to see Azu arriving at some unknown moment, with a bright smile on his face, and said triumphantly, "And everyone, my friends, you are the real heroes." For a moment, there was thunderous applause. Mr. Ziu. Brother Ziu. Why do you, with your wealth of gold, come to this dangerous place? The superheroes all came forward to ask for help. After all, Azu usually pays them huge sums of money. Hi hi hi. Surrounded by the crowd, Azu smiled brightly and cheerfully, like the sun. Rumble. At this time, the noise and fighting in the Bacchus building were very harsh. What's going on? Azu frowned and asked, then started directly, called up the satellite video to watch, and did some tricks. The picture first shows Dr. Doom appearing and fighting aliens. When all the heroes saw this, they exclaimed and applauded. Then suddenly it became 4 against 1 of the Fantastic Four, beating Dr. Doom together. Everyone! They were a little angry. Please update QAQ. Chapter 50. The Fantastic Four collapsed. Unlike most superheroes who have to hide their identities, dogs are sneaky. As a reflection of Millikan, the Fantastic Four mainly show their buttocks in broad daylight, and their membership identities are public, making them widely welcomed by the world. Like a little Watts company. Therefore, something like Peter Parker playing Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four will have no chance. But it's okay to let them use their real names to demolish the house. With a kind of malice mixed with curiosity, Azu really wanted to know, among these so-called superheroes, who is weaker than John from another world? Who is easier to play? In my father's words, it's called taking away his name, destroying his shape, killing his heart, and killing his life. That's why Dad speaks so well. Now, Azu, a sunny and cheerful boy, looked at the video with a serious look on his face. After the war, when everyone was in shock, when he was most idle and his balls ached, and when he wanted to surf the internet the most. Live in front of the whole world. Not only did he watch the scene of Doom killing aliens over and over again, which gave him a high-energy moment, he also ignored the small contribution of the Fantastic Four. Then it's straight to Fantastic Four vs Doom. By the way, let a reporter from the company expose the dispute between the two parties, and then arrange for the trolls to build momentum. Shocked. The Fantastic Four turned out to be such people. It's so disgusting. With such a character, he has the nerve to become a superhero. Sure enough, Wild Chow Ying is not as trustworthy as those who have been formally trained by Dad's company, have well-known trademarks. Doom is so pathetic, isn't he? Old fellows, the accidents and cases around Bacchus Tower were not caused by the Fantastic Four themselves, right? Otherwise, why would they come forward? Hey, do you know how hard Doom works? The future is bright. Dr. Doom, please, let's protect the best Dr. Doom together, face challenges together, and grow together. Calling, criticizing, blacklisting, rushing, smearing the opponent, Wei Guangguang corrects himself, and fabricates a set of history. This method is simply the ancestral method of Meili Qian. This is how they founded their country. Now, this method of the American ancestors has been infinitely amplified by Dad's company and Hydra. It also carries the credit of saving New York. All I can say is, invincible. The Fantastic Four, who originally had a good reputation, couldn't resist it at all. They collapsed in an instant and became notorious villains. And at this time, after experiencing the battle with the Thauto Boy, the Fantastic Four's abilities have been significantly trained and developed, and their combat effectiveness has been improved. Still beating Doom. Don't say anything else. As for Mr. Fantastic's Nika Fruit ability, it's really at the level of a fantasy beast and is immune to almost all attacks. Moreover, Nika is the sun god and has natural lightning. Then Doom was really tired after fighting with the aliens for a long time. Now he relies solely on his hatred and superior combat IQ to defeat 4 enemies one after another. But obviously it won't last long, and it will soon be defeated by a righteous gang fight, and another tragedy will end. This scene was presented to everyone in the live broadcast room. Damn it! That's incredible. He is simply the representative of a tragic hero, a tough guy, and a real man. Hey, Hulkgigi! Come on! Let's protect Doom together! Spider Spider, 3, Heavy Black Heart, Hero Dance King, let's dance for Dr. Doom. Tortor, generate electricity. Oh, oh. Shaking head, distortion, dark crawling. Treasure Boy Locomotive, kill them all. Azu didn't need to say anything. Every fan group of the hero is now calling like crazy, shouting for justice to be carried out. The heroes couldn't help but move forward involuntarily, heading towards the Bacchus building. Bacchus building. Read, what do you need to pay me for what you owe me? The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and Doom's small universe exploded again, with lightning, thunder, and electric sounds. Boom! He beat the invisible woman away, made the Thing and the Human Torch spin around, and then beat Mr. Fantastic crazily. Reed did feel a little guilty, so he used his clever brain and confidently advised, "That's enough. Doom, Susan and I are innocent. We can sit down and talk about your company's bankruptcy. Would it be a good idea to take it to legal action? Can you get off Susan when you say this on horseback?" Doom was furious. Is the rubber man awesome? Is it awesome if it's very long and can be inflated? Still resorting to law? It's so funny, if he hadn't been lucky enough to be lucky, not only would he be dead right now, he would also be stranded in space like the NASA astronauts. If so, will Reed save him? Not at all. Reed completely forgot about him and took away everything that belonged to him. The brothers are connected heart to heart with you, and you are playing tricks with your brothers. Doom, hee. It's almost Reed, this guy is crazy, there's no need to reason with him. Ignition. The Human Torch is energetic again. He rises into the sky, dragging a long tail flame and hitting the head with his head, like a burning meteor falling. He was about to knock Doom away. Receive. Among the mutants, artists Pyro and Iceman, who had just signed a contract with Dad's company, both appeared. As soon as the Pyroman stretched out his hand, the flames of the thunderbolt were captured and controlled as if ordinary fire had encountered strange fire. No, buddy, you. The Human Torch fell from the air and hit the billboard of Dad's company. It was so painful that he was beaten to death. Before he could curse, Iceman went up and gave him a quick freeze, freezing him. Johnny. When Susan saw this, she immediately controlled the invisible force field and wanted to come to save people. Dirty. But at this time, a strong exclusive MV music sounded. The locomotive was running at a high speed and hit Susan directly, causing her head to buzz. Hulk, smash it! Immediately afterwards, the Hulk also fell from the sky, jumped and set off a hurricane, and landed like a bomb. Boom! It flipped the Stone Man over with its butt, and the anger from the fans turned into endless power. It roared wildly, and actually grabbed the Stone Man's head, pressed the Stone Man's face, pressed the Stone Man's body, and ran like a wild beast. Boom! 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 The violent fighting style shook the world. Wherever the Hulk passed, buildings collapsed, steel bars cracked, and roads were deserted. In the end, he even ended up in New York City, creating a small desert. Look around. The huge amounts of deep ravines are clearly visible. At the end of the ravine and at the beginning of the desolation, the Stone Man split open. At the same time, Doom also beat Mr. Fantastic violently and threw it aside, looking at his enemies who suddenly fell to the ground. Doom. What's going on? Did this BCH Reed cause so much hatred? No, that's not right. Hulk, Locomotive, mutants. They all seem to be heroes of the same company, and are known for their justice. Are you here to punish yourself? Doom looked wary. Then I saw Obstacle Pear holding the live broadcast room in her hands and trotting over excitedly. It's gone up. It's gone up. Dr. Doom, your popularity has now reached the top 10. Doom. Feeling confused, he stretched out his head to take a look. Barrage. Confess my love to Dr. Doom. The world is so big, and I want to be by your side. Oh, epsilon asterisk. Dum-dum, different. Dum-dum, cool and trendy. Dum-dum, the future is promising. May you get better and better, may you become more and more outstanding, may you read 1,000 sales and come back still a young man. Underscore. Seeing these barrages, Doom felt that his cerebellum suddenly shrank. He suddenly felt that this city was so big, empty, and strange. Is this still domestic?